See, Wuya did not use the proper honorific when he spoke. He said again, just as confident as before, "You definitely have one." In fact, there was no evidence supporting Si Wuya's words. Lu Qianshan was not sure if Mu Erdi really did possess a blue crystal, but he thought the chances were high. Earlier, he thought this was another chance for him to tie the Lu clan and Lu Zhou together. He knew Lu Zhou was looking for the blue crystal, so even if Si Wuya did not bring this matter up, he would have somehow or other found a way to mention this matter. After all, he was involved in a life-or-death struggle earlier. He had to find a way to ensure his and the Lu clan's safety. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He had 6 birth charts now. His senses were extraordinary. He did not sense the great void energy on Mu Erdi at all. He wondered why his 7th disciple was so certain that Mu Erdi possessed a blue crystal. Finally, Mu Erdi asked, "You are the 7th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion," Si Wuya replied. Then, he continued to say, "There are a few reasons why I'm certain your majesty possesses a blue crystal. First, your majesty has seen the portrait of the Lu clan's ancestor. This means that someone brought the painting to your majesty, or your majesty personally went to Lu Qianshan's study. It's impossible for the person you sent to bring the painting back without alerting Lu Qianshan, nor is it likely for the person to be able to copy the painting accurately on the spot. After taking these into consideration, I'm certain your majesty personally went to the Lu clan's estate." The atmosphere in the hall turned awkward. Mu Erdi's expression changed slightly due to this revelation. After all, it was really unbecoming of a ruler to sneak into his subject's residence. After a moment, he said stiffly, "However, that doesn't mean I possess a blue crystal." Si Wuya continued to say, unfazed, "Second, when my master asked about the blue crystals, your majesty mentioned the blue crystals contained great void energy. How did your majesty know the blue crystals contained great void energy?" To prevent Mu Erdi from coming up with more excuses, he added, "Did your majesty learn about this from Lan Shihe, the grand tutor of Great Ming, or Xiao Yunhe? Coincidentally, my master knows all of them, so we can easily verify the matter." Mu Erdi. Third, when my master visited Tower Master Lan, she had said that the blue crystals were original soil from where the great void seeds grew. After the soil was brought out of the unknown land, it crystallized into the blue crystals. One would only know their secrets if one had personally seen them. Si Wuya's deduction was quite amazing. When Lu Qianshan looked at Mu Erdi's gloomy expression, he felt incredibly comfortable. Even Lu Zhou was impressed by Si Wuya's deduction. In the future, he thought he should bring Si Wuya with him when going out. As for his 4th disciple, that cunning fellow, he was more suited to carrying out missions outside. Mu Erdi defended himself. "That's not true. And Sei's master had participated in the Great Void Expedition. That's how I learned about them. Moreover, there were many others who also participated in that expedition. It's inevitable that information and rumors would circulate about the blue crystals." Si Wuya had already expected Mu Erdi to say such words. He said, "The 4th and most important point is that I've been cultivating under my master's tutelage since I was young. I'm deeply familiar with a unique technique called the Qi observing technique. With this technique, I can accurately discern one's cultivation and aura. When observing your majesty, I've confirmed that your majesty possesses the great void energy." Mert was shocked. He instinctively raised his arm and sniffed himself. "Is that so?" It would have been less awkward if Mu Erdi did not react in such a manner. Si Wuya was not done. He continued to say, "Your majesty smells of Eclipta prostrata, otherwise known as false daisies. There's also the slight smell of the fire lotus." Si Wuya took a step forward and sniffed the air before he said again, "There's also the smell of the heart of a flower from a flaming silver tree." Mu Erdi's expression grew more and more shocked as he listened to Si Wuya's words. Lu Zhou wanted to use his heavenly writing power to have a look but decided against it in the end. Si Wuya said, "These are all the ingredients used to conceal the great void energy. I'm surprised your majesty managed to obtain the fire lotus. After all, the fire lotus is a unique plant that only grows in the red lotus domain. Mu Erdi was rendered speechless by Si Wuya's words. In the end, he sighed and said, I really admire you. You're right. I do have one blue crystal. Si Wuya smiled and remained silent. Mu Erdi said to Si Wuya, the Red Lotus domain was under the control of the Black Tower Council. It's not surprising that I had the Fire Lotus. Moreover, Duke Chui and of Fu in Great Tang is one of my men. Lu Zhou said bluntly, all right, the blue crystal is useless to you. You can exchange it for something with me. This, Lu Zhou said, you've already absorbed what you can of the great void energy from the blue crystal. You should exchange it for something more valuable. Think about your answer carefully. Don't disappoint me. Mu Erdi frowned. This, Pavilion Master Lu. I respect you and hope to cooperate with you. But, Lu Zhou interjected, even Lan Shihe, a 13-chart expert, made the right decision. Mu Erdi felt his eyelids twitch. After taking a deep breath, he said, since Pavilion Master Lu has spoken, I can only acquiesce. Following that, he rose to his feet and left the hall. After some time, Mu Erdi finally returned to the hall with a brocade box in his hand and handed it over to Lu Zhou. Clack! Lu Zhou opened the box and saw a crystal that was as blue as the sky lying quietly inside. He asked, where did you find this? Out of the 9 blue crystals Lu Zhou had to find, the whereabouts of 3 blue crystals were incredibly mysterious. Mu Erdi must have obtained extraordinary information to obtain the crystal. The Purple Lotus Domain, Mu Erdi replied. Realization dawned on Si Wuya. The Black Tower Council and Great Yuan's royal court had implemented the captivity plan in the Purple Lotus Domain. It was not surprising then that Mu Erdi managed to obtain the blue crystal from there. The Red Lotus Domain and the Purple Lotus Domain were similar. Both were monopolized and under the control of the Black Lotus Domain's Black Tower Council. Si Wuya asked, where is it? It's 100,000 miles to the west of the Endless Ocean if one travels on the Sky Shuttle, Mu Erdi replied. Is there a runic passage to that place? Si Wuya asked. Of course. Si Wuya bowed to Lu Zhou and said, Master, I'm willing to head to the Purple Lotus Domain to search for the remaining blue crystals. Lu Zhou said, we'll discuss this later. Understood. Lu Zhou put away the blue crystal. Ding! Second avatar. Collecting blue crystals, 3/9. If Lu Zhou counted the blue crystal he was supposed to receive from Gongsun Yuanshuan, the Grand Tutor of Great Ming, he had 4 blue crystals now. Another 3 clue crystals were with Xiao Yunhe, and the whereabouts of the remaining 2 were unknown. Following that, Lu Zhou casually flicked his sleeve. A bronze ring appeared in his hand immediately. He said, this is the Hades ring. It's at the desolate grade at least. You're an emperor, so this suits you. Consider this a reward for the blue crystal. Ding! The Hades ring, grade unknown, greatly increases one's combat strength. Mu Erdi's expression stiffened. This used to belong to Judge Nangong Yutian from the White Tower Council. You've heard of it? This ring can increase one's combat strength by 2 times for a period. Pavilion Master Lu, you're really willing to give this to me? Mu Erdi asked. Lu Zhou said, that's great. It seems like you like the ring. I thought you would dislike it. All right, this belongs to you from now on. Mu Erdi's eyelids twitched again. Nevertheless, he still forced a smile on his face and said, thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Now that Lu Zhou had obtained the blue crystal, he did not intend to stay any longer. Before Lu Zhou left, Mu Erdi said with a smile, Pavilion Master Lu, now that the Evil Sky Pavilion and Great Yuan's royal court are acquainted, I hope we can help each other in the future. All right, Lu Zhou said indifferently. I admire people who know their place. You're worthy of being the Emperor of Great Yuan. Lu Zhou turned around and walked out of the hall after he finished speaking. After Lu Qianshan bowed at Mu Erdi perfunctorily, he followed Lu Zhou out. Mu Erdi hurriedly said, send the pavilion master off. No need. Lu Zhou's voice rang from outside of the hall. Following that, Lu Zhou, Si Wuya, and Lu Qianshan flew out of the royal palace. After Lu Zhou and the others finally left, the smile on Mu Erdi's face finally vanished without a trace. He was so angry that he could not speak and his body began to tremble. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, felt his heart ache. "The blue crystal I spent so much effort searching for is gone just like that." Eunuch Zhang sighed before he said, "Your Majesty, there's no point dwelling on this. Moreover, Pavilion Master Lu was right. The blue crystal is useless to you. It can be considered a gain to exchange it for the Hades ring." "The Hades ring?" Mu Erdi lifted his left hand, and the bronze Hades ring appeared on his palm. Then, he lifted his right hand where he wore a dark green ring. The dark green ring flashed as he moved it to touch the bronze Hades ring. Bang! The bronze Hades ring shattered immediately. Eunuch Zhang. Mu Erdi dropped the shattered pieces of the bronze ring carelessly as he said, "The real Hades ring is with me." Eunuch Zhang shuddered as he looked at the shattered pieces on the ground. "A fake!" Eunuch Zhang hurriedly bent down to clear up the shattered pieces on the ground. Although his cultivation base was not as high as Mu Erdi's, he was still quite knowledgeable. The bronze Hades ring did not look like a fake no matter how he studied it. The inscriptions on the ring were a little crude, but it contained energy. Based on its quality, it should be quite the treasure. Then, he furtively glanced at the ring on Mu Erdi's finger before realization dawned on him. He said indignantly, "Your Majesty, the Evil Sky Pavilion is too much of a bully. They actually used a fake ring to exchange for the blue crystal. How shameless!" Mu Erdi said angrily. "You dog slave, why weren't you brave enough to say such words when they were here? Now that they've left, you're shouting so passionately." Eunuch Zhang chuckled sheepishly before he said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I just can't help but feel angry on Your Majesty's behalf." Mu Erdi sighed. "In any case, there was nothing I could do." Mu Erdi's judgment was naturally good. After all, he managed to sit in his throne so firmly for such a long time. He was ruthless and decisive when the situation called for it and knew to retreat at the appropriate time. The burden he carried on his shoulders as ruler was not something others could bear. Mu Erdi could choose to kill Lu Qianshan or to lower his head and build a good relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou had collectively reduced the birth charts of the people in the Black Tower Council, defeated the White Tower Council's Lan Shiha, and intimidated the cowardly leader of the Dark and Light Alliance. It was clear to him what his decision should be after considering these factors. It would be very unwise for him to make an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. While Lu Zhou flew in the air, he turned back to look at Si Wuya and said, "I don't remember teaching you the qi observing technique." Si Wuya smiled and said, "That was a lie I made up to intimidate the Black Emperor, Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan." The duo had to give it to Si Wuya. The Black Emperor fell for his lie after all. Lu Qianshan asked curiously, "Although it's a lie, the ingredients to conceal the energy can't be made up, right?" Si Wuya nodded. "It's a coincidence, really. I've refined pills to conceal my aura before based on the ancient books. It was with these pills that Si Wuya helped his fellow disciples to conceal their great void energies." Lu Qianshan said to Lu Zhou, "Pavilion Master Lu, please don't take offense for my actions earlier. I only said you're my ancestor to lure the Emperor into giving up the blue crystal. Make sure it doesn't happen again," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Lu Qianshan prayed inwardly, "Please protect me, old ancestor." In the Lu clan's estate, Madame Lu was waiting in the main hall all this time. When she heard that Lu Qianshan and the others had returned, she, along with the old butler, came out to welcome them. A few other clan members came as well. "Master, are you okay?" Madame Lu asked anxiously. After all, she was aware of the Lu clan's situation. She was worried that Lu Qianshan would go into the palace, never to return. Lu Qianshan smiled as he replied, "I'm fine. From now on, nothing will happen to the Lu clan. But, we don't know if the royal court will decide to deal with us in the future," Madame Lu said worriedly. They all lived on the emperor's whim after all. Who could tell what the future held? Si Wuya said with a smile, Your worries are unnecessary. The Black Emperor promised my master not to make things difficult for the Lu clan. With this, not only would he not look for trouble with the Lu clan, but he would have to ensure the safety of the Lu clan as well. Madame Lu and the others were baffled when they heard these words. Lu Qianshan had no intention of explaining the matter. He only said, "He's right. Hurry up, don't just stand around. Prepare the best feast for tonight. I want to entertain Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou, who did not like liveliness, shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Lu Qianshan understood immediately, so he ordered his men to clean up an independent courtyard for Lu Zhou. He also prohibited others from entering the independent courtyard in the estate. In the evening, Madame Lu grabbed Lu Qianshan's arm and asked, "Master, what's that young man's background?" Based on old Zhang's words, is he from a major sect? Lu Qianshan, who was in a good mood, said, "Indeed, you can say he comes from a major sect." Emboldened by this answer, Madame Lu said with a meaningful smile, "Master, look at our Yuer. She's no longer young." As soon as Lu Qianshan heard these words, he frowned immediately. Then he said sternly, "I'm warning you now. You better now repeat these words again." I understand." Madame Lu hurriedly agreed. When cultivators reach a certain level, they can no longer be judged by their appearances. Pavilion Master Lu may look young, but in fact, he's thousands of years older than you, Lu Qianshan said. Madame Lu. In an independent courtyard in the Lu clan's estate, Si Wuya bowed and said, "Master, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should." Lu Zhou interjected, "Speak. The blue crystals are without great void energies and have lost their value. Why is Master collecting them?" Si Wuya asked. Lu Zhou said, "Everyone isn't aware of one thing. There are actually 9 blue crystals, not 6. If you can collect all 9 blue crystals, you'll be able to obtain the great void energy." Realization dawned on Si Wuya. After a beat, he fell to one knee and solemnly said, "Master, I'm willing to give my great void energy to you if you need it." Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and said, "I understand your good intention, but there's no need for that. At this point, I have nothing to hide from you. Your fellow disciples and your great void energies were given by me." Si Wuya instinctively lifted his head in shock. In fact, he had found it strange when he discovered all of his master's disciples possessed the great void energies. He was always curious as to why and had vaguely guessed it had something to do with his master. However, since his master did not mention it, he did not dare to bring it up as well. Now that his suspicion was confirmed, how could he not feel shocked? After a while, Si Wuya asked, "Did our great void energies come from the blue crystals?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Si Wuya. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and said, "The blue crystals were the soil from where the great void seeds grew, and it only absorbed a little of the seed's energy. Do you remember the medicinal pill I gave you when you first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Si Wuya was thoroughly shocked. He asked incredulously, "The great void seeds?" "That's right." Lu Zhou nodded. "To be honest, apart from Yuaner and Conk, all of your talents were only average. It was even worse for Old Third and Old Eighth. After bringing the great void seeds back from the unknown land, I gave them to all of you, defying the heavens and changing all your fates." The eloquent Si Wuya was speechless. To think the precious great void seeds that everyone in the cultivation world was searching for and went crazy over were the pills their master had given them when they joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou continued to say, "As for how I brought the great void seeds out, there's no need for you to ask. You're the smartest in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so you should know the secret of the great void shouldn't be revealed." "I understand," Si Wuya replied as he bowed respectfully. "Although I've made the pills to conceal my fellow disciples' auras, I'm afraid they'll arouse the suspicions of others sooner or later. After all, their cultivation talents are just too heaven-defying. I think it's best to ask my fellow disciples to restrain themselves and conceal their cultivation bases." Lu Zhou nodded. "I'll leave this matter to you. You may take your leave now." Understood. The moon hung high up in the starry sky. It was already very late. As Si Wuya walked away, he could not help but pause at the entrance and look at the moon. He recalled his time after acknowledging his master. He could vividly remember many of the hardships he had gone through, but the greatest pain he had endured at that time, which he would never forget, was when he ate the pill. After eating the pill, he was in pain for an entire month. At that time, he, along with his fellow disciples, assumed that their master was deliberately torturing them. With these thoughts in mind, he turned and bowed respectfully in his master's direction before he returned to his room. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged before he brought the giant turtle's life heart out and placed it in front of him. According to the theory of activating birth charts, if he embedded the seventh life heart and activated his seventh birth chart, he would go through a pain worse than death. The predecessors created the birth trial to help with this indescribable pain and to strengthen one's birth palace. If one could not pass the birth trial, there was a possibility of damaging one's birth palace, causing a drop in one's cultivation base, when activating the seventh birth chart. The predecessors discovered that when they were strengthening the birth palace by going through the birth trial, there was a possibility of obtaining new abilities after passing the birth trial. Over time, the birth trials became an essential step in cultivation. To start the birth trial, I have to find a place with incredibly harsh environments, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. These harsh places were usually extremely cold or extremely hot places. The pressure from these places would temper a cultivator and provide good training. Although the cold pond is a suitable place to pass the birth trial, it won't be effective for me since I have Pu Yi's life heart. Most cold places will only provide me with small improvements. In that case, I can only go to extremely hot places, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Soon enough, the river of magma in the Sky Will Mountain Range appeared in his mind. The Sky Will Mountain Range was where Lu Zhou killed Yu Chenshu, the court master of the Sky Martial Court. It was also at that place that he first met Lu Li, and his first time seeing 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. At that time, the temperature was so high that he had used up a lot of critical block cards. However, based on his current cultivation base, it should not be a problem at all for him to withstand the heat. After all, at that time, Lu Li, who possessed 5 birth charts, had safely emerged from the magma. All right, it's decided then. After Lu Zhou decided to go to the valley in the Sky Will Mountain Range, he studied the method to pass the birth trial. When he was done, he called up the system interface. Merit points, 672,610. Remaining lifespan, 291,970 days. 800 years, in which 663 years are from reversal cards. Items: Enhanced Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X1, Critical Block card, Passive, X133, Golden Taishu Mirror, Disguise card X2, Deconstruction card X4. Mounts: Wizard, Baiyan Jiliang, Qiongqi, Dangkong, Dijiang, Yingzhao. Weapons: Unnamed Unknown, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade, Purple Glazed Ceramic, Fusion Grade, Cold Wind Trident, Desolate Grade, Confinement Seal, Flood Grade, Dragon Eagle's Fury, Desolate Grade, Flash Hook, Desolate Grade, 7-Star Sword, Green Cicada Jade. Lu Zhou had over 600,000 merit points left. The cost of an advanced enhanced reduction card was very high, much higher than an enhanced deadly strike card. However, the rewards it yielded were very high as well. Currently, it would not be efficient for him to show off using the deadly strike card. It was more suited to be used as a trump card or a killing move. Lu Zhou could obtain merit points through other methods instead of relying on the deadly strike card. What was difficult was obtaining advanced life hearts. Just to obtain Yingzhao's life heart, he had to face so many experts. He could only imagine how difficult it would get to obtain higher quality life hearts. He could only use high quality life hearts to ensure his improvement was maximized when activating birth charts. After mulling over it for a moment, Lu Zhou spent 80,000 merit points to buy 4 synthesis cards and another 126,000 merit points to buy 9 reduction cards. The price of the reduction card would rise with every 3 cards that he bought. Lu Zhou found it acceptable. At least the system seemed to have a little conscience. He could not save these merit points. He had to synthesize the cards into advanced enhanced reduction cards. Now that he was left with 460,000 merit points left, he had to spend them sparingly. Following that, Lu Zhou decided to draw 10 consecutive lucky draws. He was thanked for his participation all 10 times. With that, he stopped and activated the purple glazed ceramic to meditate on the heavenly writing. North of Cloud Mountain, the moon shone like a lamp, illuminating the peak of the snowy mountain. From the 12 peaks of Cloud Mountain, one could hardly see anything at the peak of the snowy mountain except for the vast expanse of the snow. Buzz! A buzzing noise rang in the air before a pillar of light shot into the sky. After a few breaths, the pillar of light vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this strange phenomenon, the Cloud Mountain disciples reported it to Nie Qingyun. Nie Qingyun hurriedly left his room. He flew into the sky to observe the peak of the snowy mountain. Unfortunately, he was too far away and could not see clearly. With his cultivation base, it was not wise for him to fly up to the snowy mountain. Therefore, he said, "Pass this news to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Meanwhile, at the peak of the snowy mountain, a hunchbacked old man dressed in a gray robe stood in a runic circle motionlessly. His eyes darted to the left and the right as his nose twitched, clearly cautious. If he detected even the smallest danger, he would immediately activate the runic passage and leave. After determining there was no danger in his surroundings, the hunchbacked old man walked out of the runic circle. He slowly walked on the snow. After walking less than 50 meters, he suddenly came to a halt. He raised his head. His nose was twitching. After sniffing the air, he looked at the night sky and said in a hoarse voice, "The smell of blood." The hunchbacked old man waved his sleeve lightly, stirring up the snow around him. Soon enough, a frozen corpse floated in front of him. He sighed. "You were a slave no matter what. If you couldn't even keep an eye on your master, then you deserved this fate." Thud! The corpse fell back to the snow-covered ground. He continued walking forward until he was at the edge of the pond that reflected the moon perfectly. The pond was as still as a painting. Not even a ripple could be seen. This must be the cold pond that young master mentioned. His expression was solemn, and his eyes gleamed like that of a venomous snake as he looked at the mirror-like pond. After a moment, he waved his hand. Primal chi surged into the pond, creating a vortex. The vortex churned violently, stirring up the water from the pond high up in the sky. Whoosh! The hunchbacked old man withdrew his hand. With that, the vortex disappeared immediately, and the pond's surface gradually grew still again. He turned around and looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain as he muttered under his breath, "Young master, rest assured. Your servant will definitely find that person and retrieve the green cicada jade." The next morning, Great Yuan's capital was shrouded in a dense fog, giving the city a mysterious air. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. His meditation had gone rather smoothly. He had recovered most, if not all, of his supreme mystic power. After checking the purple glazed ceramic, he discovered it had already recovered more than half of its energy. All he needed to do next was leave for the Skywell mountain range to undergo the birth trial. However, he was still worried about his disciples' cultivation. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the power of sight and observed Yu Shangrong first. He saw Yu Shangrong traveling leisurely through a forest on Ji Liang's back. Yu Shangrong was clearly not in a rush. He looked as though he was enjoying the scenery. Since Yu Shangrong had sprouted the 11th leaf, he thought Pu Yi's life heart would be suitable for Yu Shangrong. He felt slightly puzzled that he still did not receive a system notification about releasing Yu Shangrong from his apprenticeship, even though Yu Shangrong was strong enough to kill a 5 chart. He wondered if the system could not detect his second disciple's strength due to the lack of a lotus and 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Following that, he observed Yi Tianxin and Zhao Yu, who were cultivating in the Evil Sky Pavilion. They did not seem to have any trouble with their cultivation. Zhao Yu had severed her lotus and was absorbing life hearts according to Yu Shangrong's instructions, while Yi Tianxin had successfully formed the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. What about old third? Lu Zhou knew better than anyone else that his third disciple was incredibly hard-working. It was unfortunate that even with the Great Void Seed, His third disciple's aptitude for cultivation was lacking compared to his other disciples. Needless to say, compared to other cultivators, his third disciple was undoubtedly peerless. At this time, he saw his third disciple cultivating in the Red Lotus Domain's star-gathering formation along with the 4 elders. Things seemed to be going smoothly as well for his third disciple, and it seemed like his third disciple would not be returning so soon. Finally, Lu Zhou decided it was time to check on his 8th disciple. Lu Zhou saw Lu Li pointing at a life heart on a table as he said, "This is the life heart of a sea beast king. This is the last one. Don't give up. You've absorbed 8 life hearts. This is the 9th one." Zhu Honggong shook his head and said, "Old Lu, my good impression of you has disappeared. When we return, I will tell my master you bullied me. Your treatment of me is really inhumane and unbearable. I'd rather eat shit." Lu Zhou found this strange. Yu Shangrong had absorbed 7 life hearts before he sprouted the 11th leaf. Why was it that his 8th disciple had yet to sprout the 11th leaf even after absorbing 8 life hearts? Did this mean sprouting the 11th leaf did not depend on the number of life hearts but the quality of the life hearts? Regardless if a life heart was good or bad, when one embedded it in the birth palace, a birth chart would be activated. Naturally, if the life heart was weak, one's power would not improve much. On the other hand, when absorbing life hearts, the essences of the life hearts would merge after being absorbed. Similarly, weak life hearts would affect the overall quality of the fused essences of the life hearts. Lu Li said, How long have we been in the Yellow Lotus domain? Do you still not understand my intention?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head. "I really don't understand." Lu Li sighed helplessly before he said, "This will be the last one. It'll definitely work. After you absorb it, you'll definitely enter the 1,000 Realms whirling stage." "Really? Really? You're certain?" "I'm certain." Lu Li shook his head. Who would have thought he would also have a day where he had to coax another person? Zhu Honggong picked up the life heart and said, "All right, I'll trust you one more time." Lu Li shook his head and said, "I'll explain everything to your master when I see him." The duo had been together for a long time, and they had many conversations together about the Golden Lotus domain. Therefore, Lu Li's understanding of the Golden Lotus domain had deepened. He said, "Back then, the 8-leaf stage was the highest in the Golden Lotus domain. Like the Yellow Lotus domain, the Golden Lotus domain can only be raised in captivity by stronger forces. You should be happy you have the guidance of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator like me. When you return, imagine what your master will think once he sees you've entered the 1,000 realms whirling stage." Zhu Hong's eyes lit up. "You're right. Your master will definitely feel grateful to me as well," Lu Li said in high spirits. Zhu Honggong nodded. "My master isn't unreasonable. When we return, perhaps, he'll accept you and give you a position in the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Li smiled and said, "Do you think I'm such a greedy person with ulterior motives? If that's the case, it's better for me to stay in the Yellow Lotus domain and live like a king." Zhu Honggong laughed. "You're right. In fact, I think it's not a bad idea. It agrees as well." After he finished speaking, he pointed at Dang Kong that was lying under the table. Dang Kong grunted twice before it fell back asleep. It lived a luxurious and enviable life ever since it came to the Yellow Lotus domain. It grew bigger than when it first arrived, and its fur shone lustrously. Zhu Honggong asked, "Why do you have to return?" Lu Li replied, "I'm different from you. The Lu clan isn't the same as before. As long as I stay in the Black Tower Council, the Lu clan will be safe. If that's the case, why did you work so hard and go to the Endless Ocean?" Zhu Honggong asked. "It wasn't my choice. The internal strife in the Black Tower Council is too severe. Those who maintain a neutral stance are vulnerable and without protection. For this reason, the dangerous task at the Endless Ocean fell on my lap." "How pitiful," Zhu Honggong said. Lu Li replied with a straight face, "No, you should pity yourself. The ancestor of the Lu clan was really amazing. The clan wasn't one that cultivators could get close to. Even the current Black Tower Council wouldn't be worthy of our clan. I know you don't believe me. However, 30,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Lu clan was a prominent figure. Even your evil sky pavilion would not be able to compare to it. Zhu Honggong felt his head ache when he heard these words. He hastily picked the life heart up and thought to himself as he left, "If you have the guts, you can say this in front of my master when you meet." At this time, Lu Zhou finally cut off the power of sight. From the looks of it, his 8th disciple should be sprouting the 11th leaf soon. It was relatively safe in the Yellow Lotus domain now. With Lu Li and Zhu Honggong's arrival in the Yellow Lotus domain, resulting in the introduction of severing one's lotus and the arrival of fierce beasts, it was only a matter of time before the Yellow Lotus domain grew stronger. Lu Zhou did not observe Yu Zhenghai, Ming Shirin, Ci Yuaner, and Conk. Yu Zhenghai had already entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage. It would not take long for him to activate his second birth chart. As for Ming Shirin, Lu Zhou did not think there was a need to worry at all. It was best to let his 4th disciple be. So far, no one was aware that his 4th disciple had entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage. As for little Yuaner and Conk, they were talented and diligent, so there was no need to worry about them as well. Lu Zhou sighed and muttered to himself, "This is the reason why everyone fought and died for the great void seed. Look at how talented my disciples are." At this moment, a voice rang from outside the door. "Master, there's news. Speak." A pillar of light has appeared on the peak of the snowy mountain in Cloud Mountain. "It's probably from a runic passage," Wuxia said. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and left the room with his hands on his back. When he saw Wuxia standing respectfully outside of the room, he said, "Let's return to the Red Lotus domain." Understood. When Lu Qianshan learned that Lu Zhou was leaving, he sent Lu Zhou off respectfully. Lu Zhou left through Great Yuan's Royal Court's runic passage. At this time, in the Royal Palace's indestructible hall in the capital, Mu Erdi paced back and forth. Soon after, a eunuch walked in and timidly said, "Your Majesty, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion had already left the Lu clan and returned to the Red Lotus domain via our runic passage." Mu Erdi stopped in his tracks and said with a serious expression, "Pass down my decree. Lu Qianshan will be conferred the title of protector of the country. The clan's wealth and fertile lands will be exempted from taxes." Understood. The eunuch left respectfully. Soon after, another 2 eunuchs entered, carrying a stretcher between them. The warrior, and Say, the strongest expert in Great Yuan's royal palace, lay on the stretcher. A sympathetic expression appeared on Mu Erdi's face as he asked, Are you all right?" Ants coughed a few times before he replied confidently, I'm fine. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll definitely return to the peak. Your master is no longer around. Will the Dark Soul sect be willing to help you? It was almost impossible to recover after losing 10 birth charts. Even if it were possible, it would take a long time. Therefore, Mu Erdi did not place much hope in this matter. However, if Nsei had the help from the Dark Soul sect, Mu Erdi thought Nsei's chances were good. Nsei said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely return to the peak." "All right," Mu Erdi said solemnly. "I promise you that I'll avenge you in 2 years' time." Nsei was rather moved when he heard these words. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bring warrior Nsei away so he can rest." Understood. It was close to noon when Lu Zhou and Wuxia arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain. Wuxia silently followed his master here. He did not ask about his master's purpose of coming to this place. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the cold pond. He silently observed his surroundings as he sniffed the air. He could smell the faint smell of blood eroded by time, the snow, and the wind. He knew it was from Qin Moshang's subordinate whom he killed. Apart from that, he could smell 2 distinct remnants of vitality energies. He could tell one belonged to Qin Moshang, but he was unfamiliar with the other vitality energy that seemed vicious and fierce. Lu Zhou walked forward and came to a stop next to the runic passage. When Wuxia saw the runic passage, he exclaimed in surprise, "There's a runic passage here? Does it lead to the Black Lotus domain?" "It leads to the Green Lotus domain," Lu Zhou said casually. See Wuya. Do you have a way to completely destroy a runic passage? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya shook his head. There's no way to completely destroy it. It can recover from damages. The best way is to seal it so the other side can't access the vitality energy here. Alright, there's no rush. Once this runic passage was sealed, it would be akin to telling the other side that something had happened to the newcomer they sent here. The best choice was to leave the runic passage alone for now while he searched for the intruder. Based on what Lu Zhou remembered of Qin Mozhang and his servant's conversation, it seemed like they were rules in regard to leaving the Green Lotus domain, and it was not easy to do so. Si Wuya nodded before he asked, Master, you plan to find the rat first before sealing the runic passage? Lu Zhou nodded. Yes. After a while, he said, Let's return. The pair of master and disciple flew down the snowy mountain. Lu Zhou shrouded Si Wuya with his energy to make it easier for Si Wuya to descend the snowy mountain just as he did when they ascended the mountain. The duo did not stay in Cloud Mountain and returned to the capital immediately. In the evening, in the preservation hall, Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the power of smell and recalled the unfamiliar vitality energy at the peak of the mountain. He slowly expanded the range of his sense of smell. The range grew from a radius of 100 meters to a radius of 1,000 meters and a radius of 10,000 meters, but Lu Zhou did not smell that vitality energy. Even after he increased the range to cover the entire royal palace, he still did not catch the scent of the vitality energy. This was the current limit of the power of smell. Lu Zhou cut off the power. Rat! Lu Zhou muttered indignantly. He knew as long as he could not find the rat, he would not be able to start his birth trial. At the peak of the snowy mountain, north of Cloud Mountain, the hunchbacked old man descended from the sky. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air. However, he did not seem to smell anything out of the ordinary. Following that, he brought a jade disc out of the pocket near his chest. After he channeled his primal chi into the jade disc began to glow with a weak light. Then he held the jade disc in his hand as he flew toward the cold pond. As soon as he arrived by the pond, the light from the jade disc vanished. The green cicada jade. The jade disc could sense the location of the green cicada jade, but its aura was too weak now for the jade disc to accurately pinpoint its location. When the hunchbacked old man turned around, the jade disc lit up weakly again before it was extinguished. After putting away the jade disc, he looked in the direction of the capital. I really like a game of cat and mouse. Then he shifted his gaze to the runic passage as he thought to himself, that person took the green cicada jade but didn't destroy the runic passage? After a few more breaths, the hunchbacked old man left the peak of the snowy mountain. As he flew high in the sky, he suddenly sensed a slight movement from the jade disc. He brought it out immediately. As expected, it was glowing with a faint light. He muttered to himself, You can't resist using it, can you? The green cicada jade was a sacred object that contained abundant vitality energy. Was there anyone who could resist absorbing the vitality energy in it? The hunchbacked old man hovered in the air and sensed the fluctuations from the jade disc. As expected, the jade disc's movements were stronger than before. I'll make you spit out all of the vitality energy you've absorbed. With that, the hunchbacked old man flew in the direction of the capital. His speed was like that of a shooting star as he streaked across the sky. In the royal palace's preservation hall, Lu Zhou continued to absorb the vitality energy in the green cicada jade. The green cicada jade glowed with a faint yellow and green light. Wisps of green energy entered Lu Zhou's nostrils, surging into his 8 extraordinary meridians and his Dantian sea of qi and filling his body. Just how many years of vitality energy is in the green cicada jade? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. After absorbing it for such a long time, the vitality energy in the green cicada jade showed no sign of depletion. From his system interface, he saw he had gained more than 2,000 years. This green cicada jade is worthy of being a sacred object. It has the same ability as the life heart, which can increase one's lifespan. Lu Zhou began to absorb the vitality energy faster than before. At the same time, he activated the purple glazed ceramic as well. With the help from the purple glazed ceramic, the circulation speed in his 8 extraordinary meridians was also much faster than usual. The vitality energy coursed through his meridians at top speed. The green energy that entered his nostrils grew richer as well. Plus 300. Plus 500. Plus 600. This was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. With this, won't the reversal cards be useless? If he could search for vitality energy and store them in the green cicada jade like Qin Mozhang did, after the vitality energy was boosted by the jade, he would be able to absorb it. This was perfect. Lu Zhou continued absorbing the vitality energy for another 2 hours. He stopped when he felt his Dantian Sea of Qi was about to expand again. He looked at his system interface. Remaining lifespan: 1861, 500 days, 5,100 years, in which 600 years are from reversal cards. 5,000 years. He really did not expect this little green cicada jade to have so much vitality energy. There's no doubt Qin Mozhang has an extraordinary background. He sighed regretfully. At that time, he should have decisively tossed the item card out to prevent Qin Mozhang from returning. That kid was extraordinarily talented and had a powerful background. If that kid was allowed to grow, he would become future trouble. Killing Qin Mozhang in the cradle was the best and correct choice. Thud. All of a sudden, the green cicada jade that hovered in front of Lu Zhou fell to the ground. Stopped glowing as well. Lu Zhou noticed there was a chip on the green cicada jade. The chipped piece had blackened as well. Is it a one-time use item? Lu Zhou picked up the green cicada jade and carefully gauged the remaining vitality energy. There was only half of its original vitality energy left. As expected, it could not be used infinitely. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. Even so, this little green cicada jade could provide almost 10,000 years worth of vitality energy. Coupled with his reversal cards, he was close to being an immortal. At this moment, Yu Shangrong's voice rang from outside of the hall. Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou put away the green cicada jade and said tonelessly, "Come in." Yu Shangrong slowly walked into the preservation hall, looking calm and confident as always. However, his calm was shattered when he saw the person in front of him. He looked to the left and the right before he asked with a frown, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou. When Yu Shangrong was outside, he was sure he heard his master's voice. How did it become another person? In the Evil Sky Pavilion, only Zui Yushu had seen Ji Tiandao's appearance from 500 years ago. Even Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had seen Ji Tiandao's appearance from 300 years ago. At that time, Ji Tiandao was already a middle-aged man. He did not look anything like the dignified young man in front of Yu Shangrong at all. "Impudent," Lu Zhou said as he raised his voice slightly. Yu Shangrong immediately recognized that tone and voice. He fell on one knee and called out tentatively, "Master!" Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. He was too engrossed in thinking about the green cicada jade that he forgot about the change in his appearance and allowed Yu Shangrong to see him. He wondered how he should explain this to his disciple. He wondered if he should say it was a cultivation method. After a moment, his eyes landed on the blackened chipped part of the green cicada jade. Then he said, "I obtained a sacred object called the green cicada jade. It provides a large amount of vitality energy." Yu Shangrong was not the overly curious kind. Moreover, the person who had spoken was his master. Hence, he did not doubt his master's words at all. Apart from that, the matter of appearance was not important at all. He said, "I see. Back then, Master traveled all over the world in search of a way to extend one's lifespan. In the end, Master finally found it." Yu Shangrong was still speaking when he curiously picked up the chipped piece of the green cicada jade and studied it. Indeed, he could feel a faint vitality energy from it. Lu Zhou said, "As a nobleman, your lifespan is originally short." Yu Shangrong hurriedly interjected, "I daren't covet Master's possession. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation, and my lifespan has increased greatly. Moreover, with Ji Liang's help, I'm safe." Lu Zhou nodded. He rose to his feet and walked down from the steps as he said, "Very good. Show me your avatar." Yu Shangrong did not dare to hide anything and immediately manifested a miniature version of his avatar. Buzz. It still looked like 100 Tribulation Insight avatar. Apart from the 11th leaf and its body that was completely golden now, the biggest difference was the golden halo at the back of the avatar, which the 11 leaves that gleamed sharply were neatly surrounding. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Keep up the good work." Yu Shangrong was a little puzzled and said, "Master, you're not surprised?" Lu Zhou almost exposed himself again. However, there was no change in his expression as he said, "If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to sprout the 12th leaf. Your improvement will be slower if you continue to absorb low-level life hearts. High-level life hearts will help you sprout the next leaf faster." Yu Shangrong bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Previously, Yu Shangrong was uncertain if it was possible to sprout the 12th leaf. However, after listening to his master's words, his confidence was greatly boosted. As expected of his master who was experienced and knowledgeable, it was no wonder his master was not surprised. Subsequently, Lu Zhou brought out Pu Yi's life heart and tossed it over to Yu Shangrong. "This is Pu Yi's life heart. It has the ability to control water. Take it and use it." "I dare not. I've already used the life heart. There's no need for you to feel burdened about accepting it," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong could only accept it. "I understand." Lu Zhou planned to give Yu Zhenghai a good life heart as well, but currently, Yu Zhenghai had not even activated his second birth chart yet. Hence, Yu Zhenghai did not need such a good life heart for now. "All right, you may take your leave. Don't let anyone come into the hall after this." Lu Zhou wanted time alone to stabilize the effects of the green cicada jade. "I'll take my leave then." Yu Shangrong put away his avatar and turned to leave. When he was outside of the preservation hall, he ran into Conk. "Second senior brother?" "Hello, little junior sister," Yu Shangrong said gently. "Ninth senior sister just spoke about second senior brother yesterday. She was worried about you. I didn't expect to see you today," Conk said happily. "Thank you for both of your concerns. It's just a small matter. It's not worth worrying over," Yu Shangrong replied. "Where's Master?" "Little junior sister, Master is in closed-door cultivation," Yu Shangrong said. "Oh," Conk said, slightly disappointed. When he saw Conk peering behind him to look at the preservation hall, Yu Shangrong suddenly handed the chipped piece of the green cicada jade to her. "Take this." "Thank you for the gift, second senior brother." "It's not a gift. Please throw this away," Yu Shangrong said. Conk pouted before she stomped her foot and left in a huff. Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. Did she get influenced by little Yuaner's temper? At the same time, the hunchbacked old man hovered in the air above the capital. As he looked at the gradually dimming jade disk, a smile appeared on his face. Earlier, the jade disk had shone brightly before it dimmed again. Now it was shining with a faint light. The hunchbacked old man raised his head and glanced in the direction of the royal palace. "Found you." Following that, he flew toward the royal palace, leaving afterimages in his wake. The people on the streets only felt a gust of cold wind blowing past them, unable to see anything at all. In less than 15 minutes, the hunchbacked old man arrived on the palace wall, overlooking the entire palace. A pitiful person must feel resentful, and a resentful person must feel miserable. No matter what it is, being weak is the greatest pity. He jumped down from the palace wall and rushed into the royal palace. The hunchbacked old man was not foolish. On the contrary, Qin Mozhang had sent him to seek revenge precisely because he was cautious. Everyone in the Qin clan referred to him as the hunchbacked old man, and he was known for his strange ideas and actions. The hunchbacked old man flew past the Supreme Hall and the Political Announcement Hall. Along the way, there were many eunuchs and palace maids coming and going, conversing among themselves. Nevertheless, no one detected the presence of this mysterious expert. With so many members of the Evil Sky Pavilion guarding the royal palace, there's no doubt it's the safest place in the world. The hunchbacked old man flashed to the top of a roof and looked down at a group of eunuchs. I heard that Xianxia, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, an expert with 13 birth charts, could hardly survive one move from Pavilion Master Lu. She only released half of her original attack before she fell to the ground. The hunchbacked old man frowned upon hearing these words. His breathing quickened as well as he thought to himself, "There's such an expert here? I heard Pavilion Master Lu defeated hundreds of Thousand Realms whirling experts, including Xianxia, who has 12 birth charts. With just a move, he scared away the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council." Apparently, the scene was so shocking at that time. It was as though the entire world was turned upside down. Yin and Yang were out of balance. If you don't know it, you shouldn't try to show off. Well, in any case, Pavilion Master Lu is unimaginably powerful. The hunchbacked old man's expression was solemn. His eyes shone with a strange green light at this moment as he carefully sensed the wind and the movement of the grass around him. Is there really such an expert? The hunchbacked old man found it hard to believe. He brought the jade disc out again. The jade disc trembled slightly. The aura of the green cicada jade was weak here. The movements of the jade disc would grow stronger as he drew closer to the green cicada jade. After he put the jade disc away, he moved like the wind toward the Palace of Tranquility. He paused for a moment when he saw a green-robed swordsman walking along the high walls of the palace. A swordsman? This was the royal palace. If the green-robed swordsman was a palace expert, he would not be dressed in such a manner. However, he did not look like a wandering or sexless cultivator at all. The hunchbacked old man gently sensed the green-robed swordsman's aura to avoid detection. The green light in his eyes brightened as a smile appeared on his face. Only 10 leaves. In his eyes, a 10-leaf cultivator was no different from an ant. Normally, he would not pay attention to or kill someone like that. It would only be a waste of his energy. He had stopped because the swordsman's bearing was rather extraordinary. His intuition there was something not quite right with the swordsman that he could not put his finger on, hence, his interest was piqued. He felt the ant in front of him was rather special and was filled with an urge to kill this unique little ant. Moreover, seeing a mere 10-leaf cultivator walking so arrogantly irritated him. In his opinion, that ant-like existence should walk with his tail tucked between his legs. The hunchbacked old man held the jade disc with one hand. Then, wisps of green smoke drifted out from the jade disc. The green smoke drifted toward Yu Xianxia like a venomous snake before it brushed across Yu Xianxia's well-defined face like a breeze. Yu Xianxia suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked to the left and the right. When he did not see anything out of the ordinary, he continued walking. The hunchbacked old man frowned. He's not dead? Impossible. This doesn't make sense. The green smoke was a strange and tricky killing witchcraft technique from the jade disc. It was almost impossible to detect. Once the green smoke made contact with the target's skin would begin to decay before being reduced to a skeleton. The hunchbacked old man had taken into consideration that there might be experts in the royal palace, so he had planned to use this kind of invisible killing technique. For sneak attacks, witchcraft techniques were undoubtedly the best. Unresigned, the hunchbacked old man restrained all his aura, making him no different from an inanimate object, before he released the green smoke again. This time, the green smoke was richer, and the breeze it turned into was stronger than before. Just like earlier, it blew past Yu Xianxia harmlessly. How is this possible? The hunchbacked old man was in shock and disbelief. His eyes were like that of a venomous snake as he looked at the green-robed swordsman. The hunchbacked old man was just about to attack again when his eyes suddenly widened in shock and disbelief. I'm sorry. There won't be a third time. Yu Xianxia flashed and flew toward the roof of a hall and arrived in front of the hunchbacked old man at lightning speed. He brandished his sword, shooting out energy swords that looked like a fireworks display. Whoosh! The hunchbacked old man turned into a gust of wind and fled into the distance. He could not afford to expose himself now. Yu Xianxia rose high into the sky until the entire royal palace was in his sight. When he sensed the energy in the distance, he murmured, "An expert." Yu Xianxia did not chase after the intruder. He planned to hand this matter over to Wuxia. At this moment, the hunchbacked old man stopped and turned to have a look. When he realized Yu Shangrong did not chase after him, he could not help but frown. His intention was to lure Yu Shangrong over so he could silently kill Yu Shangrong to hide his presence. He did not expect Yu Shangrong would not give chase at all. There's no reason for him to not die from the green smoke. Why? He's obviously a ridiculously weak 10-leaf cultivator. However, his sword technique earlier was really formidable. Nevertheless, the hunchbacked old man was not intimidated. Once again, he turned into a gust of wind and flew back to where he had come from. Alas, Yu Shangrong was nowhere to be seen. With this, the hunchbacked old man could only bring out the jade disc again before he rushed to the back of the royal palace at top speed. Soon after, he arrived above a palace. He looked at the vibrating jade disc. There's no doubt the green cicada jade is here. At this moment, he saw an elegant woman sitting gracefully in the backyard of the palace. An exquisite zither was placed in front of the woman. Every time the woman moved, the jade disc would vibrate as well. So the green cicada jade is with you. The hunchbacked old man discreetly sensed the woman's aura. The result was the same as when he sensed the green-robed swordsman's aura. Her aura was weak. It was extremely weak. She was so weak that he felt his fighting spirit was dampened. Nevertheless, the hunchbacked old man was still very cautious. After all, how could someone who was capable of destroying one of Qin Mashang's 9 birth charts be a weakling? In any case, his mission this time was to seek revenge for his young master. He had to kill the culprit. The jade disc began to spin at this moment. Green smoke billowed in the air, looking like a giant venomous snake as it drifted toward its target. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past the woman harmlessly. Not only was she alive, but she looked rather happy as well, judging by the faint smile on her face. The hunchbacked old man. He felt as though he had seen a ghost. It was one thing for the green-robed swordsman to survive the green smoke, but even the young woman in front of him was fine. Was this not akin to a slap? Should the young woman not cooperate with him and fall dead? He felt as though his worldview had collapsed at this moment. After a while, the hunchback finally concluded that the problem lay with the witchcraft technique, not these ants. Being weak is a sin. The hunchbacked old man moved his hand. A faint green seal appeared in the blue sky. Due to how faint it was hardly noticeable. This was one of its advantages. At this moment, the woman's 10 fingers descended on the zither, plucking its strings. The melodious sound swept out in a huge sound wave like a tsunami. An expert! The hunchbacked old man shuddered and dispelled the green seal before he fled and hid behind one of the buildings. Then he collected his thoughts. There's no rush. Let's wait a little longer. How can someone who withstand witchcraft techniques, even if the technique is faulty, be a weakling? Naturally, the hunchbacked old man no longer planned to use that witchcraft technique. He would wait for the perfect moment to deal a fatal blow. He continued to hide. He was slightly impressed. He did not expect the tiny red lotus domain to be a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Nonetheless, they were still rather weak. Fortunately, he was cautious. He thought to himself that his young master did not lose 1 birth chart in vain. Meanwhile, out of caution, Yu Shangrong had passed on the information to Wuxia. His 7th junior brother was smart, so he was confident his 7th junior brother would be able to deal with the matter. One of the reasons Yu Shangrong had survived until now was due to his accurate judgment. His instinct told him the expert must be powerful to confidently infiltrate the royal palace. Moreover, based on what he could sense from that gust of wind, he could sense the intruder was stronger than he was. Therefore, he did not understand why the intruder fled without attacking at all. Since he could tell the intruder was very powerful, he would not be so foolish as to give chase. After Wuxia learned about the matter from Yu Shangrong, he went to look for Lu Zhou in the preservation hall immediately. He took the matter seriously after listening to Yu Shangrong. He bowed in front of the hall before he said without beating around the bush, "Master, there's an intruder in the royal palace. Please be careful." Lu Zhou was sitting cross-legged and cultivating with his eyes closed opened his eyes at this moment. Perhaps he had been used to being old, his mannerism and speech were still that of an old man. However, this did not diminish his prestige at all. All right. Lu Zhou stopped cultivating and looked at the green cicada jade in front of him and thought about the runic passage at the peak of the snowy mountain. The supreme mystic power flowed around his nose before the sense from all directions assaulted his nose. Lu Zhou expanded the range of his sense of smell, searching for the vitality energy he had sensed from the peak of the snowy mountain that day. He did not find anything within a radius of 100 meters. He did not find anything within a radius of 1,000 meters as well. He continued to expand the range of his sense of smell, covering the political announcement hall and the back palaces. Still, there was nothing. Where could he be hiding? Lu Zhou wondered as he continued to search. Since the other party dared to come to the royal palace, his cultivation base had to be higher than Qin Maoshang's. While he used the power of smell from the heavenly writing, he had to make sure to retain enough supreme mystic power to deal with the intruder as well. Just as his power swept past one of the palace's walls, he smelled a familiar scent. This scent was precisely the scent of the other vitality energy at the peak of the snowy mountain. Found you! Lu Zhou flashed out of the preservation hall immediately. His speed was so fast that the doors to the hall seemed to open and to close by themselves with a loud bang. Even Si Wuya, who was standing outside of the hall, failed to capture Lu Zhou's movement. He rubbed his eyes. Master? Am I seeing things? Needless to say, it did not take long for Si Wuya to realize that was not the case. He quickly chased after his master. At this moment, the hunchbacked old man was still hiding behind one of the buildings in the royal palace. After using the jade disc, he concluded the green cicada jade was with the young woman who was playing the zither. Being a cautious person, he sensed his surroundings again. He did not sense anyone approaching, nor did he sense any powerful aura. With that, his eyes began to glow green again. At the same time, killing intent rose from his body. No matter who you are, you have to die today. No one can save you. As soon as his voice fell, the sky suddenly flowed red. It was a wave of red energy so vast that it covered the sky. Following that, or swept out toward him. The hunchbacked old man was slightly startled. Girl, you managed to discover my presence? Konk's senses were rather good. After a series of abnormalities, she had already discovered the presence of the enemy. She leaped you into the air and spun as the 9-string zither exploded with a storm-like melody. The rhythm of the melody was like the raging waves, stirring up the wind and the clouds. The hunchbacked old man charged out and extended his hand that glowed with a green light. Little girl, you dare to trick me? Although the hunchbacked old man's cultivation base was quite high, he decided to kill Konk with one move after seeing the force of her sound technique that exceeded that of a 10-leaf cultivator. Konk flew backward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The red soundwave energy converged, looking like a curved blade, before it shot toward the hunchbacked old man. Konk frowned slightly. She could feel how strong her opponent was. He could easily crush her with his strength. How can he be so strong? Konk realized her red energy only managed to slow her opponent down slightly. Since she did not know her opponent's cultivation base, she did not know it was impressive enough that she was able to slow him down at all. The hunchbacked old man arrived in front of Konk at lightning speed. His palm was like the mountain as he moved to strike her. Konk quickly held the 9-string zither up and plucked at the zither strings. The melody was cacophonous and ear-piercing, distracting the hunchbacked old man for a moment. This was one of the advantages of sound techniques. Even if a cultivator's physique was strong and had a profound cultivation base, most of them were not deaf. Therefore, those with weak minds and will would still be distracted by factors in their environments regardless of how high their cultivation bases were. The wave-like sound technique from the flood-grade 9-string zither swept toward the hunchbacked old man. The more the old man listened to the melody, the angrier he became. In the end, he decided to attack with all his strength. Boom! With just a palm strike, he destroyed the sound waves. The gap between their strengths was too big after all. This, Conch fell to the ground from the impact. She saw the green palm seal shooting toward her and turned away instinctively even though she was not afraid. Just as the palm seal was about to crush Conch into meaty pulp, bang! The hunchbacked old man was sent flying by a blue light. He spun like a windmill for 100 meters before he suddenly vanished into thin air. Conch opened her eyes. She blinked, in a daze as she muttered, I didn't die. She touched her face, her arms, and her legs. Everything was fine. When Conch finally looked up, she saw a figure standing in front of her. Although she could only see the person's back, the feeling it brought her was like that of Mount Tai, tall and unmoving. The person in front of her stood with his hands on his back, his gaze trained up ahead. Conch was incredibly curious. She tilted her head slightly to the side to take a look. As it turned out, it was a young man. Then she said politely, "Thank you for saving me, young sir." Lu Zhou ignored Conch and stared at the place where the hunchbacked old man had disappeared. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that it was fine to address him as Mr. But was there a need to add the word young in front? Seeing that the person in front of her did not respond, Conch opened her mouth, ready to thank him again. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from the roof nearby and said, "Junior sister, don't be rude. Second senior brother? Why aren't you paying respect to master?" Yu Shangrong asked. Conch was baffled. Lu Zhou naturally did not have time to explain to Conch. With a light tap of his toes, he flew into the air. Conch stammered, "Second senior brother? Are you joking?" Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "Do I look like someone who likes to joke? That's not what I meant. That's really master," Conch asked as she pointed into the distance. Yu Shangrong nodded before he flew to stand next to Conch. "That's right. Master found a sacred item that provided him with a lot of vitality energy." An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on Conch's face. She found this hard to accept. Meanwhile, Si Wuya had also arrived at this time and landed in front of his two fellow disciples. "Where's master?" Yu Shangrong pointed at the sky in the northern part of the royal palace. Si Wuya turned around and glanced at the Conch. "I only knew the intruder had made a move when I heard the sound of the 9-string zither." Conch asked, "Seventh senior brother, have you seen master's appearance?" Si Wuya said, "I don't have time to explain to you now. Master's identity is very special. Don't tell anyone about this. It's enough for us fellow disciples to know about it." Before the incident with the Lu clan, there was no real need to hide Lu Zhou's youthful appearance. However, it seemed like not hiding it now would attract unnecessary trouble. "Okay," Conch nodded. Following that, Si Wuya rushed into the distance as well. Yu Shangrong did not make a move. Instead, he said tonelessly, "Little junior sister, you don't look too happy. Master seems to dislike me slightly," Conch muttered. Yu Shangrong smiled slightly and said, "Don't think too much. You entered the sect last, so, among all of us, you understand master the least. This is how master treats everyone." "Is that so?" Even master's favorite, 9th junior sister, would get scolded sometimes. "You just haven't seen it yet," Yu Shangrong said. Bang! A red dragon flew over at this moment. Little Yuaner flew over on the Nirvana sash. After she landed on a rock, she said, "There's no such thing. Second senior brother is spreading rumors again. Where's master?" Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong thought Conch would still be said. However, she seemed to have met a long-lost friend. She flew into the air and rushed over to little Yuaner and said in a conspiratorial tone, "9th senior sister, let me tell you a secret. Master has become younger." "No, he has become young." Little Yuan scratched her head, unable to understand these words. Yu Shangrong gently shook his head and said, "Both of you, be careful." Following that, Yu Shangrong flew into the air with movements as light as a swallow in search of the intruder. After Lu Zhou rose high into the sky at the northernmost part of the royal palace, he observed his surroundings and sniffed the air. He followed the scent, flying to the left and sometimes to the right before he suddenly came to a halt. The surroundings were quiet. Lu Zhou was certain the rat was in the vicinity and could not have run far. The direction of the political announcement hall was littered with experts while the Dao inscriptions on the palace walls had been activated. Most importantly, he knew the scent of the energy was the most intense here thanks to the power of smell from the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "Do you think you can escape from me?" Lu Zhou knew the rat could hear him. He was not in a rush. He hovered in the air and recited the mantra for the power of hearing. Lu Zhou could smell the intruder's aura clearly. He could even smell changes in the density of the aura that was slight as a strand of hair. The cold aura lingered in all four directions. Nevertheless, he knew it would be rather difficult to find this rat that was rather good at hiding even if he knew the general area where the rat was hiding just by relying on the power of smell alone. The sound of the wind and grass in the surroundings entered Lu Zhou's ears as he searched for the sound of breathing and heartbeat. Only a true expert could suppress his breathing and heartbeat, appearing dead in this kind of situation. Back then, Meng Chongdong was unaware that no matter how good his escape technique was, he could never hide from an expert like Lu Zhou. Only if he was able to become one with nature or suppress his breathing and heartbeat to appear dead would he have a chance of escaping. Lu Zhou increased the range of his hearing, covering a radius of 100 meters. All of a sudden, he faced north and raised his hand. Bang! A shining golden palm seal struck the tiles on the ground, shattering them. The hunchbacked old man was shocked. He retreated from his hiding place to avoid the palm seal and was forced to reveal himself. Following that, he appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stroke his non-existent beard again as he said tonelessly, "Rat." The hunchbacked old man stared at Lu Zhou with a hint of surprise and said, "You're quite skilled." Lu Zhou said, "I wasn't worried I won't be able to find you. What a pity. You refused the path to heaven and barged through the doors of hell instead." The hunchbacked old man brought the jade disc out. He saw that the jade disc vibrated slightly. Its movements were rather slight. After putting it away, he asked, "Is the green cicada jade with you?" Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to make a move. It was best to familiarize himself with the enemy. As the saying went, one could ensure victory if one knew oneself and one's enemy. His opponent was from the Green Lotus domain. It was best if he could nip this problem in the bud to prevent future troubles. Lu Zhou did not reply to the question. Instead, he asked, "Is that young man your master?" The hunchbacked old man sneered as he said, "It wouldn't be so bad if you just snatched the young master's green cicada jade. But it's unforgivable that you destroy one of his birth charts. How can I allow your vicious act to go unpunished?" The hunchbacked old man was lost in his thoughts. Earlier, when he was attacking Conk, his attack had collided with the palm strike of the person in front of him. Based on that, he could tell his opponent had a profound cultivation base. However, it was really strange. His opponent's aura was rather weak and was not like the aura of a super expert. It was strange that his opponent could catch up to him and even pinpoint his location. With such amazing perception, he knew his opponent was not weak. For all these reasons, he was incredibly cautious dealing with his opponent. At this time, Yu Shangrong, who had rushed over like the wind from afar, heard the hunchbacked old man's words. He said, "How hypocritical. You're allowed to kill others, but it's wrong when someone else does it? What kind of twisted logic is this?" The hunchbacked old man looked at Yu Shangrong and recalled the previous incident. He said, "You better not interfere." Yu Shangrong shook his head. Then he bowed at Lu Zhou and said, "Master, such an obstinate person isn't worthy of you personally making a move. Let me deal with him. I'll behead him on your behalf." The hunchbacked old man's expression stiffened upon hearing these words. Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Stand back and watch." "Understood." Yu Shangrong retreated respectfully to the side. "Is he your disciple?" the hunchbacked old man asked. Before he finished speaking, another person with golden wings that spanned dozens of meters rushed over from afar. "Master!" Wuxia came to a stop nearby and said, "Little junior sister is fine." The hunchbacked old man sensed Wuxia's strength and discovered Wuxia was only on the verge of sprouting the 10th leaf. These people were only 100 tribulations insight cultivators. After a beat, his eyes gleamed as he asked, "That girl is also your disciple? Was this a coincidence? How could he run into so many disciples of that person in front of him in the vast royal palace?" With this, the hunchbacked old man grew even warier of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, "The person you tried to kill is my disciple." The hunchbacked old man chuckled. "I underestimated you." Lu Zhou said, "You're dead the moment you made a move. I destroyed one of your young master's birth charts to teach him a lesson instead of killing him. I didn't expect he would not repent." The hunchbacked old man shook his head and said, "The one who should repent is you, not my young master. It's only right and proper that I avenge my young master today." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You really don't know what's good for you." Subsequently, Lu Zhou brought the golden Taishu mirror out. The light from the mirror shone on the hunchbacked old man, and he instinctively tried to avoid it. However, how could he be faster than the speed of light? Lu Zhou rose into the air, holding onto the golden Taishu, which was shining on the hunchbacked old man, with his right hand. At this moment, Si Wuya reminded Yu Shangrong, "Senior brother, step back." Si Wuya was worried the old thing in front of them would seize the chance and take them hostage to threaten their master. That would put their master in a disadvantageous position. Yu Shangrong nodded and flew back. He and Si Wuya flew toward Yu Zhenghai and the other disciples along with the guardian of the evil sky pavilion who had just arrived. Si Wuya had no time to explain their master's youthful appearance. He only told them the young man was the pavilion master of the evil sky pavilion and that they were not to breathe a word of this matter to anyone else. Needless to say, Lu Zhou's youthful appearance shocked everyone. Yu Zhenghai and little Yuaner's hearts were filled with questions. Was the young man really their master? However, when they saw the blue palm seals flying in the air, they no longer doubted the young man's identity. When the golden light shone on the hunchbacked old man, nothing could be seen. His reflection mirrored his current appearance. He sneered and said, "You're not strong enough to probe my cultivation." Lu Zhou said faintly, "It's too early to say." Following that, Lu Zhou's hand glowed with a faint blue light. With this, the golden beam of light from the golden Taishu mirror turned blue as it shone on the hunchbacked old man. A puppet could be seen behind the old man, and standing behind the puppet was the old man's avatar. Wisps of ribbon-like green smoke snaked around the hunchbacked old man's avatar and astrolabe. Green light shone faintly from the birth disk that contained the 36 triangles. When Lu Zhou looked down at the lotus at the avatar's feet, he saw 13 birth charts flashing distinctly in the birth palace. However, unlike Lan Shiha, the hunchbacked old man had 11 leaves on top of the 13 birth charts. Lan Shiha had once said that there was a mistake in her cultivation. She did not sprout the 11th leaf before she activated her 13th birth chart. Clearly, the hunchbacked old man did not make such a mistake and successfully sprouted the 11th leaf before activating his 13th birth chart. "Blue light? You're capable of spying on my avatar." The hunchbacked old man's expression was unsightly. He was both angry and surprised. 1 leaf for every 12 birth charts? A vague idea formed in Lu Zhou's mind. At the same time, he withdrew the supreme mystic power, causing the blue light to turn golden. In fact, he was also surprised by his opponent's puppet and 13 birth charts. This was his first time facing such an opponent. Lu Zhou still did not put the golden Taishu mirror away. It was still shining on the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man was angry. This was no different from someone shining a torchlight at one's face at night. He casually waved his hand. The jade disc spun out in the air. Spiral-shaped energy seals shot out in all directions in just a blink of an eye as he moved out of the range of the light. After putting away the golden Taishu mirror, Lu Zhou said condescendingly, "I thought you're an expert. To think a mere 13-chart cultivator dares to act so arrogantly. You're really good at bragging. Are you the expert who defeated that 13-chart cultivator from the White Lotus domain?" The hunchbacked man asked. "Oh, has my name spread to the Green Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou asked. The hunchbacked old man really could not endure Lu Zhou's high-handed way of speaking any longer. His figure flickered before he appeared in front of Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the cultivators watching in the distance revealed excited expressions on their faces. Let's see how Pavilion Master Lu defeats his opponent. It's still the same style as before. The result will be the same. Xianxia wore a smile on his face as he watched the scene in front of him. In his mind, he had already prepared 10,000 words of flattery. At this moment, boom! When the hunchbacked old man suddenly pushed his hand that glowed with a green light out, green ribbons of smoke from the jade disc shot out violently. Lu Zhou raised his hands to block the attack, but the ribbons of smoke bypassed his hands and landed on his protective energy, causing him to fly back. Critical block card -1. Lu Zhou was caught off guard by the hunchbacked old man, whose speed was faster than Lan Shiha's. He berated himself for being sloppy. After he quickly stabilized his body, he looked at his opponent. The hunchbacked old man's confidence rose seeing that his strike managed to push Lu Zhou back. He said, "Stop posturing. You don't have the appearance of an expert at all." Lu Zhou asked, "What kind of birth chart power is that?" The hunchbacked old man replied, "Is there a need for me to use my birth chart power on you?" Meanwhile, even the eunuchs and palace maids had gathered in the near distance, attracted by the huge commotion. The hunchbacked old man was annoyed by this and roared, "Scram!" The sound waves rolled out, causing everyone to retreat in a hurry. Lu Zhou had to determine his opponent's birth chart power to see if it was worth it to use his reduction card. It would be a waste to use it rashly. Moreover, his opponent also had a puppet to protect him, making his opponent difficult to deal with. Needless to say, although the hunchbacked old man had 13 birth charts like Lan Shiha, with the addition of the 11th leaf, his strength was much superior to Lan Shiha's. At this time, in the distance, "Don't worry, Pavilion Master is just warming up. Look, isn't he just fine?" Xianxia said confidently. "It'd be fine if you didn't mention this. Now that you mentioned it, I can't help but feel slightly worried," Yanjinlua said, clearly anxious. "The opponent is very strong. It's fine you're worried. But how can you say such senseless words?" There aren't senseless words. I was just voicing the worries in my heart." "Left Envoy Yen, you don't understand my words. Didn't the Pavilion Master bring you away from the Black Tower Council back then? Didn't you witness the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council?" Upon hearing these words, a contrite expression appeared on Yan Jinlua's face. "I apologize. It's okay. You just watch carefully. What you're seeing now is the world of the strong. No one knows the Pavilion Master's true strength. From the moment the Pavilion Master killed Yizhen, I knew he has a habit of acting like a pig to devour the tiger." When the hunchbacked old man glanced at those who were not repelled by his sound technique and were watching the battle, he grew suspicious when he saw that they did not look worried at all. To be safe, he said, "Hand over the green cicada jade. Spit out all the vitality energy you absorbed, and destroy 3 of your birth charts. If you do that, this matter will be written off." Lu Zhou asked, "Do you think you're capable of forcing me to do that? It seems like you need to be taught another lesson." The hunchbacked old man tossed the jade disc out again. Lu Zhou's figure flashed and he cast his grand technique 3 times in a row to move backward. Then he came to a stop above the palace wall. However, the jade disc appeared above Lu Zhou and descended like a huge flying saucer. It was so fast that he did not have time to use any item card. Golden Buddha's body. Boom! The Tao inscriptions on the palace walls were immediately destroyed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. When Lu Zhou turned back, he discovered the old man was nowhere to be seen. Boom! A green lotus appeared on the jade disc before green energy rained down from the sky. Bang! 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 The golden Buddha's body continued to fall from the sky until it could no longer be seen. Based on this, one could only imagine the weight of the jade disc. In the distance, Xianxia. Yan Jinlua frowned and said, "Something's not right. Everyone, listen up. Spread out quickly. This is the 7-star formation flag. Catch it. He brought the 7-star formation flag out in a hurry. Si Wuya shook his head. It's useless. The opponent's cultivation base is incredibly high. Zhao Hongfu. Your orders. Zhao Hongfu's expression was solemn. Her usual carefree self was nowhere to be seen. Bring the runic cloth out. What do you want to do? Yu Zhenghai asked. Transport everyone away. All of you go, I'll stay. Yu Zhenghai flew forward a few meters. How can I leave? Yu Shangrong moved to Yu Zhenghai's side. A cold killing intent permeated the surroundings. Although Lu Zhou's 2 eldest disciples often did not see eye to eye, the duo was rather similar. It was especially true in regard to their stubbornness. At the same time, the hunchbacked old man laughed uproariously before he said, This is the supposed expert who defeated a 13-chart cultivator with just a move? Ridiculous. You can only blame yourself for being blind and offending my young master. At this moment, a low voice rang from the ground. Rise. Ha! The hunchbacked old man was taken aback. Crack. A huge palm seal caught the jade disc and pushed it up. Lu Zhou knew the reason the hunchbacked old man possessed strength that seemed to surpass that of a 13-chart cultivator was the jade disc. He used the supreme mystic power to push the jade disc up. This scene was rather similar to when he held Penglai Island up. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who were prepared to fight were taken aback. They were stunned by the sight of a huge blue palm seal, which covered the sky, shot up in the air. Xianxia instinctively grabbed and tugged at Yan Zhenluo's hand. Yan Zhenluo pushed Xianxia's hand away as he watched the blue palm seal shooting up into the air in awe. Meanwhile, just as Lu Zhou had expected, the hunchbacked old man tried to control the jade disc. When he found that the jade disc seemed to be stuck, he was shocked. Then he stomped heavily on the jade disc. Boom! The jade disc only dropped a few meters before it began to rise again. Is that all you have? Swoosh! The hunchbacked old man disappeared from the top of the jade disc and drew level with Lu Zhou. I've been waiting for you. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and tossed a thunderblast card out. At the same time, the blue palm seal disappeared. Just as Lu Zhou predicted, the hunchbacked old man did not even bother to look at his attack. Instead, the hunchbacked old man focused on retrieving the jade disc. Thunder rumbled in the sky as a bolt of purple lightning struck. The script for the word lightning flashed at the same time. While the hunchbacked old man held the jade disc, boom! The hunchbacked old man felt his arms go numb. Following that, the lightning bolt traveled through the jade disc and entered his body. He looked at Lu Zhou in shock. He felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his chest. At this moment, he discovered that Lu Zhou was looking at him as though he was a monkey. The power of the lightning bolt was too great, causing the hunchbacked old man's blood to surge and destroying his 8 extraordinary meridians. Under the pressure of the strange and powerful force, he had no choice but to fly away. A heart-wrenching cry escaped from the hunchbacked old man's mouth as he endured the excruciating pain from the grievous injuries he suffered. Boom! The hunchbacked old man, whose meridians were destroyed, could not control his vitality energy and fell to the ground with a boom, shattering the tiles in the royal palace. Silence returned. Lu Zhou looked at the old man lying in the deep human-shaped pit suspiciously. How could this be the end? At the same time, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion felt the same way as well. Although they all looked forward to Lu Zhou's victory, this victory felt a little too easy. How can he be defeated with just one Thunderblast card? Lu Zhou frowned. The palace experts flew in from all directions and began to stab at the hunchbacked old man with their weapons. The hunchbacked old man's curled-up body that was drenched in blood was a nauseating sight. Lu Zhou ordered the palace experts, retreat. He knew that the old man was definitely alive. With the puppet's protection and 13 birth charts, the old man could easily avoid death. In fact, even if the old man triggered the 1% killing chance, it would only destroy one of his birth charts or his puppet. All the experts retreated. Another Thunderblast card along with a Deadly Strike card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand at this moment. Now was not the time to calculate his gains and losses. Moreover, the price of the Thunderblast card was still acceptable for now. At this moment, the jade disc shone with a dazzling light and the hunchbacked old man suddenly opened his eyes. He had lost all the air of a 13-chart cultivator as he let out an ear-piercing cry. He stood up and released his energy in all directions. The palace experts in the surroundings were sent flying immediately. It was a spectacular sight. One of the triangles on the old man's astrolabe shone before a streak of light shot into the old man's body. Just like that, his injuries were healed. Swoosh! The hunchbacked old man flew back up into the sky. You're no match for me. This is my strongest birth chart power. Healing. Lu Zhou thought it was a useless ability. He had the healing power from the Blue Lotus after all. However, while he was distracted, he lost sight of his target again. Shit! This was Lu Zhou's first time fighting a proper 13-chart expert. He had no experience prior to this. At this time, a wave of energy exploded as the jade disc suddenly appeared under Lu Zhou's feet before it shot up. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The jade disc continued to rise up in the sky, passing through the clouds. In the distance, this is the first time I've seen an expert whose strength is evenly matched with the pavilion master. This hunchbacked old man isn't simple. It's very difficult to catch his movements with our cultivation bases. Yan Jinlua turned to look at Xianxia, who was standing next to him, and solemnly said, "It's impossible to stay invincible forever. There'll always be someone better than you. It seems like the pavilion master has met his match." "He's only warming up now," Xianxia said. Everyone looked at the sky. The clouds blocked their vision so they could no longer see the jade disc. Only the continuous sounds of explosions rang in their ears. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, little Yuaner pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Look! It's there!" "Where?" See, Wuxia knew little Yuaner cultivated the supreme purity jade slip, so her eyes were keener than others, so he did not doubt her words. He waited for a moment. Sure enough, everyone saw the jade disc falling down at this moment. Lu Zhou used the supreme mystic power and unleashed 3 palm strikes in a row to smash the jade disc down. The dazzling blue light from the palm strikes shocked the hunchbacked elder. Nevertheless, he was not intimidated. "You're far from being able to deal with me." At this time, Lu Zhou gauged his supreme mystic power. He only had half left. Following that, he said in a deep voice, "It's time to end this." "Huh!" The hunchbacked old man was confused. Where did his opponent's confidence come from? At this time, Unnamed appeared in Lu Zhou's left hand while the purple glazed ceramic appeared in his right hand. Following that, he mobilized his supreme mystic power. When the purple glazed ceramic trembled slightly, swoosh, within a radius of 100 meters, everything froze. The air and the primal chi were no exception. The hunchbacked old man tried to pull the jade disc back, but it was too late. Frozen and unable to mobilize his primal chi, he fell from the sky. Lu Zhou wielded Unnamed with both hands at this moment. He channeled the supreme mystic power into it and stabbed it downward. Bang! Unnamed broke through the layer of ice on top of the jade disc before it pierced through the jade disc. Crack! The hunchbacked old man widened his eyes when he saw Unnamed that was glowing with a blue light above him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were trembling. Release! The force of more than 10 birth charts exploded in all directions, breaking the restraints on him. Then, the hunchbacked old man endured the pain before he grabbed the jade disc and struck upward. "You dare to destroy my jade disc? I'll kill you," Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Thunder Blast! A huge palm seal with the script for the lightning appeared and collided with the hunchbacked old man's attack. Boom! The sky turned clear for a moment before lightning bolts began to flash in the sky again. Boom! The hunchbacked old man's body went numb. He felt his heart and soul tremble. "Do you only have this one move? This one move is enough." The hunchbacked old man smashed to the ground of the royal palace again, creating another human-shaped pit. After learning from his mistake, Lu Zhou calmly said, Let's see if my hands are faster or if your healing ability is faster. Thunderblast. Bolts of lightning flashed in the sky again. The hunchbacked old man had just raised his head when the lightning bolt accurately struck him. The area around him was as black as charcoal and his hair stood up like a broom. Ding! Killed the puppet. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Everyone was stunned when they saw the hunchbacked old man was still alive. His power is healing. This can't go on. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The 1% killing chance was finally triggered. At this moment, the damaged jade disc spun upward, blocking the lightning. Soon enough, his birth chart shone again, and his injuries were healed in just 2 breaths. This is too ridiculous. With such an ability, who can beat him? It's indeed very troublesome. However, there are limitations as well. Naturally, it won't be as effective against opponents with the same cultivation base or stronger. However, not many people have his cultivation base. At this time, the hunchbacked old man seemed to have changed into a different person. He stomped on the ground fiercely. His body remained in a 90-degree position as he shot up into the sky like a shooting star. The astrolabe revolved around the hunchbacked old man. 1,000 realms whirling. A 1,000 realms whirling avatar that towered high above the clouds like a jade tower appeared. This was the first time the hunchbacked old man manifested his avatar since the fight started. Needless to say, its height was taller than Yu Shangrong, who also sprouted the 11th leaf. Yu Shangrong's avatar had increased by 100 feet after the sprouting of his 11th leaf. The hunchbacked old man stood on his avatar and flew toward Lu Zhou before he came to a stop half a meter away from Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye. The green astrolabe continued to spin in the air. Its momentum was like that of the changing stars and sun. Lu Zhou looked like a tiny leaf floating in the air. Just as the green astrolabe flew forward, Lu Zhou tossed the enhanced deadly strike card out. Abandon wisdom. A golden palm seal fell from the sky, almost touching the hunchbacked old man's face. You're finally willing to use a different move, the hunchbacked old man said in a low voice. At the same time, he moved his green astrolabe. Bang! 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 The green astrolabe moved to meet the golden palm seal. Alas, the palm seal was immovable. The astrolabe was sent flying in just a blink of an eye. Boom! The abandoned wisdom that spanned dozens of meters long landed on the crown of the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Crack! The crown shattered. The hunchbacked old man spat out blood. What palm seal is this? The palm seal that will kill you. It's futile. I can heal my injuries. Swoosh! The enormous abandoned wisdom suddenly split into 5 before moving to the north, south, east, west positions. The last abandoned wisdom flew above the hunchbacked old man. With this, he was trapped within the 5 golden walls. Boom! A thunderous explosion that shook the heavens rang in the air. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Following that, another 3 similar system notifications rang in Lu Zhou's ears. A miserable cry rang in the air, causing chills to run up the spines of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion shudder. How are they evenly matched? Isn't this a one-sided beating? Shin, she said. Yan Jinlua scratched his head. It does look like a one-sided beating. This is... He pinched himself in disbelief. Based on the sharp pain, he was not dreaming. Xianxia nudged Yan Jinlua with his elbow. Left envoy Yan, didn't I tell you the pavilion master is really fierce? Lu Zhou did not let his guard down. Even after the hunchbacked old man lost 5 birth charts, the hunchbacked old man still had 8 birth charts and the 11-leaf avatar. He could not be careless. Nevertheless, he was confident as usual. While his opponent had yet to react, Lu Zhou flashed forward, erupting with supreme mystic power. He had used the remaining supreme mystic power he had left. Boom! After Lu Zhou knocked the hunchbacked old man down again, he called out, "Wizard!" Although Wuxia did not possess Bai and strong defensive and offensive skills or Dezhong's exaggerated speed, Lu Zhou really liked its ability to replenish his supreme mystic power. This ability was something his other mounts could not compare to. Wuxia flew over at lightning speed, surrounded by auspicious clouds. It seemed to understand Lu Zhou's intention and cast its ability immediately. Under the effect of the auspicious clouds, the supreme mystic power was swiftly restored. In just a while, it was completely recovered. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked old man who had been knocked down by the remaining of Lu Zhou's supreme mystic power and lost 5 birth charts was in excruciating pain. He could barely move at all. In the distance, when Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who had stepped forward earlier, saw their master beating the hunchbacked old man, they exchanged a look. "It seems that master doesn't need us," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong glanced at the old man lying on the ground, motionless and covered in blood, before he said, "This person is so seriously injured. Even if he still has 8 birth charts, both of us should be able to defeat him with our strength." Yu Shangrong, who had sprouted the 11th leaf and fought off Su Hong, Duan Shihua's subordinate, was very confident. Yu Zhenghai thought about this for a moment before he said with a straight face, "I won't refute your words." At this moment, vitality energy surged from the ground like a storm. Yan Jinluo reminded everyone, step back." Ji Fengxing, who was cowering at the back, asked, "This old thing, don't tell me he still has a trump card." Yan Jinluo explained, "This is called a vitality storm. When an expert activates a certain number of birth charts, their Danshan seas of qi become incredibly vast. According to the number of birth charts that are destroyed, the corresponding amount of vitality energy would surge out from the person's Dantian sea of qi and return to the world. The stronger a cultivator and the higher the number of birth charts lost, the stronger the vitality storm would be. Based on this vitality storm, that old man must have lost at least 4 birth charts. Naturally, we can only be sure once we see his avatar." Everyone nodded. Xinxi added, "Sometimes, there might not be a vitality storm. Some experts would do anything to protect their birth charts. After all, 1 birth chart is equivalent to 1 extra life. After losing their birth charts, some experts have a way to retain some of their vitality energy. For example, Xia Zhengrong, the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, when he lost a birth chart to the Pavilion Master. At the same time, the vitality storm grew more and more violent. Even with the protective Dao inscriptions, the tiles and bricks were still damaged. After Bai Zhe released the auspicious rain, it flew toward the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner waved at it before she leaped on its back. Then, she turned and said, "Junior sister, come with me." "Okay." Conk leaped on Wuxia's back as well. Everyone continued to look at the sky. Bang! A loud explosion sounded in the air when the vitality storm suddenly stopped. The hunchbacked old man suddenly leaped up from the ground. His body was drenched in blood as he flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou naturally did not let his guard down. The hunchbacked old man was still an 8-chart cultivator after all. He pushed his hand out, launching a palm seal that contained the supreme mystic power. Bang! The hunchbacked old man was not afraid and met the palm seal directly. Crack! The sound of the hunchbacked old man's ribs breaking rang in the air, but he did not seem to feel the pain at all. His body fell for dozens of meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before he flew up again. Lu Zhou struck with his palm again, and the result was the same as before. After a moment, the hunchbacked old man suddenly said, "Why are you holding back your strength? Are you trying to torture me?" In the hunchbacked old man's opinion, he was no match for Lu Zhou even when he had 13 birth charts. Now that he only had 8 birth charts, it should be easy for Lu Zhou to kill him. For this reason, he assumed Lu Zhou was intentionally torturing him instead of granting him a quick death. "Don't worry. If you want to die, I will surely grant you your wish." Lu Zhou struck with his palm again. Bang! Just like before, the hunchbacked old man would charge upward again after being struck down. After 5 consecutive palm strikes, he looked up and said, "You're sick in the head. Even when death is close at hand, You're still so stubborn, Lu Zhou said. Speak. What's your master's background? The hunchbacked old man laughed loudly. His laughter resounded in the royal palace, causing the debris and rubble on the ground to quake slightly. You finally realized you're in trouble? You've offended the Qin clan. This enmity can never be erased until you die, the hunchbacked old man said. Lu Zhou shook his head. So what? So what? So the Qin clan will definitely flay you alive and crush your bones to avenge me. The hunchbacked old man's eyes emitted a green light at this moment. At this moment, Wuxia transmitted his voice from the distance and said, You're thinking too much. The hunchbacked old man snarled. You don't have the right to interrupt. You've been defeated, but you're still so arrogant, Wuxia said, undeterred. You don't believe me when I say you're thinking too much? Based on your attire, words, and actions, you should just be a lowly slave in the Qin clan. What makes you think the Qin clan will seek revenge for a mad dog that randomly bites people? The hunchbacked old man, triggered by Wuxia's words, said, I'm one of the 4 great ghost servants of the Qin clan. My young master has lost a birth chart and you dare to kill. The old enmity hasn't been resolved, and a new one has already been formed. I'm not afraid of death. The other 3 great ghosts are my brothers in arms. Even if the Qin clan doesn't avenge me, my 3 brothers will definitely avenge me. It's worth it if I can exchange my life for all of your lives. Then he laughed maniacally. Wuxia shook his head. Let me correct a few of your misconceptions. First, no matter if you're a ghost servant or a human servant, a servant is still a servant. You're no different from a dog in your master's eyes. There's no point denying this. Think about it. Your cultivation base is high, and you have 13 birth charts, but how many times have your esteemed young master scolded you? After a beat, he continued to say, Second, although it's true that one should look at the owner before beating a dog is still a dog. If a dog makes a mistake without waiting for outsiders to make a move, the owner would make a move to punish the dog first. Wuxia did not give the hunchbacked old man a chance to speak and continued to say, Finally, the biggest and gravest misconception that I have to correct is that your Qin clan offended my master, not the other way around. Believe me, the people who will suffer a disaster are those from the Qin clan. Imagine a dog like you bringing disaster to the Qin clan. If you are alive when my master deals with the Qin clan, I bet you they'll kill you with their own hands after making you kneel and apologize to my master. It was as silent as a graveyard after Wuxia finished speaking. Every word of his was brilliant and piercing. It made people feel like applauding him. In fact, Xianxia could not hold back his urge and began to clap. The sound of the applause was not loud, but it was abrupt and was thus very conspicuous. At this moment, the green light in the hunchbacked old man's eyes intensified. Very well. In that case, let's perish together. Swoosh! Green light shot into the sky as the hunchbacked old man shot toward Lu Zhou like an arrow. At the same time, green gas began to rise as well. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves and shook his head as he said, I'm impervious to all poisons. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. This time, he increased the size of the palm seal that was filled with the supreme mystic power. The palm seal was like a mountain as it advanced toward the hunchbacked old man who was flying over. The hunchbacked old man was shocked when he saw the palm seal. He hurriedly brought out his broken jade disc and astrolabe. You're too slow. Lu Zhou flashed over with unnamed in his hand and stabbed it out. He changed his move? The hunchbacked old man was shocked. He had grown complacent and assumed Lu Zhou would use the same move to deal with him. Lu Zhou's sudden change caught him completely off guard. Unnamed that was in the form of a sword began to glow with the supreme mystic power. In just a moment, an energy sword that was 1,000 feet long appeared and slashed at the jade disc. Bang! A crack appeared on the jade disc. Fusion grade. The hunchbacked old man looked at the sword in surprise. He knew when everything was frozen earlier, it was caused by a fusion-grade item. However, he did not expect his opponent to have another fusion-grade weapon. You have 2 fusion-grade items? Fusion-grade weapons came with special abilities like the purple glazed ceramics ice seal. Apart from that, their forces were unimaginably strong. The hunchbacked old man thought that it was no wonder the sword managed to break his jade disc. At this time, unnamed that brimmed with the supreme mystic power continued to press against the jade disc. It was unstoppable. Swoosh! All of a sudden, golden flames surged around unnamed. Karmic fire? The hunchbacked old man looked at Lu Zhou with a complex expression. He suddenly felt that his opponents had more tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, he suddenly dodged. Lu Zhou had expected this. He exerted Di Zhang's ability and brought the sword down. Contrary to expectations, the old man suddenly bared his teeth. "You're too slow. You shouldn't be slow if you have more than 12 birth charts." Then he aimed his palm at Lu Zhou's shoulder. Bang! The sword in Lu Zhou suddenly grew longer and pierced the old man's arm. Meanwhile, when the hunchbacked old man's palm was about to land, he could sense the blue protective energy on his opponent's body repelling the force from his palm. Lu Zhou took advantage of the situation and flew over. He could not give his opponent a chance. With 6 birth charts, the supreme mystic power, and his fusion-grade weapon, he should be able to deal with an injured 8-chart cultivator. If they were not enough, then he'll deal with it later. Following that, Lu Zhou turned around to look at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and said in a deep voice, "Watch carefully." Everyone's eyes shone with expectation and anticipation. Lu Zhou divided the supreme mystic power into smaller parts before he circulated them like a stream in his 8 extraordinary meridians. Then he began to wave unnamed in the air. It's the Guiyuan sword technique. It's second senior brother's Guiyuan sword technique. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The speed was getting faster and faster. Yu Shangrong's eyes lit up when he saw this. He was reminded of the time when his master demonstrated his swordsmanship on Golden Court Mountain. At that time, his master had only used a wooden sword. Without using primal chi, his master managed to hit every snowflake that fell. As expected of his master, no matter how many years had passed, his master's swordsmanship was as superb as ever. Lu Zhou's sword seemed like it could cut through everything, but the sword intent was traceless. At this moment, return and enter 3 souls. When Yu Shangrong executed the return and enter 3 souls, he could manifest 3 figures in different directions. The figures were powerful and could confuse the opponent. On the other hand, his master manifested 12 figures altogether. There are 3 figures in each of the 4 directions. It was an incredibly dazzling sight. The ghost servant's eyes were bloodshot and filled with unwillingness. His opponent clearly did not seem very strong, but why was his opponent able to thwart him every single time? He saw the figures that occupied his surroundings suddenly merge before energy swords fell like rain. He roared, exploding with countless palm seals that filled the sky like stars. In retaliation, bang, 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 bang. The energy swords struck at the palm seals accurately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword of creation, the swordless path. Using all creations as swords, millions of energy swords covered the sky, but only a small number of them were blue. The blue energy swords stabbed toward the ghost servants with terrifying precision. Bang, 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 bang. He roared in pain. He was already heavily injured. How could he withstand such high intensity and concentrated attacks from the energy swords? Nevertheless, he tried to resist with all his might. He tried to repel the energy swords with what was left of his energy. The ghost servant was trapped in the eyes of the hurricane of impenetrable energy swords. At this time, Lu Zhou's figure came to a stop. He had half of the supreme mystic power left. At this time, the ghost servant finally broke out of the hurricane of energy swords. However, he did not stop waving his hand as though he could not stop himself. He was screaming like a madman. His body was riddled with sword wounds and drenched in blood. When he finally realized he was free of the energy swords, he finally stopped. At the same time, he fell several meters from the sky. Suddenly, 3 energy swords shot straight down from the sky and pierced through the ghost servant's body. Lu Zhou had been waiting for this moment. These 3 energy swords were formed by the supreme mystic power. The hunchbacked ghost servant's blood spurted out like a fountain as his body trembled. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 6,000 merit points. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You're already at the end of your rope, but I've only just begun." You! Lu Zhou ignored the ghost servant and turned to look at Yu Shangrong before he asked, "Do you understand?" Yu Shangrong bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, master." Ding! Received 500 merit points for guiding Yu Shangrong. With the effect of the Eternal Paragon, it was easier for Yu Shangrong to understand his master's movements. His master's 12 figures kept flashing in his mind. At this time, Lu Zhou turned back to look at the ghost servant and said, "Now, the real game begins." Previously, he had used his item cards. Now, he used all his supreme mystic power to manifest more energy swords. Up, down, left, right. Lu Zhou's energy swords were everywhere. All of a sudden, the energy swords merged into one before it slashed down from the sky. The hunchbacked old man used the last of his strength and decided to sacrifice his lotus. A lotus appeared and flew out along with 11 leaves. He grunted and spat out a large amount of blood as he controlled the flying leaves. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou swung unnamed, accurately hitting 1 leaf. Following that, using unnamed and the supreme mystic power, he cleaved all 11 leaves into 2. Lu Zhou retreated dozens of meters. His arms were slightly numb. He did not expect the 11 leaves to be so powerful. If he did not use unnamed and used the 7-star sword instead, the sword might not even be able to block the 11 leaves, let alone destroy them. The hunchbacked old man narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He lowered his arms. This move was undoubtedly a self-damaging move. He finally gave up on resisting. You win. Lu Zhou tossed unnamed out with his remaining supreme mystic power. With that, the ghost servant lost all 7 birth charts. He did not feel much pain. He had used witchcraft techniques to numb the pain. However, he could feel the contractions from his 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Now that he had lost all his birth charts, all he had left was 1 life. Wait, Lu Zhou said. Before you die, do you have any last words? Time passed so quickly. It was finally Lu Zhou's turn to say these words. Before I die, can I see your true avatar? The ghost servant only had Lu Zhou in his eyes that shone with a hint of anticipation. Perhaps in the next life, Lu Zhou said before he moved unnamed. The ghost servant coughed violently as his chest bled profusely. He seemed to have a moment of clarity now that he was on the brink of death. I seem to remember now. He coughed again before he continued to say with great difficulty, I seem to have come from the Golden Lotus. The ghost servant's voice came to an abrupt stop as his head fell limply to the side. Ding! Killed 1 target. Reward, 15,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 5,000 merit points. From the Golden Lotus domain? Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. This made him think about Zhao Hongfu. According to Zhao Hongfu, those from the Black Lotus domain had kidnapped children from the Golden Lotus domain to raise them and assimilate them. However, what was the reason for that? Was it not better to cultivate their own people? Why did they need children from the Golden Lotus domain? The cultivators in the Golden Lotus domain were not strong. There was no reason for these people to be interested in the people of the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou did not doubt the words of the ghost servant. There was no need for a dying person to tell such a lie. In the distance, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the deep pit on the ground in a daze. They did not return to their senses for a long time. The last set of sword techniques flowed like the clouds and the water. They had reached the peak of perfection. Although they could not capture the movement of the ghost servant who possessed a puppet and 13 birth charts, when they could see, he was already thoroughly defeated. Yu Shangrong looked at the ghost servant's corpse, deep in thought. It was as though he had been enlightened, as if he had comprehended something. In order to unleash a final powerful attack with the 11 leaves, the ghost servant had to sacrifice his lotus. Yu Shangrong wondered if he could use that move without any consequences since he no longer possessed a lotus. Apart from that, he was also greatly inspired and had greatly benefited from watching his master executing the return and enter 3 souls. There was really no end to learning. He murmured to himself, "It seems like I still have a long way ahead of me on the sword path. Second junior brother, don't be discouraged. There'll always be someone better than you in the world. If it were saber techniques, there wouldn't be so much emphasis on speed, precision, and technique. The saber alone is enough," Yu Zhanghai said as he looked at his master whose appearance had changed completely. He was surprised to say the least. Speed has always been important, and so are precision and techniques. If the saber is so great, why doesn't master use the saber but choose the sword instead? Yu Shangrong asked. That's because master only has a sword, not a saber, Yu Zhanghai replied. After all, based on their knowledge, Lu Zhou did not own a saber. The saber he had previously owned had been given to Pan Zhong from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if master has a saber, he still wouldn't choose. Here it comes again. The other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion thought to themselves. Nevertheless, they had gotten used to the duo's antics, so they only shook their heads. Xianxia poked Yan Zhenhua, who was standing next to him, and said, "Don't worry. It'll be fine once you get used to it." The people from the Devil Sky Pavilion seemed to be used to it and shook their heads. Yan Zhenhua asked curiously, "You're an outsider. How come you seem to know more than Shenxi and the others?" "Oh, Left Envoy Yan isn't aware of this. It's a long story. Let's start with the Thousand Willow Monastery." "It's fine. Just start with the Evil Sky Pavilion." Si Wuya smiled when he heard this exchange. Then, he flew down and checked the ghost servant's body. After he stood up, he cupped his fists at his master and said, "Master, he's dead." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Clean it up." "Understood." As soon as these words fell, the experts nearby flew over to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, little Yuaner and Conk flew on Witzard's back toward Lu Zhou. Although Conk was mentally prepared, she still felt awkward and embarrassed when faced with Lu Zhou. On the other hand, little Yuaner was so shocked that she could not even close her mouth. Master! Was this really their master? If Si Wuya did not give them a warning beforehand, they would not have believed it. However, it was undeniable that no one apart from their master could use blue palm seals and blue energy. When little Yuaner regained her senses, she hurried to Lu Zhou's side and asked curiously, "Master, how did you become like this?" The others did not dare to get close and could only watch from afar. They were different from the little ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion after all. "Doesn't your master look good like this?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner's voice was as soft as a mosquito as she replied, "Yes." Conk nodded as well. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at Conk. "Are you hurt?" Conk shook her head. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't recognize you at that time." "It's all right," Lu Zhou said. "Thank you, master," Conk said. "Have you been practicing the pilgrim song all this time?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk nodded and said, "Master, I've practiced the pilgrim song diligently. Master, when you have the time, will you listen to me play it?" "No, I still have many things to attend to. If there's a need, you can ask your senior brothers and sisters to guide you," Lu Zhou said with a straight face. "Okay." Conk was about to turn around when a gust of wind blew past her. Swoosh! Si Wuya and Lu Zhou turned and saw a streak of red fleeing into the distance before vanishing from their sight. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "Why did Yuaner run away? As a cultivator, one should not be anxious." Si Wuya smiled but did not say anything. Conk revealed an aggrieved expression as she said, "I better look for the other seniors to listen to me play then." Upon hearing these words, Si Wuya hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this disciple suggests we search for information regarding the Golden Lotus domain that the ghost servant from the Qin clan mentioned. Apart from that, there are new changes on the ancient goatskin map." "Is that so?" "Master, this way please. I'll tell you everything in detail." Lu Zhou nodded and casually waved his hand. The jade disc lying among the pile of rubble flew into Lu Zhou's palm. Following that, Lu Zhou and Si Wuya left for the preservation hall. Conk. Then, Conk turned to look at the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. When Yu Zhenghai met Conk's gaze, he turned to look at Yu Shangrong instantly and said, "Second junior brother, I recently mastered a new saber technique. Why don't you spar with me? I have the same thought. I'm only afraid you'll lose. We'll see." With that, the duo rushed out of the royal palace. At this time, a vague realization dawned on Conk. She said, "The pilgrim song is actually very nice to listen to." Everyone suddenly became very busy. People like Xianxia and Xianxia, who had long gotten used to the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion, decided to busy themselves with cleaning up the mess. One went to clean up the corpse while the other went to repair the Tao inscriptions. When Yan Jinluo regained his senses, he realized he was the only one left with Conk. It seems like Left Envoy Yan is the only one who has an appreciation for music. "Let's go," Conk said with a smile. "Go? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?" Yan Jinluo was overwhelmed by a feeling that something was very, very wrong. "Listen to the pilgrim song." Listen to the pilgrim song? Yan Jinluo furrowed his brows, unable to figure out what was wrong. In his opinion, listening to music was a good way to relax. At this moment, Yan Jinluo saw Shun Shi and the others gesturing wildly at him at Conk's back. He thought he understood their meaning. Therefore, he nodded at everyone as he said, "Thank you, everyone, for cleaning up the mess and letting me enjoy the music instead." Yan Jinluo cupped his fists at the others before he followed Conk away. Shun Shi was dumbfounded. Xianxia was even more dumbfounded. What's wrong with Left Envoy Yan? I clearly signaled to him not to go. Why did he still go? Shun Shi scratched his head. Perhaps Left Envoy Yan has a high appreciation for music. You have a point. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the sound of a barking dog rang from the distant palace wall. Everyone was shocked when they saw the gigantic dog that was twice the height of an adult. "Doggy, don't scare people." Ming Shirin followed behind Xianxia, looking as though he had just woken up. He stretched his limbs before he looked at the traces of a fierce battle around him and sensed the chaotic energy in the air. He asked curiously, "What happened here? Mr. Fourth, how did you sleep through such a huge commotion?" Xianxia asked in shock. "I've been really sleepy recently." Ming Shirin yawned again. Xianxia walked over with a smile and said, "I see. Mr. Fourth, it's a pity you weren't here to witness the wonderful battle earlier. The Pavilion Master killed a 13-chart assassin from the Green Lotus domain. Mr. Seventh has gone with the Pavilion Master to the Preservation Hall to investigate this matter." Ming Shirin's eyes widened as he said excitedly, "What? Such a huge thing happened? Master was able to defeat an assassin with 13 birth charts." Xianxia said, "Yes. Mr. Fourth, allow me to explain in detail. The exciting battle was soul-stirring and filled with suspense. It was spectacular." Xianxia. "Woof, woof, woof." Xianxia barked a few times as a female attendant rushed over. "Mr. Fourth, Pavilion Master Lu summoned you to the Preservation Hall. He said he has something to discuss with you." "Master wants to speak to me?" Ming Shirin was slightly unhappy. He glared at Xianxia. Xianxia's loud barking must have been heard by his master. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Tell me about it next time." Of course, of course." After Ming Shirin and Xianxia left, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia and said, "We can only see the superficial details of the battle, but we can't see the inner details. What a pity." "Oh, that's right. The matter of regaining one's youth is only possible for mighty figures. Although Mr. Seventh didn't say much, how can someone who can reverse time be weak?" Guardian Shin, you seem rather confused. Let's not talk about youth anymore so as to avoid others from overhearing us. Let's talk about the battle." Shun Shi oh. Preservation Hall. Ming Shirin walked respectfully into the hall along with Xianxia. As soon as they stepped foot in the hall, Xianxia wagged its tail and rushed into the hall. Ming Shirin looked at Xianxia with a face filled with black lines. "This darn dog. I worked so hard to raise you, cleaning your feces and urine, and you turned on me just like that. Unbelievable. Xianxia was brimming with joy when he met his true owner. It wagged its tail and ran into the hall excitedly. Woof, woof, woof. Mingxian was rather speechless when he saw this, but there was nothing he could do. When he finally arrived at the heart of the hall, he lifted his head and saw Xianxia behaving affectionately with an unfamiliar young man who was even more handsome than him. How could his heart endure this injustice? Mingxian walked over lazily and said, "Seventh junior brother, who's this person sitting in master's position? Is he tired of living?" Wuxia felt speechless. What was it that everyone around him made such a low-level mistake? Moreover, could his fourth senior brother not see how submissive Xianxia was to their master? Mingxian did not wait for Wuxia's response. Instead, he swaggered toward Xianxia and said sternly, "Hey doggy, come here. Look at your useless appearance. Aren't you ashamed?" Woof, woof, woof. Wuxia sighed and finally said, "Fourth senior brother, you're really bold. How can you act so atrociously in front of master?" "Master? Where's master?" Mingxian looked to the left and the right before his gaze fell on the unfamiliar handsome young man. He was about to reprimand the young man when the young man's profound gaze and calm expression stopped him. The young man's aura was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. Since he could not sense the young man's cultivation base, he knew very well what it meant. This gaze, this aura, this mannerism. A strange thought appeared in Mingxian's mind. Was it possible? Wuxia caught all the expressions that flitted through Mingxian's face. First, there was anger, followed by amusement. Then, there was confusion and shock before it finally settled on nervousness. Wuxia decided to put Mingxian out of his misery. He waved his hand at Mingxian with an expression that seemed to say, "You've guessed correctly." Lu Zhou stared at Mingxian so intently that Mingxian felt goosebumps erupting on his skin. He fell to his knees immediately with a loud thud. Then, with a sorrowful expression on his face, he said, "I knew it was a bad omen when I dreamt of old eighth. Master, please spare my life." Lu Zhou was puzzled. What does this have to do with old eighth? No, it's nothing. Forget about that. Master, you can't punish me for something I have no knowledge of. No matter how observant I am, it's really difficult to recognize you now that you've undergone such a huge change. As your master, how can I not punish you for insubordination? Lu Zhou asked with a straight face. Ah! Lu Zhou continued to say, "I've discussed this with Old Seventh, and I plan to send you to the Purple Lotus domain to retrieve the blue crystals." Then, he brought out a blue crystal and placed it in front of Mingxian. Purple Lotus domain? Blue crystals. Mingxian was unable to process so much information. It was already difficult enough for him to process his master's youthful appearance. And now, there was the sudden mention of the Purple Lotus domain and blue crystals. Wuxia explained, "We learned from the Black Emperor, Mu Erdi, that 2 of the blue crystals are in the Purple Lotus domain. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, only 4th senior brother is the most suitable to carry out this mission. The Purple Lotus domain must be very strong, right? Why don't I return to the Golden Lotus domain to search for the blue crystals?" Mingxian asked. "What do you think?" Lu Zhou asked. Mingxian seemed to lose all of his strength immediately. He thought to himself, "Can't I even pretend to struggle a little?" Wuxia said, "4th senior brother, you don't have to worry. 2 days ago, I obtained some information about the Purple Lotus domain from the Lu clan. The cultivation of the people in the Purple Lotus domain is roughly similar to those in the Red Lotus domain. With your cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem. But I only have 10 leaves. Woof, woof, woof. You ungrateful dog. I'll fucking stew you and eat you later." Lu Zhou looked at Mingxian and said, "I've always felt at ease when you carry out missions. This matter can only be entrusted to you." Mingxian could only prostrate himself and say, "Understood." Wuxia asked curiously, "4th senior brother, didn't you enjoy going out in the past? Isn't this mission suitable for you?" Ming Shirin said with a forced smile on his face. No, I still like going out now. In truth, Ming Shirin had been abnormally tired recently. All he wanted to do was sleep. That's good. Rest for a few days before you leave for the mission. Someone will lead to the runic passage in Great Yuan's royal court, Lu Zhou said. Yes. Ming Shirin rose to his feet. Then, he glanced at Xianxia, who was lying near Lu Zhou's feet, and called out, "Doggy! Woof! Woof! Woof!" Xianxia was clearly unwilling to leave. Lu Zhou glanced at Xianxia. It had grown very strong under Ming Shirin's care. He waved his sleeve and said, "Go!" Xianxia barked twice before it followed Ming Shirin out of the preservation hall. Before Ming Shirin left, he said, "I promise to complete the mission successfully." After Ming Shirin left, Wuxia turned around and brought out a hand-drawn map. "Master, this is the latest change on the ancient goatskin map. Since the ancient goatskin map was too big, Wuxia drew it on a smaller scale for convenience's sake." Lu Zhou looked at the map. Wuxia explained, "According to Tower Master Lan, there are the 4 great uncharted lands. One of them should be the Great Void, the most dangerous place of all. The other 3 places should be on the opposite side of the Great Void. If I'm not mistaken, there are only 3 ways to go to these places. The Black Water Mystic Cave that's incredibly dangerous, the Endless Ocean that's not only dangerous but it's also the longest way, and the Unknown Land that's deadly." Lu Zhou asked, "Are you sure the map you drew is accurate?" "I'm not 100% sure. This is just my speculation," Wuxia replied. "I have been researching the ancient books along with those from the Sky Research Court. However, there's not much information in the Red Lotus Domain's ancient books. I'm planning to ask the Lu clan to help me collect ancient books on this subject." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "You should be on the right track. Perhaps this is why the heaven and earth shackles exist." Wuxia was slightly startled and said, "I didn't think of that. Continue to investigate. Don't let your cultivation fall behind," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Wuxia said again, "Master, the Evil Sky Pavilion members all know about the change in your appearance by now. However, I've told them to keep this to themselves to avoid misunderstandings like the one in the Lu clan." "You made a good call," Lu Zhou nodded and said, "The ancestor of the Lu clan was born 30,000 years ago. Since he was a famous figure, many people must have known him, and he must have many enemies." Wuxia's decision could spare Lu Zhou a lot of trouble. He felt helpless. It was rather troublesome as well to be so handsome and young. In the verdant Ivy Palace, Qin Mo Shang's eyelids twitched violently as though heralding bad news. At this moment, a man dressed in elegant robes walked in and said, "Young Master Qin, it's been confirmed. The ghost servant is dead." Qin Mo Shang's eyes that were brimming with hatred widened. "Even the ghost servant isn't a match for him? Young Master Qin, let's forget about this matter. If the clan leader finds out, we'll be in big trouble." Qin Mozhang felt suffocated. The man continued to say, "As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. There's no need for us to rush since the opponent is stronger now. Why don't we blame the death of the ghost servant and your loss of a birth chart on the fierce beasts? With this excuse, you'll be able to openly look for Taoist Master Qin to repair your birth chart." Qin Mozhang clenched his hands into fists tightly. The man lowered his voice and said word by word, "Bear with it and let go for now. Young Master Qin, you have a high innate talent and aptitude for cultivation. When the time comes, won't it be more satisfying for you to personally capture those people compares to sending the ghost servants to kill them?" Qin Mozhang nodded and said through gritted teeth, "All right, I'll bear with it for now." Qin Mozhang inhaled deeply and suppressed his anger before he said, "I'll do as you said and blame the death of the ghost servant on the fierce beasts. This matter must be kept a secret." The man in elegant robes said with a smile, "Young Master Qin, don't worry. You can look for Taoist Master Qin in a few days. It's highly difficult to recover a birth chart. I'm just worried I won't be able to recover it," Qin Mozhang said, slightly worried. "Taoist Master Qin is very skilled. He'll definitely be able to help you recover your birth chart. There's no need for you to worry. You're the future of the Qin clan after all. Even if Taoist Master Qin rarely shows his face, he still cares about the younger generation. Let me give you a small reminder. Taoist Master Qi values a person's character the most. Therefore, even that secret about the ghost servant rots in your stomach, you can't reveal it at all. Qin Mozhang frowned. He raised his hand and smashed the table in front of him. He felt his qi and blood surging in his body as he said, "Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have ruined the big picture." That's right. The big picture is the most important. Among the younger generation, your cultivation base is the highest. If you perform better, in a few hundred years, your wings will be fully grown. Qin Mozhang nodded. With this, most of his anger had vanished. In the royal palace of the capital in the Red Lotus domain, the preservation hall, Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the system panel and shook his head. Merit points, 523, 610. During the battle with the ghost servant, he had lost merit points. Fortunately, the loss was not too big. Moreover, he managed to obtain some information and the jade disc from the ghost servant. Following that, he brought out the ghost servant's jade disc and studied it. Ding! 8 trigrams jade disc. Grade, flood. Status, damaged. The jade disc was only the size of a palm now. It looked exquisite. It was unexpected that the small jade disc contained power almost comparable to fusion-grade items. However, there was a possibility the jade disc was so powerful because the ghost servant had 13 birth charts. What a pity! The jade disc could withstand the sharp unnamed and was damaged by unnamed. Apart from a few cracks, there was also a hole on the jade disc. After a moment, Lu Zhou noticed there was a deconstruct option for the 8 trigrams jade disc. Since it's broken, I might as well deconstruct it. Deconstruct. Ding! Deconstructed the 8 trigrams jade disc. Obtained. Obsidian Essence X5. My luck's not bad. I have another 5 obsidian essences on top of the 51 in my possession. Lu Zhou thought if Gongsun Yuanxian could send him 100 obsidian essences, it would be quite good. He could immediately upgrade an item to the fusion grade. Nevertheless, he wanted the blue crystal more. Lu Zhou looked at the status of the purple glazed ceramic and saw that it was in recovery mode. With that, he could only rely on himself to comprehend the heavenly writing. After 5 days, Lu Zhou had recovered almost all of his supreme mystic power. The moment he decided to stop meditating on the heavenly writing, a voice promptly rang from the outside of the hall. "Master, Gongsun Yuanxian requests to see you," Wuxia said. "Bring him in." Gongsun Yuanxian walked in respectfully with 2 guards trailing behind him. When he saw Lu Zhou, he greeted Lu Zhou with a faint but confident smile on his face. "Pavilion Master Lu, we meet again." Upon seeing Gongsun Yuanxuan's attitude, Lu Zhou thought to himself, "Is he here to pick a fight? I just fought with the ghost servant, so I don't have many item cards left. If we fight, I'll have to waste merit points again." Lu Zhou asked bluntly, "Did you bring the blue crystal?" Gongsun Yuanxian waved his hand. The 2 guards carried a box to the front before they opened it. The box was not big, but it was filled with obsidian essences. There had to be at least 100 of them. Great Ming's royal family is so generous? Even the top forces in the Black Lotus domain would not be able to produce so many obsidian essences. For the Black Tower Council that had been squeezed dry, it would be difficult for them to even bring out 10 obsidian essences now. Where did Great Ming get the obsidian essences? Were the obsidian essences not monopolized by the White Tower Council? Pavilion Master Lu, to express my apologies, I hope you'll accept these 100 obsidian essences as a compensation from Great Ming's royal court. Gongsun Yuanxian said. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The obsidian essences flew out in a row and landed neatly in front of him. When the time was right, he would choose a weapon to upgrade. Following that, he said, "I've always appreciated tactful people who know what's good for them." Gongsun Yuanxian sighed in relief before he added, "It's not just that. Oh, There's the blue crystal as well. Please accept it. Gongsun Yuanxian brought a brocade bag out from his sleeve before he brought the blue crystal out and respectfully presented it with both hands to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the blue crystal and nodded as he said, I told you it's fine to give me one or the other. Don't you care that you'd suffer a great loss by giving me both of them? Gongsun Yuanxian said, as the saying goes, even an innocent man would be convicted for possessing a treasure. The great void energy in the crystal is weak and can't be absorbed. Rather than keeping it, I might as well do Pavilion Master Lu a favor. After discussing it with His Majesty, we decided to add the 100 obsidian essences as a sign of goodwill and friendship as well. I hope Pavilion Master Lu will accept them. Lu Zhou nodded and took the blue crystal. Second avatar. Collecting the blue crystals, for out of 9. There were still 5 blue crystals out there. 3 of them were in Xiao Yunhe's possession and 2 of them were in the Purple Lotus realm. Lu Zhou felt more at ease sending Mingshi to the Purple Lotus domain to retrieve the 2 crystals. He believed Mingshi would have no problem bringing the 2 blue crystals back. Pavilion Master Lu, please take care of me in the future, Gongsun Yuanxian said. I will return the favor. The grudge between me and the Great Ming's royal court is now written off, Lu Zhou said. He was not a petty person, and there was no need to hold a grudge against Gongsun Yuanxian. After all, it was a win-win situation for him. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. His Majesty has also asked me to convey a message. He wants me to invite Pavilion Master Lu to the capital for a gathering. I hope you don't misunderstand His Majesty. Naturally, His Majesty should have come here to visit you, but His Majesty's health isn't very good so he can't travel far. The closest runic passage to this place is also 1,000 meters away. I hope Pavilion Master Lu can forgive this transgression. We'll talk about this in the future. Lu Zhou looked at the obsidian essence in front of him and asked, Did Great Ming obtain an obsidian ore? Gongsun Yuanxian revealed a sheepish expression on his face as he replied, Over the past few years, we've been sending people to explore and excavate obsidian in the northern mountain range in Great Ming. These are all the obsidian essences that we refined over the past 5 years. Aren't obsidian ores and obsidian essences monopolized by the Black Tower Council? Wuxia asked. That was the case. Over the past few years, Tower Master Lan has focused more on finding a successor and rarely asked about the obsidian. Apart from that, the White Tower Council had been fighting the Black Tower Council as well. The royal court only took some obsidian essences from the Black Tower Council. They're nothing to the Black Tower Council, Gongsun Yuanxian replied. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer truthfully. I'll tell you everything I know. Pavilion Master Lu, please speak. Lu Zhou asked with a solemn expression. You really don't know the whereabouts of the other blue crystals? This matter was of great importance. Lu Zhou naturally treated it seriously. Gongsun Yuanxian did not dare to deceive Lu Zhou. He sighed before he said, To tell you the truth, you should speak to the Black Emperor about this matter. In his early years, he searched everywhere for the blue crystals. Back then, among the survivors of the Great Void Expedition, most of them were from the Black Lotus domain. Apart from the Red Lotus domain, they implemented the captivity plan in another domain as well. However, this matter was kept confidential so no one knows which domain it is. We once sent powerful cultivators to the Endless Ocean to search for that domain, but they were lost at sea and could not be found. Humans are but a speck of dust in the vast world. Wuxia said in surprise, Even you don't know which domain it was? Gongsun Yuanxian shook his head. Wuxia smiled and said, With Great Ming's influence, I don't believe you don't have spies in Great Yuan. An awkward expression appeared on Gongsun Yuanxuan's face before he said, In the past, both sides did plant spies, but this method is getting more and more difficult. Sending ordinary people there as spies was difficult since they would not be able to infiltrate the upper management due to them being non-cultivators. However, it was impossible to send cultivators since it's impossible to change the color of one's avatar. To change the color of one's avatars would require more than 10 years of assimilation. Wuxia said, I believe what you said. Thank you. Gongsun Yuanxian said before he turned to Lu Zhou and cupped his fists as he said, Pavilion Master Lu, why are you looking for the blue crystals? It has nothing to do with you, Lu Zhou calmly replied. I don't have any other intentions. If Pavilion Master Lu wants to obtain the Great Void energy, you can go to the Unknown Land to have a look. Since you're able to collectively destroy the towers in the Black Tower Council and defeat Tower Master Lan, it shouldn't be dangerous for you to go there. At that time, you can look for the place where Great Void seeds grow and obtain more blue crystals. Gongsun Yuanxian explained. Lu Zhou thought that Gongsun Yuanxian had a point. Since the blue crystals were the crystallized soil from the Unknown Land, he could obtain the blue crystals easily by bringing the soil out. Unfortunately, his true cultivation base was only that of a 6-chart cultivator. Would he not be courting death if he went to the Unknown Land now? In the end, Lu Zhou said, the blue crystals only crystallized from the soil of matured Great Void seeds. Moreover, the Unknown Land is incredibly dangerous. There's no need for me to take unnecessary risks. Gongsun Yuanxian bowed and said, Pavilion Master Lu's frank words truly impress me. Very few people can be as frank as you. Many cultivators claimed their cultivation base is high and that they weren't afraid of fierce beasts. However, after halfway through their time in the Unknown Land, they had to return. During the Great Void expedition, several thousand cultivators traveled together and worked together. Even then, they could barely survive. If one were to go alone, I'm afraid it would be incredibly dangerous. Si Wuya. Si Wuya thought Gongsun Yuanshuan's flattery skills were on par with the elders from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Have you been to the Unknown Land? I only entered halfway before I left. The Unknown Land's environment was harsh. It was dark, making it difficult to see. Fierce beasts that were 100 meters long were a dime in a dozen. If only I can see the Great Void once, even if I die, I'll die in peace, Gongsun Yuanxian said. Do you really believe in the existence of the Great Void? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, Gongsun Yuanxian said. After a beat, he changed the topic and said, if possible, Great Ming would like to cooperate with the Evil Sky Pavilion for a huge cause. So he's finally entering the main point now. Lu Zhou thought to himself. Outwardly, he remained silent. Gongsun Yuanxian continued to say, the White Tower Council is declining day by day. Tower Master Lan only has less than 5 years to live. Once she leaves, the White Tower Council will lose power. If the Evil Sky Pavilion and Great Ming join forces, even Mu Erdi and the Black Tower Council will have to retreat. His Majesty has said in exchange for the Evil Sky Pavilion's cooperation, he's willing to give up half of the obsidian or Great Ming will also give half of the life hearts we have. He stopped speaking and looked at Lu Zhou, trying to see if he could read anything from Lu Zhou's expression. Alas, Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as still water. Nary a ripple could be seen. Continue, Lu Zhou said. There's hope. Gongsun Yuanxian perked up immediately. He said with renewed enthusiasm, apart from that, there's the treasure land. Great Ming is willing to share it with Pavilion Master Lu as well. Tell me about it. Lu Zhou's interest was slightly piqued. Gongsun Yuanxian said, since ancient times, countless sages had been studying the origins of the heaven and earth shackles. They came up with all kinds of theories. Some thought the domains were originally one but were separated for some unknown reasons. Humans continued to study and explore before they slowly learned about the world beyond the heavens. Whether it's the black, white, red, or golden lotus domains, they were all the same. Anyway, apart from these things, Great Ming discovered another place. Gongsun Yuanxian paused for dramatic effect, wearing a proud expression on his face, before he said, it was difficult to find that place. Without directions, one would fly on and on above the endless ocean with no end in sight. Every year, a large number of cultivators die in the endless ocean. However, half a year ago, we discovered a new place. At this point, his voice grew solemn. The people there are weak. They're weaker than the Golden Lotus domain. Their cultivation bases are at the 6-leaf stage at most. However, there have been changes recently. Great Ming is ready to make a move. Pavilion Master Lu? Are you interested? Lu Zhou stared at Gongsun Yuanxian and asked, how many people know about this? His Majesty, me, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Now, there are 2 additional people who are privy to this secret. This is also a show of our sincerity. Lu Zhou nodded inwardly. Indeed, it's very sincere. Unfortunately, you met the wrong person. Lu Zhou said, I appreciate your sincerity, but I have to tell you a cruel truth. Please speak, Pavilion Master Lu. The Yellow Lotus domain is my territory, Lu Zhou said with a straight face. Gongsun Yuanshuan's expression stiffened. His brains were buzzing, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to refute Lu Zhou's words, but when he heard the words, Yellow Lotus domain, he knew Lu Zhou was telling the truth. After all, he did not mention the Yellow Lotus domain. This. Gongsun Yuanxian repeated this word thrice, not knowing what else to say. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, I'll take the obsidian essences and the blue crystal. I'm sure you know what to do about the Yellow Lotus domain. See the guest out. Si Wuya straightened his back and walked to Gongsun Yuanxian, making an inviting gesture. Please. Gongsun Yuanxian shook his head and sighed. Did this mean Great Ming had to give up on the Yellow Lotus domain or go against the Evil Sky Pavilion? He could only turn around and leave. After Gongsun Yuanxian left, Lu Zhou frowned. The Yellow Lotus domain has been discovered. If Great Ming decides to make a move, it'll be dangerous over there. Following that, Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power. His eyes glowed blue, and the scene in front of him changed. Old Lu, do you think there's something wrong with my cultivation? Why is there an extra leaf? Zhu Honggong pointed at the avatar in front of him that had 11 leaves surrounding a halo at its back, clearly confused. Lu Li said, I don't know, but I can sense that you've become stronger. Stronger? I don't feel it. That's because you've been eating every day and have gained weight. Unfortunately, my cultivation hasn't recovered. Otherwise, I'd be able to spar with you. Without a strong opponent, you won't be able to test the limit of your cultivation. Zhu Hong said with an unnatural expression, Does this mean my avatar is deformed? Lu Li shook his head and thought about it before he said, Don't worry. According to the ancient books in the Lu clan, cultivators can sprout the 11th leaf. However, only a few people know that they have to activate 12 birth charts first. However, it is strange that you're able to sprout the 11th leaf. Zhu Hong said with tears in his eyes. If only my master is here. Lu Li frowned and said, Hey, if I can't figure this out, then your master has even less hope of figuring this out. Today, go to the Forbidden Ground to fight some powerful beasts. That way, we can figure out the limit of your strength. You can go if you want, but I'm not going. Zhu Honggong kept shaking his head. You must go. I won't go. Your continuous breakthroughs have attracted the attention of the beasts. These changes increase the risk of the discovery of the Yellow Lotus domain. At that time, things will be out of your control, Lu Li said. As soon as Lu Li's voice fell, Su Wanqing ran in from outside. He fell on one knee and said, Patriarch, His Majesty requests to see you. Zhu Honggong straightened his back immediately before he placed his hands on his back. Then, he cleared his throat and said in a dignified manner, Request to see me? His Majesty said that it's important. Who gave him the courage to order me around? Zhu Honggong looked at Su Wanqing. Well, I don't know. Lu Li asked, Did His Majesty say anything? He said that's an envoy from a foreign world, and his cultivation is profound. Tell His Majesty the Patriarch will be there soon. You can leave now, Lu Li said. Understood. After Su Wanqing left, Zhu Honggong slumped against the chair immediately. I'm so tired. I don't know how senior brother is able to keep this up. I'm really tired. Okay, stop complaining. Among all the cultivators I've met, there is no one who lives a more comfortable life than you. I remember you told me about the 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Didn't you say the one who was called something high suffered a lot of hardships? Then there's the other one who's called Xiaoyu who had to bring you water to wash your feet? Don't be ignorant of your good fortune, Lu Li said. No, my 9th junior sister lives the most comfortable life. I'll tell you more about it another time, Zhu Honggong said. Xiaoyu? Lu Zhou frowned in confusion. Since he had not been constantly observing his 8th disciple, he did not know what they were talking about. At this moment, Lu Li rose to his feet and said, Something must have happened to the emperor. Let's go. It's none of my business if something happens to him. You can't say that. Neither you nor I have the ability to govern a country. If something happens to him, are you going to rule in his place? Moreover, we need him to keep the country running in order to provide us with cultivation resources. If you're too passive, he'll follow your lead and be passive as well. This is a good opportunity to show your bearing as an 11-leaf cultivator. After that, who in the Yellow Lotus domain will dare to disagree that you're number 1? Lu Li said. Zhu Honggong's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing those words. He said, You're right. Let's go. We should be able to return within 2 hours. Don't worry. Lu Zhou cut off the power of the heavenly writing. Watching for too long would drain a lot of his supreme mystic power after all. Fortunately, this time the amount of supreme mystic power he used could be ignored. Since Lu Li had said it would take around 2 hours to deal with the matter, it would not be too late for him to check in again after 2 hours. The next thing he had to consider was his birth trial after activating 6 birth charts. Lu Zhou had decided on the Sky Will Mountain Range as the location for his birth trial. Although he had a life heart that granted him fire-resistant ability, it did not mean he could simply touch the molten lava like some ferocious beasts. The temperature of the lava was abnormally high after all. Before going through his birth trial, there was one thing he had to confirm. Since one of the 4 great ghost servants had died, the young master of the Qin clan would definitely not let this matter go if he had a vengeful personality. He wondered if the young master of the Qin family would send another ghost servant here. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou ordered someone to convey his message to Si Wuya. He instructed Si Wuya to bring Zhao Hongfu to the peak of the snowy mountain in Cloud Mountain and to destroy the runic passage there. With Di Jiang, it should not be difficult for Si Wuya to go to the peak of the snowy mountain. After Lu Zhou was done dealing with all these matters, he left the capital and flew to the Sky Will Mountain Range. After 2 hours, Lu Zhou finally arrived above the Sky Will Rift Valley. He was filled with indescribable emotions now that he was back in this old place. The first time he was here, he was only a 9-leaf rookie who had used all his strength just to kill Yu Qinshu, the court master of the Sky Martial Court. Now, he was a 6-chart thousand realms whirling cultivator. The feeling he had now was as though he was standing on the highest peak and looking down on all living things. After enjoying the fall scenery of red leaves in the forest, Lu Zhou flew toward the valley. When he was nearing the valley, he saw a few low-level cultivators looking for something on the slope of a cliff. This is the place where Yu Qinshu died. Many cultivators died at that time as well. We have to be patient when searching for treasures. If we're successful, we won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. That's right. I heard that 1,000 realms whirling cultivator appeared at that time. Is it true? Who knows? I wasn't here to witness it at that time. Anyway, that has nothing to do with us. Look through this place. We should be able to find weapons here. The 3 cultivators patiently searched for treasures in the crevices of the rocks on the slope of the cliff. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to them and was about to enter the valley when he heard the following words. We have to leave before nightfall and watch out for fierce beasts. You're right. That fierce beast is too terrifying. Even the large sects nearby can't do anything about it. Cloud Mountain sent people over as well, but there was nothing they could do as well. It's better for us to avoid that fierce beast. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the 3 cultivators in just a blink of an eye. The 3 cultivators were so frightened that they stumbled and rolled down the slope of the cliff. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, using energy seals to stop them from further falling. Then he said, There's no need to be afraid. I have a question for you. If you answer truthfully, you'll naturally be rewarded. In order to avoid some trouble due to his current appearance, he briefly changed the way he spoke. The three cultivators looked at Lu Zhou, who was calmly hovering in the air, and knew that Lu Zhou was a cultivator with an incredibly high cultivation base. Therefore, they did not dare to act presumptuously. "Please speak, my lord," Lu Zhou asked. "What's that terrifying ferocious beast you mentioned earlier? As it turns out, you're asking about this matter. It's said that this ferocious beast is very cunning. One can't see its head or tail. It has been sighted a few times in the Skywell mountain range. In fact, a few days ago it had just eaten a few cultivators. We've been warned by the grand cultivators nearby to be careful and to leave before nightfall. All we know is that it's very powerful." "Very powerful?" Lu Zhou was skeptical. The people from the 12 peaks of Cloud Mountain came here, but it was useless as well. They wanted to take down that birth chart beast as well. After a few rounds, many cultivators had died, but the ferocious beast did not even lose a strand of hair. "This is all we know. We really don't know anything else." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently and said, "Very good. My lord, it's best to be careful. I suggest you leave this place before nightfall and not go into the valley. I will consider your suggestion. This is your reward." Following those words, Lu Zhou launched a few shining palm seals at a few boulders that were 100 meters away. Boom! 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 After 3 explosions, the boulders disappeared. The 3 cultivators looked at Lu Zhou, dumbfounded. They did not understand his actions. Lu Zhou said, "Go." Hearing these words, the 3 cultivators moved forward and took a look at the place that Lu Zhou cleared. They saw piles of bones immediately and were stunned for a long time. When they finally regained their senses, they turned to express their gratitude, but discovered Lu Zhou had left a while ago. Although they might not be able to find heaven-grade weapons among the piles of bones, there should be all kinds of yellow-grade and mystic-grade weapons. In the valley, Lu Zhou flew near the lava. The heat from it blew against his face. Fortunately, he could still endure the high temperature with the ability from the fierce beast's life heart. Soon enough, he arrived at the place where he first met the Black Tower Council's Yao. He looked at the red-hot lava bubbling and flowing in what looked like a natural moat. The scorching sensation on his face was truly terrifying. It would be really difficult for an ordinary cultivator to endure such heat. Lu Zhou flew in deeper. He recalled Yao had fled in this direction back then. He was not worried since his current cultivation base was higher than Yao's cultivation base back then. Splash! Lava suddenly surged out, and Lu Zhou hurriedly activated his protective energy to keep the lava at bay. The deeper he went, the more frequent the lava would surge into the air. Fortunately, the lava was unable to breach his protective energy. After a while, when Lu Zhou felt the temperature rising higher than before, he finally came to a stop. As he surveyed the surroundings, he saw a giant rock protruding from the cliff next to him. He decided to land on the rock to check on his 8th disciple. After he was done, he would look for a spot to go through his birth trial. Lu Zhou's eyes glowed with a blue light after reciting the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. The yellow lotus domain looked very peaceful, and its scenery was pleasant. It was like a paradise. At this moment, Lu Li reminded Zhu Honggong, "Zhu Honggong, when you see His Majesty later, don't be rude," Lu Li said. All right. I'll listen to you," Zhu Honggong said. When the flying chariot landed outside of Great Qing's royal palace, many cultivators rushed over. All of them kneeled on their knees before they greeted Zhu Honggong in unison. "Greetings, Divine Lord. You're finally here." Divine Lord was the title given to Zhu Hongtong by Great Qing's emperor. This was a symbol status that put Zhu Honggong on equal footing with Great Qing's emperor. "No need for formalities," Zhu Honggong said with a smile on his face as he strode forward with his hands on his back. After the crowd rose to his feet, someone said, "Divine Lord, His Majesty is already waiting for you in the hall." "All right." Lu Li stopped one of them and asked, "What do you know about the envoys?" The cultivator said worriedly, "I don't know much except they killed a lot of people. I heard from a eunuch that their cultivation bases are profound. His Majesty didn't dare to rashly, so he invited the Divine Lord here. Lead the way. Understood. In the main hall of Great Ming's royal palace, Ji Hong, Great Ming's emperor, looked outside with an anxious expression on his face. Are they here yet? The eunuch standing outside the main hall turned around and bowed before he said, Your Majesty, please wait a little longer. Meanwhile, 3 men dressed in long robes were sitting on the chairs on the left side of the hall. They were clearly impatient and rose to their feet one after another upon hearing the eunuch's words. The Divine Lord you mentioned is too arrogant. There's no need to wait for him. We'll look for him later. All you have to do is consider my earlier words. One of the 3 men said. Ji Hong said, Your request is too excessive. It's too difficult for Great Qing to provide you with obsidian essences all year round. Even if I agree to your request, Great Qing's cultivators will be dissatisfied. How am I going to face them? The man said, This isn't my problem. In fact, it's not up to you to disagree. If it weren't for the fact that you're the emperor, I would kill you with my sword. After he spoke, he raised one hand and used 2 fingers to control a vertical energy sword that appeared in front of him. Upon seeing the white energy sword, Ji Hong's expression froze immediately. What do you want? I've already told you, you're to provide us with obsidian essences. Ji Hong's expression turned unsightly. At the same time, his hands that were resting on the armrest of the dragon throne trembled. The green tiles outside of the hall were drenched in blood. The stench of the blood permeated the air in the hall as well. The eunuch standing by Ji Hong's sides shuddered. This was the current situation Ji Hong, Great Ming's emperor, was in. Ji Hong, Great Ming's emperor, felt his body tremble. He had seen these 3 experts appearing out of thin air before they killed all the experts in the palace in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. At this time, one of the men looked at Ji Hong and said, Our time is limited. Your Majesty, you have 10 breaths to consider the matter. After a moment of silence, Ji Hong said through gritted teeth, Fine, At this time, a low voice rang from outside the main hall. The sound wave swept into the hall like a huge tide. Wait! Upon hearing this voice, Ji Hong rose to his feet immediately, unable to conceal his excitement, before he quickly walked down the steps. He looked outside of the main hall and said, The Divine Lord is here. 3 of you can speak to him. He's my sworn brother. If he agrees to your request, then I'll agree as well. Just in time. The 3 men turned and looked outside of the main hall. Zhu Honggong walked with his hands on his back. Initially, he wore a carefree expression on his face. However, as the sight of the corpses strewn on the ground and the stench of blood wafted into his nose, a frown that grew deeper and deeper appeared on his face. He knew these people had to be strong. Needless to say, Lu Li knew their opponents this time were not easy to deal with. It was unfortunate that his cultivation base had yet to recover. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators from the flood sect trailed behind Zhu Honggong and Lu Li. They looked rather imposing. Alas, even the most powerful among them were only at the 100 Tribulations insight stage. Meanwhile, the same thought appeared in the minds of the 3 white-clad cultivators when they saw this group of people. A ragtag group of cultivators. The middle-aged man standing in the lead revealed a victorious smile on his face immediately. When Zhu Honggong and the others stepped into the hall, Ji Hong rushed up to them. He had completely lost the air of a ruler at this moment. He grabbed Zhu Honggong's hand and said, Brother, you're finally here. Goosebumps rose on Zhu Honggong's skin. This was his first time being addressed as brother so intimately by Ji Hong. After a beat, he asked, What happened? Why did you call me here in such a hurry with such a high-handed tone? I had no choice. I'm sure you've seen what's outside. Zhu Honggong looked at the 3 white-clad cultivators in the hall. The 3 men looked at Zhu Honggong in unison. The man in the lead asked, Are you the Divine Lord whom the Emperor mentioned? That's right. What's the matter? For 100 Tribulations insight cultivator, you're quite arrogant. The 3 of us are from Great Ming, and we spent half a year crossing the endless ocean before we arrived at this place. We're 1,000 realms whirling cultivators. However, based on your cultivation, I doubt you've even heard of the 1,000 realms whirling. The middle-aged man said condescendingly. Zhu Honggong frowned. He looked at Lu Li and said, "Old Lu, he insulted my intelligence." Lu Li said with a straight face, "Your intelligence isn't that high to begin with. You are so mean. Even you are insulting me? What's so great about the 1,000 realms whirling?" Zhu Honggong said, feeling rather speechless at Lu Li's reply. The three white-clad men were slightly startled when they heard these words. It seemed like the fat man in front of them, Great Ming's divine lord, was quite knowledgeable. Lu Li did not respond to Zhu Honggong. Instead, he walked toward the three white-clad cultivators as he asked rhetorically, "White Lotus Domain?" The three white-clad men were further shocked by these words. The man in the lead asked, "Who are you?" Lu Li asked in return, "Are you from the White Tower Council or Great Ming's royal court?" The three white-clad men were thoroughly shocked now. "Who are you?" the leader of the three men asked again. Lu Li scoffed before he said, "You're not qualified to speak to me. Even if the judges from the White Tower Council were here, they wouldn't dare to act presumptuously in front of me." Then he lowered his voice and said, "I'm here on Tower Master Xia's orders." The three white-clad men exchanged a look. How could they let their enemies go? The Black Tower Council. "You're from the Black Tower Council." Since Lu Li had been in the Yellow Lotus Domain for a long time, he was unaware of the changes in the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council. Since his cultivation base had not recovered, he could not contact the Black Tower Council at all. Swoosh! The three white-clad cultivators, who flew over the endless ocean for half a year before arriving at the Yellow Lotus Domain, drew their swords immediately. The atmosphere grew tense in just a blink of an eye. Lu Li frowned. Even the mention of the Black Tower Council can't deter them? This is going to be difficult. Since ancient times, the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council have been opposing sides. Since you're from the Black Tower Council, this makes things even easier for us. The leader of the three men said. At this moment, "All of you, shut up," Zhu Honggong said loudly as he walked over. The three white-clad men looked at Zhu Honggong in confusion, wondering what he was planning to do. On the other hand, Ji Hong, Great Ming's emperor, was even more confused. He understood the words being said, but he could not make head or tail out of them. Zhu Honggong said, "Old Lu is from the Black Tower Council, but I'm not from the Black Tower Council." "And who are you?" one of the white-clad men asked. "I will scare you to death if I tell you." One of the white-clad men laughed condescendingly upon hearing those words. When he stopped laughing, he suddenly struck without any warning. A palm seal shot toward Zhu Honggong at lightning speed. Shocked, Zhu Honggong hurriedly raised his hands. The gloves appeared on his hands immediately before he hurriedly crossed his arms. Bang! After the palm seal vanished, Zhu Honggong discovered he did not even move an inch, and he was completely unscathed. He muttered in disbelief, "I'm so powerful now." Lu Li said, "Your cultivation base has improved a lot. That move of yours is definitely at the 1,000 realms whirling stage." The expressions of the three white-clad men darkened immediately. All of them immediately assumed they were facing 2,000 realms whirling cultivators. Finally, one of the white-clad men said again, "This man from the Black Tower Council must die." At this moment, another white-clad man suddenly interjected in a low voice, "I have a message." "No, let me finish what I am doing first." "But this is the third time." Zhu Honggong laughed and said, "I'll give you time to call for reinforcement. Back when I unified the fierce Dragon Mountain, you were still playing with mud." Upon hearing this, Lu Li leaned over and whispered, "Isn't it just the Tiger Ridge? Get with the program. If you continue being this way, I won't talk to you anymore." Zhu Honggong whispered back fiercely. Then, he envisioned his master before he mimicked his master's expression and looked at the three men. Meanwhile, the leader of three men seemed irritated as he went to a corner and lit up a white talisman. After reading the message, He muttered to himself with a confused expression on his face. "How's this possible? What does the message say?" Another white-clad man asked. The leader burned the paper talisman that contained the message before he turned around and said, "We're leaving the Yellow Lotus domain." "Leader, are you joking? We found this place with great difficulty. But you want us to retreat so easily." The leader said, "The Grand Tutor has emphasized that we're not to disobey the order." Li, who was standing across from the three men, said, "Gongsun Yuanxian is quite wise. I'm Li from the Black Tower Council, a descendant of the Lu clan in Great Yuan's capital. I'll give you 10 breaths to disappear from my sight." The Lu clan? The leader of the white-clad men said, "Don't flatter yourself. We're not leaving because of you." Li smiled but said nothing. Those who feared the Lu clan would usually say such words, after all. The leader of the white-clad men, who were upset by the content of the message, said, "I advise you to leave the Black Tower Council as soon as possible. And you, fatty, it's pointless for us to fight over this place. This is the territory of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If it were not for the Grand Tutor's strict orders that we're not to kill at all, I would have killed you." Li was stunned speechless. Zhu Honggong frowned and said in a daze, "Say that again?" "Fatty." "No, after that word," Zhu Honggong said. Li thought to himself, "Old Zhu, how can you tolerate this word?" The leader of the white-clad man said, "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion's territory. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Evil Sky Pavilion is renowned and respected in both the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. Pavilion Master Lu has said the Yellow Lotus domain is his territory. Both of us should save our time and leave this place." Zhu Honggong, who only knew his master's name was Ji Tiandao, asked in confusion, "I've heard of the Evil Sky Pavilion, but who's Pavilion Master Lu?" "It's normal that you don't know about Pavilion Master Lu. Let me tell you." Zhu Honggong shook his head and interjected in a clear voice, "Could it be that no one has told you that I'm the 8th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong?" The leader of the white-clad men was taken aback for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Indeed, I've never heard of such a thing." "The 8th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Are you trying to fool me?" The leader of the white-clad men shook his head. Zhu Honggong really disliked acting stern like his master and his eldest senior brother. He was very, very exhausted. "It's fine if you call me fatty. I can tolerate it. After all, since I was young, I've gotten used to hearing such a word. However, how dare you say you've never heard of the 8th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the leader of the Tiger Ridge Gang, and the former villainous king? I really can't tolerate this." Zhu Honggong turned slightly and asked, "Old Lu, can you tolerate this?" "I can't." "Then, can I not tolerate it anymore? Your master has always shown restraint. How does he deal with people like them?" Li asked. "My master would send them flying with just one slap." "Then, did you learn anything from your master?" "No, my master is too stingy," Zhu Honggong said with a straight face. Li sighed. "Just do as you wish." With that, Zhu Honggong charged out like a wild horse that was freed from its reins. A boxing glove that shone with gold light appeared on his hands as a wave of violent wind swept toward the leader of the white-clad men. The leader did not expect Zhu Honggong to suddenly attack. He quickly retreated to the side of a red pillar in the hall before he said, "A mere 10-leaf cultivator dares to act so arrogantly. I'm going to kill you. After all, I won't offend Pavilion Master Lu by killing someone like you. Who knows, he might even be happy that I help him get rid of someone who's encroaching on his territory." Bang! 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 The leader launched numerous energy seals in the main hall. Cracks began to appear on the pillars in the hall. Creaking noises began to ring in the air as well. Clearly, if this continued, the main hall would collapse. Ji Hong, Great Ming's emperor, knew this was not the time to feel distressed by the destruction of the main hall. He hurriedly retreated to the side. A group of eunuchs and palace maids immediately surrounded Ji Hong. Upon seeing this, Ji Hong pushed them away and said, "It's useless." Although it was useless, How could these eunuchs and palace maids stand aside when the emperor was in danger? Even if they were only meat shields at best, they still had to protect the emperor. At this time, many of the people in the palace knew that the three seemingly ordinary cultivators might bring with them an unprecedented calamity. In their opinion, the prosperity and the future of Great Ming depended on Zhu Honggong now. The leader of the white-clad men was surprised when he saw Zhu Honggong was unharmed after his attacks landed on Zhu Honggong's body. He turned around and barked, "Don't just stand there. Do something." The other two white-clad men rushed into the fight immediately. Bang! 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 The three men struck at the same time. Boom! Zhu Honggong was caught off guard and was sent flying out of the hall. The hall creaked noisily. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Lu Li and the Flood sect disciples left the hall immediately. Three white-clad men flew out of the hall and hovered in the air. The leader of the men said, "You're not a 10-leaf cultivator? I never said I'm one in the first place." Zhu Honggong said loudly before he manifested his avatar. Buzz! The unique sound of energy resonance rang in the hall, and a dazzling golden avatar appeared behind Zhu Honggong. It grew to 450 feet at a speed visible to the naked eye. A golden halo surrounded by 11 leaves hung at the back of the avatar. The dazzling golden light made the guards and great Qing cultivators prostrate themselves on the ground, calling out to their divine lord. Behind the Dharma body, the golden hoop was surrounded by 11 leaves. Ji Hong, the emperor of Great Ming, looked at the towering avatar, and his lips trembled slightly as he thought to himself, "This is the great pillar of Great Qing that will never fall." The leader of the white-clad men's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What kind of avatar is this?" He had never seen an avatar like this before in his life. What was even more shocking was the 11 leaves that hung at the back of the avatar. Meanwhile, Zhu Honggong stepped on a stone slab wordlessly before he rushed out at top speed. His avatar followed in his wake as he punched with his boxing gloves. When the energy fists collided with the energy swords, the leader of the white-clad men was stunned by the surging force of the attack. From what he knew, only 12 chart experts had 11 leaves. The feeling that the fatty in front of him was an undefeatable opponent rose in his heart. Bang! 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 Over 1,000 energy fists landed on the leader of the white-clad men. At this time, the other two white-clad men dove with their avatars in tow. Bang! The two men were instantly sent flying. "His avatar can move?" The two men flew back for dozens of meters before they finally managed to stabilize their footings. They were shocked when they saw the avatar that could move. Zhu Honggong had long discovered that avatars with lotuses could move their limbs. He controlled his avatar and rushed toward the leader of the white-clad men again. If he was a ferocious tiger, his avatar was a bigger ferocious tiger. Bang! 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 Zhu Honggong swung his fists, and energy fists fell like rain, destroying the buildings in their surroundings. The white-clad man could not fight against two fists. He had to use his astrolabe to block Zhu Honggong's avatar and energy fists that shot toward him from all directions. Meanwhile, Lu Li was taken aback. How could the 11 leaves have strength comparable to a 3-chart thousand realms whirling cultivator? Moreover, although it was obvious Zhu Honggong was still not used to fighting with his 11-leaf avatar, based on the looks of it, it should not be a problem for Zhu Honggong to defeat the three men at all. Lu Li continued observing Zhu Honggong carefully. The white-clad man was exhausted. He put his astrolabe away and flew back. Meanwhile, the other two men released their energy swords and sent them toward Zhu Honggong. Bang! 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 Zhu Honggong instinctively moved his avatar to block the attacks. Not only did the avatar block the energy swords, but it was completely fine as well. "Stop!" The leader of the white-clad man cried out and raised his hands as he hovered in the air. At this moment, he felt an uncomfortable sensation in his 8 extraordinary meridians. The two white-clad men instantly flew to their leader's sides. The leader looked at Zhu Honggong and said, "So you're an expert. My name is Wang Chao. Who are you exactly?" Zhu Honggong said indignantly, I've already told you I'm from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Wang Chao frowned. He felt that it was really pointless to argue over this matter. The Evil Sky Pavilion? Enough with this joke. You won't gain any advantage by doing this. When Pavilion Master Lu arrives, everyone will die. Zhu Honggong really had never heard of Pavilion Master Lu before. His master's name was Ji Tiandao, so where did this Pavilion Master Lu come from? He was quite confused. Perhaps, the colors yellow and gold were similar. The white-clad men did not notice Zhu Honggong's golden avatar. Fat dwarf, you better be careful. Let's go, Wang Chao said before he turned away. With that, the three men no longer said anything and flew away. I can endure it if you call me fat, but how dare you call me short as well? Zhu Honggong stomped his foot once before he rushed out to chase after the three men. Upon seeing this, Lu Li hurriedly said, "Don't chase after those people." Zhu Honggong paid no mind to Lu Li and chased after Wang Chao. Lu Li said in a deep voice, "The core disciples of the Flood sect, come with me. The experts of the royal palace, come with me as well." Understood. Lu led thousands of cultivators from the Yellow Lotus domain and flew after Zhu Honggong. Before long, they arrived at a mountain north of the capital. "Leader, he's coming," one of the white-clad men said. Wang Chao replied, "If he wants to die, let him die. We'll act accordingly later." "Leader, I just received another message from the Grand Tutor. We have to prioritize. Let's deal with the matter at hand first," Wang Chao said. Understood. The three men decisively descended on treetops. Zhu Honggong moved as fast as the wind. However, due to his unfamiliarity with his newfound powers, he tottered in the air for a moment before he managed to come to a stop. Wang Chao had to suppress the laughter that threatened to spill out of his mouth before he said, "Damn fat dwarf, you really dare to chase after me? Say that again. Damn fat dwarf. Damn fat dwarf." In fact, Zhu Honggong was not short at all. He could be considered rather tall. Wang Chao had called Zhu Honggong short because Wang Chao was so abnormally tall that everyone was short in comparison. Zhu Honggong was burning with anger. Wang Chao smiled and said, "Don't interfere. Watch how I toy with him." "Okay. Leader, let's end this quickly." "Don't worry." Wang Chao rushed toward Zhu Hong. His strength and speed were clearly twice as strong and as fast compared to when he was in the palace. He thrust his sword out. Zhu Honggong was shocked by the increase in Wang Chao's strength. He dodged to the left and the right, occasionally releasing energy fists to block Wang Chao's attacks. The two sides soon engaged in a fierce battle. The energy from their collisions cleaved the tree in a radius of 1 kilometer into two. "You dare to chase after us with this kind of strength?" Wang Chao said as he attacked fiercely. Energy swords spun and shot out in all directions as a Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared. Buzz! A wave of energy swept out, sending Zhu Honggong flying. He flipped a few times in the air before he steadied himself and looked at the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. It was also 450 feet tall, even though it was completely different from his 11-leaf avatar. At this moment, Lu Li and the other cultivators finally arrived. Zhu Honggong hurriedly said, "Why don't we fight next time?" Then he turned around to leave. "Yo, where did your arrogance from earlier go?" "You can't leave," Wang Chao said. He unleashed his grand technique and arrived in front of Zhu Honggong in just a blink of an eye. Then he thrust his sword out at Zhu Honggong. Bang! Wang Chao did not hold back his strength at all. He said, "I don't have time to play with you, so I'm going to finish you off now." Subsequently, Wang Chao tossed his sword out. With his sword hovering in front of him, he joined his palms together. Primal Qi, which seemed one with nature, surged around his feet immediately. Soon enough, the 8 trigram seal shone underneath his feet and Taoist scripts revolved around him. This was a Taoist sword technique, a killing technique. Zhu Honggong retreated a few steps. However, the momentum of the sword had built up to the point where it was impossible for Zhu Honggong to retreat. The energy swords began to gather into a tornado, boosted by what seemed to be endless power from the 8 trigrams seal. Following that, they spun toward Zhu Honggong at top speed. I'm going to die. At the critical moment, Luli rushed over and shouted, Old Zhu, astrolabe. Oh! Zhu Honggong instinctively moved his feet. Instead of an astrolabe, the golden halo that hung at the back of his avatar flew out. As soon as his golden halo appeared, the energy swords were struck down from the sky. Bang! 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 Soon enough, all energy swords were struck down by Zhu Honggong's golden halo. Upon seeing this, he was overjoyed. I seem to be stronger. Wang Chao frowned and said, Die! Just as the tornado-like energy swords disappeared, Wang Chao arrived in front of Zhu Honggong at lightning speed before he wielded a 1,000-meter energy sword with both hands and swung it down with all his might. The force from the swing seemed as though it contained the force to destroy heaven and earth. Zhu Honggong hastily threw the golden halo away before he raised his hands. Bang! Zhu Honggong caught the 1,000-meter-long energy sword. Everyone cried out in surprise. The Divine Lord is so powerful. What's the opponent's background? Luli said, Keep quiet. The opponent's strength is beyond your understanding. Zhu Honggong looked at Wang Chao, whose expression was unsightly, and said, I blocked your attack again. Seeing Zhu Honggong's carefree attitude, Wang Chao grew even angrier. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? What pig? Who are you calling a pig? Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. Buzz. The golden avatar suddenly rushed out as it wielded the golden halo that was surrounded by 11 leaves. The 11 leaves were like incomparably sharp blades as they tore through its opponent's protective energy. Bang! 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 When Wang Chao's protective energy was breached, he was so frightened that he withdrew his energy sword and began to descend. I seem to be faster than you. Zhu Honggong descended along with his avatar as well. His fists seemed as heavy a mountain as he punched them out. Wang Chao had no choice but to fly up again. Alas, the golden avatar seemed to have been waiting for Wang Chao all this time. It pressed down as soon as he rose up and its heavy fist landed on his body. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood before he fell from the sky. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Flood sect chanted repeatedly in unison, filled with passion and enthusiasm. The Divine Lord is mighty. Zhu Honggong turned and waved his hands. It's not that great. Back when I was a Tiger Ridge, I was much more domineering than this. Wang Chao's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zhu Honggong. Bang! Wang Chao stomped his feet on the ground before he shot up the sky like an arrow. He said through gritted teeth, Damned fat dwarf, die! The force of Wang Chao's energy sword was unlike before. It was so fast as it shot up that a protective energy appeared in front of it. Blood stained the corner of Wang Chao's lips as he flew up. His eyes shone with killing intent. Zhu Honggong, who was showing off to the members of the Flood sect, realized it was too late when he turned around and saw Wang Chao. He instinctively raised his hands and activated his protective energy, and cast the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. He crossed his arms and tried his best to resist the energy sword with the force of the lightning. Unfortunately, Wang Chao's move was too ferocious. Bang! Zhu Honggong groaned. A surge of blood rushed out from his throat and trickled out of his mouth. Divine Lord! The people from the Yellow Lotus domain watched anxiously. Meanwhile, Luli looked at the scene with a sense of helplessness. He could clearly sense that Zhu Honggong was much stronger than a 4,000 realms cultivator. It was unfortunate Zhu Honggong still had not familiarized himself with the fighting methods of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. There were another 2 white lotus cultivators. This could not go on. Zhu Honggong kept flying backward. The energy sword kept pressing him back. Like a poisonous snake, it pressed on, not giving him any chance to break free. Upon seeing that his attack succeeded, Wang Chao smiled arrogantly. This is it for you. I don't care who you are. Today, I'll use your blood as an offering to my sword. Buzz. The energy sword buzzed before its power increased. Zhu Honggong's qi and blood surged. His extraordinary 8 meridians were in chaos. His face was twisted in a grimace when he recalled his avatar. Avatar. Buzz. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared behind Zhu Honggong again. The 11 leaves spinning around it were dazzling. Wang Chao looked at the 11 golden leaves with a hint of fear before he said, "It's too late." Bang! The sword energy shot past Zhu Honggong's hands that were blocking. Although its force was reduced by half, it was still shooting toward his heart at this moment. Bang! The tip of the sword stabbed into his chest when it suddenly stopped as though it was met with some sort of resistance. Ha! Wang Chao was perplexed. Zhu Honggong grinned and asked, "What do you think about my Zen tunic?" Zen tunic? Wang Chao looked at Zhu Honggong warily. Zhu Honggong's sudden confidence threw him off slightly. A wicked smile appeared on Zhu Honggong's face as he said in a dark voice, "You dare to mock me for being short? I'm going to behead you." Following that, Zhu Honggong tossed his gloves into the air. The avatar grabbed the gloves. When the gloves fell into place around the avatar's hands, its hands seemed like two mountains. The two mountain-like hands moved toward Wang Chao from both sides. Wang Chao did not expect the mobility of Zhu Honggong's avatar to be so high. This was unheard of. The avatar formed by cultivators were like statues and could not move like humans. Zhu Honggong's avatar had turned his worldview upside down. In the end, he could only attribute this strange avatar to some evil techniques. As the energy fists came at him from both sides, Wang Chao resisted with all his might. Bang! A heart-wrenching scream rang in the air when Wang Chao was sandwiched tightly between the fists. Again, the golden avatar moved its fists again. Boom! Wang Chao spurted out blood from his mouth. Zhu Honggong leaped up and retrieved his gloves from his avatar before he stood on his avatar. The golden halo remained with him as 11 leaves shot toward Wang Chao's neck. Wang Chao, who was severely injured, was no match for Zhu Honggong. Bang! 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 3 of the leaves breached Wang Chao's protective energy before one of the leaves slashed his throat. The 1,000 Realms whirling avatar increased in size before it shrank into Wang Chao's body. Wang Chao was sent flying backward on the ground, breaking the towering trees that grew dozens of meters behind him. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. The Divine Lord is mighty. Zhu Honggong was no longer careless like before. He looked at his avatar carefully. After fighting, he had gained a basic understanding of his avatar. He could tell the 11 leaves that surrounded the golden halo were stronger than his gloves. Following that, Zhu Honggong controlled his avatar as he dove and descended on the ground with a loud boom. Boom! Lu Li and the others from the Flood sect landed on the ground as well, but they stayed 100 meters away. They knew they would be caught in the fight between the 1,000 Realms whirling experts if they drew any closer. When Wang Chao finally came to a stop, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He knew he had lost 1 birth chart. With great difficulty, he turned to look at his subordinates and said, What are you standing there for?" The 2 white-clad men watched from afar. They clearly had no intention of participating in the battle at all. How could they dare to make a move now after watching Wang Chao lose one of his birth charts? Losing a birth chart was no different from losing 1 life. "El leader, you're injured." Wang Chao was angry that he wished he could kill the 2 men. Unfortunately, they were the only ones he could rely on now. He could only stagger to his feet as he glared at Zhu Honggong. "Good, very good." Zhu Honggong smiled. "This is just the beginning. I'm just getting started." "You? What? You brought this upon yourself." After Zhu Honggong finished speaking, he began to cough violently. Wang Chao's attack was not completely useless. It caused Zhu Honggong's qi and blood to surge in his body. Wang Chao seemed to have thrown all his rationality away as he glared at Zhu Honggong gloomily and said, Today, I'll wash Great Qing with blood. None of you can even think about living." The anger and hatred of losing a birth chart had made Wang Chao lose his reason. He turned to look at his 2 subordinates and said, "Come." The 2 white-clads flew over before they drew their swords. "Kill all of them. There's only 1 expert in Great Qing, and he's injured. Moreover, he has no birth charts." Wang Chao said as he pointed at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong frowned. If you dare touch me, my master will wash Great Ming with blood. If you survive, you can say these words again later. Wang Chao waved his hand. At this moment, the white-clad man standing to Wang Chao's left suddenly brandished his sword. A white energy sword shot horizontally like a fan. To everyone's shock, the target was not Zhu Honggong, but Wang Chao. Bang! You? Wang Chao's eyes widened as an expression of terror appeared on his face. At this moment, the white-clad man on the right brandished his sword as well and launched several energy swords toward Wang Chao's abdomen. Bang! 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 Wang Chao fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Following that, the Thousand Realms whirling appeared and contracted once before it shot back into Wang Chao's body. With this, he lost another birth chart. Leader, I'm sorry. However, the Grand Tutor has ordered us to kill you here. Wang Chao's face was filled with unwillingness. His bloodshot eyes were brimming with terror as he asked, Don't blame us for being ruthless. We're doing this for Great Ming's sake. While you were fighting Mr. 8th, the Grand Tutor sent another 3 messages in a row. I was really worried, so I had a look at the messages. After reading the messages, I understood that you have to die for Great Ming's sake. Mr. 8th? I must die for Great Ming's sake. Wang Chao was confused. His mind was buzzing. Even Lu Li was confused by those words. The 2 white-clad men suddenly fell on one knee in front of Zhu Honggong and said, Mr. 8th, please forgive us. We didn't know you're Pavilion Master Lu's disciple. Please show mercy. Wang Chao. Zhu Honggong frowned. He turned around and was about to scold Lu Li when Lu Li walked up to him and stopped him. Old Zhu. Zhu Honggong turned to the 2 white-clad men and said, You have really bad eyesight. No matter how you look at it, how does this Lu guy look like my master? In my life, I only acknowledge my master. I won't betray my master even if it means saving my life. If the first half of Zhu Honggong's words were like pushing himself to the edge of the cliff, the second half pulled him back from the cliff. The 2 white-clad remained level-headed. No matter who your master is, you're from the Evil Sky Pavilion, right? Of course. Your 7th senior brother is Wuxia, right? Heh, is he that famous? The Grand Tutor has said that everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion is a friend of Great Ming. Anyone who dares to oppose the Evil Sky Pavilion is an enemy that has to be killed on the spot. Zhu Hongtong was suspicious. Since when did the Evil Sky Pavilion gain such a fearsome reputation and so much respect? The Evil Sky Pavilion did not even have a Thousand Realms whirling expert, so how could these people betray their leader for the Evil Sky Pavilion? Was this some kind of scheme? Were they bluffing and putting on a front? Zhu Honggong recalled his time in the Golden Lotus domain when he was still in the Tiger Ridge gang. At that time, he truly relied on bluffing to survive. Many smaller forces did not dare to act against him. However, it had to be said he was not completely bluffing. After all, he had his eldest senior brother and 7th senior brother secretly supporting him from behind. At this moment, Wang Chao roared. His body erupted with dense energy as he pounced toward Zhu Honggong. Wang Chao, how dare you! The 2 white-clad men charged out and released their energy swords at the same time, keeping Wang Chao away from Zhu Honggong. Bang! 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 The 2 men showed no mercy and killed Wang Chao. In just a few breaths, Wang Chao's body was pierced by energy swords. It was almost impossible for him to survive with these injuries. He had already lost 2 birth charts. How could he still be a match for the 2 men? Zhu Honggong frowned and looked at them solemnly. He reminded himself not to panic and to calm his emotions. He could feel a chill coming from the Zen tunic. This only happened when he was injured. Nevertheless, he watched with his hands on his back as though he was not injured at all. After Wang Chao's death, the 2 men landed and kneeled in front of Zhu Honggong again. Now that Wang Chao is dead, I hope Mr. 8th will forgive us. Zhu Honggong said indifferently, Very good. Thank you, Mr. 8th. The 2 of you are quite tactful. Since you know my identity, don't act recklessly. Of course, of course. After that, one of the white-clad men said, "The Grand Tutor has also instructed us to help you. If you need us, we've been ordered to stay to help you." Zhu Hong looked back at Lu Li. Lu Li shook his head. Zhu Hong said, "I don't need your help." Lu Li walked over and asked, "Is there a runic passage?" "No, we came here without a rune master." Lu Li asked, "Then how are you going to return?" "With a guiding talisman, we'll be able to reach Great Ming in half a year." Half a year. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. At this time Ji Hong, the Emperor of Great Qing, and many palace experts finally arrived on the flying chariot. When the flying chariot was still in the air, Ji Hong looked down and said in a clear voice, "Brother, I'm here. I'll use the force of the entire country to help you." Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong really wanted to retort, but it would be too demoralizing at this moment, and it was not befitting of the Divine Lord. Since everyone worshipped him, saying something now would make him lose his reputation. Hence, he said in a clear voice, "With your help, I'll win." At this point, Lu Zhou finally cut off the heavenly writing's power of sight. He had been observing for a long time, so consumption of the supreme mystic power was not small. Since his 8th disciple had sprouted the 11th leaf, there was no need for him to keep observing. With Lu Li's help, he believed his disciple would be able to deal with the remaining problems easily. Gong Sun Yuanxian, I have to say you know your place. When Zhu Honggong was chasing after Wang Chao, Lu Zhou had ordered Siwuya to send a message to Gong Sun Yuanxian. That was why the white-clad cultivators ended up fighting each other. After all, how could Wang Chao compare to the well-being of the entire Great Ming? Finally, Lu Zhou rose to his feet and flew toward the depth of the lava. The heat was monstrous and burned his face immediately. The lava flowed like red-hot molten iron along the trench. Its speed was not fast, and the range of its splashes was not too high, so he could easily dodge it with his current cultivation base. After flying for an hour along the winding trench, Lu Zhou finally came to a stop in the volcano cave-like valley. It was dark, and the only illumination came from the lava. Although Lu Zhou could feel the extreme heat that was the opposite of the cold pond, he felt the place was not harsh enough for him to pass his birth trial. It was clearly recorded in the ancient books that it was best to undergo one's birth trial in a place where the environment reached the limit of what one's birth palace could bear. Just like the forging of a weapon, a high temperature was required to melt the metal before it could be forged into the desired weapon. Due to the fire-resistant ability he gained from one of his life hearts, his resistance to heat had increased a lot. He had no choice but to travel deeper. After flying for 15 minutes, Lu Zhou arrived at an area that was shaped like a gourd. Lava fell from the mouth of the gourd to the bottom of the gourd. The heat was stronger than before. Lu Zhou looked at the lava flowing in the trench that had grown narrow. "This is it," Lu Zhou muttered as he began to sweat. He could feel that this place tested his limits. Following that, he rushed toward the huge rock located at the bottom of the gourd. As soon as he landed, a sizzling noise rang in the air. The corner of his long robe was ignited by the rock's high temperature. He waved his hand, extinguishing the fire. He had almost forgotten how insanely high the temperature was. If he was accidentally burned by the rock, the results would be interesting. He studied the rock and found that the rock he was standing on and the other rocks in this place were not ordinary rocks. If they were, they would have turned into molten rocks. Lu Zhou leaped up and moved to stand in the air above the flowing lava. Then he sat in the air and placed his hands on his lap. After he brought out his lotus, he looked at his life hearts as he waited for his birth palace to react to the harsh environment. The process felt like he was boiling his birth palace in red-hot lava. There was no reaction from his birth palace after 2 hours had passed. After another 2 hours flew by, there was no reaction either. When almost 6 hours had passed, Lu Zhou finally felt a burning sensation in his Dantian Sea of Qi. The feeling was similar to what he felt when he embedded his 6th life heart. However, it was not as painful as when he embedded the life heart. Following that, Lu Zhou saw the changes in his birth palace. The distinct lines of the zones glowed as though they were burning. They would flash every 2 seconds. Soon after, he felt a prickling pain. The temperature seemed to have increased by many times and was highly uncomfortable. "This is just a psychological effect," Lu Zhou muttered to himself. It was not difficult for an ordinary person to carry a bucket of water. However, if they wanted to continue holding on to it, it would require strong endurance and tenacity. This was the kind of situation Lu Zhou was in at the moment. He carefully looked at the changes in his birth palace and wondered out loud, "How long will take to complete this?" The changes were too slow. The borders between two life hearts were still as fine as a strand of hair, and the diameter of the birth palace still spanned a few meters. It would take a long time for it to expand at this rate. Well, there's no turning back. Since I'm here, I might as well take my time. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He began by recovering his supreme mystic power first before he began his daily cultivation. When he entered his meditative state when comprehending the heavenly writing, his mind cleared, and an unprecedented sense of comfort spread in his body. In such a hot environment, the comfort provided by the heavenly writing was incredibly precious. The scripts from the heavenly writing appeared in his mind. At this point, Lu Zhou was already familiar with the human scroll of the heavenly writing. With just a thought, he could easily enter the meditative state. On the other hand, he was almost done reading the earth scroll of the heavenly writing, but he had yet to completely master them. Currently, Lu Zhou possessed 7 powers from the heavenly writing. If it were not for the fact that they consumed supreme mystic power, these 7 powers alone could dominate the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain. He could only imagine how powerful the Heaven Scroll was. Alas, he had no idea how to unlock it. The only thing he could do now was to comprehend what he could. In the Red Lotus domain's Sky Research Court, Si Wuya, Zhao Hongfu, and the others stood around the ancient sheepskin map. "My master is in closed-door cultivation and won't be around for a period of time. During this time, apart from cultivating, he'll try to figure out the specific locations of the remaining 3 uncharted lands," Si Wuya said. Huang Yu placed one foot on a chair and said, "You and Sister Hongfu can study this while Dachui, and I will upgrade your weapons. We all have fields we specialize in, after all." "You have a point." Wang Dachui, who was standing nearby, recalled something they had previously discussed and asked, "Mr. Seventh, is it very difficult to pass the birth trial?" "It depends on one's physique. If you can withstand an environment that exceeds the limit of what your birth palace can bear, it'll be faster. It'll take at least 3 months, and at most 2 to 3 years to complete the birth trial. After all, it's inevitable for one to stop and rest after a certain time. This eats up a lot of time as well. Although one would not need to eat for half a year after entering the Thousand Realms whirling stage, one's body might change under extreme circumstances. For example, if placed in a desert, even cultivators would eventually get thirsty." Si Wuya replied. "Then how long do you think it'll take Pavilion Master Lu to pass his birth trial?" In their opinions, Lu Zhou was a top expert who had already passed 2 birth trials, after all. "I'm not sure about that either. When Master cultivates, he doesn't like to be around people," Si Wuya answered truthfully. "What a pity. Pavilion Master Lu has so many experiences. And yet, you still have to blindly fumble around." After all, Si Wuya had been studying the activation of birth charts and the opening of birth palaces for a long time previously. Si Wuya said, "My master has always been like this. He teaches us according to our aptitude. His experience may not be suitable for us." "How insightful." In the Yellow Lotus domain, Great Qing's royal palace, Wang Chao's death firmly established Zhu Honggong's status. Even Ji Hong, the emperor of Great Qing, was slightly inferior to him. In the Hall of Saints, Lu Li said, "Your master is really amazing. He can even scare the people of Great Ming. That person they spoke of might not be my master. I know my master's temper better than you do." "You're right. His surname is Lu, so he might be from the Lu clan. However, although my uncle's cultivation base is high, he's not strong enough to make the Grand Tutor of Great Ming bow his head," Lu Li said, perplexed. "Let's not dwell on this matter. Let's talk about the 11 leaves," Zhu Honggong said as he manifested his avatar. Then, He moved the golden halo surrounded by 11 leaves in front of him. Lu Li shook his head and said, I've never seen an avatar like yours before. Without a lotus, there's no birth chart. However, without a lotus, you can kill a 4-chart thousand realms whirling cultivator. Is it possible that I'm just highly gifted? Lu Li rolled his eyes and said, no matter what, your cultivation base now has entered the 1,000 realms whirling stage. To further improve, I'm afraid the yellow lotus domain is no longer enough. Why? Zhu Hong stood up like a spring. You had to absorb 8 life hearts before you sprouted the 11th leaf. Do you know how many lives were sacrificed to obtain that 8 life hearts? You're lucky the people in the yellow lotus domain revere you and are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. If it's any other place, you can forget about obtaining so many life hearts. Therefore, you have to be more conscious of their well-being. Zhu Hong did not understand. Seeing the confusion written clearly on Zhu Honggong's face, Lu Li patted his shoulder and said earnestly, setting the yellow lotus domain free is the best thing to do. I have compiled your words into a book. After a while, we can leave. A higher-level birth chart beast isn't a match for the entire yellow lotus domain. However, you have the great void energy. Even if you lie still, your cultivation base will still continue to grow. Sooner or later, you'll bring disaster to the yellow lotus domain if you continue to stay, Lu Li explained. Zhu Honggong did not want to leave. However, he knew it was not a good idea to stay any longer than necessary. Moreover, Great Ming had also discovered the location of the yellow lotus domain. Can I come back in the future? Of course. When I return, I'll build a runic passage to this place. The Black Tower Council has the best rune masters. I will ask them for help. Apart from that, I've already hidden your great void energy, so don't run around outside to show off, Lu Li said. Upon hearing these words, it suddenly dawned on Zhu Honggong how carefully Lu Li had taken care of him. When we return, you'll have to return to the Golden Lotus domain. However, the Golden Lotus domain is weak. I'll find a way to help you. If your master can't teach you, I'll teach you, Lu Li continued to say. Are you starting again? Zhu Honggong was tired of hearing about how he should switch masters. Let's not talk about it for now. During this time, you'll stabilize your realm in the yellow lotus domain. When everything is settled, we'll leave this place. The yellow lotus domain was located close to the ocean. It felt as though it could be easily flooded. The lush islands and forests were the most unique scenery here, since there were no changes in the 4 seasons of the year. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Close to the coastline on the Flood Sect's Howling Wind Island. The disciples from the Flood Sect that numbered almost 100,000 filled the island. At this moment, in a huge flying chariot hovering in the sky above the island, Ji Hong, the Emperor of Great Qing, grabbed Zhu Honggong's hand as he asked, My good brother, I wonder when you'll return from your trip? The disciples of the Hong sect numbered nearly 100,000 and filled the entire island. Zhu Honggong withdrew his hands and said, I'm just going out to play. I can come back at any time. Brother, please don't forget to come back. I will keep the position of the Divine Lord for you. All right. Thank you for all these years, Zhu Honggong said. It's nothing. Also, if you have any thoughts about my 4 royal sisters, At this point, Lu Li began to cough. Ji Hong stopped speaking, embarrassed. Zhu Hong spread his arms and said helplessly, Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness. I'll follow you for 1,000 miles to see you off. Please take care, Ji Hong said solemnly. Zhu Honggong's attitude turned serious as he cupped his hands together at Ji Hong and said, Take care. At this time, Su Wanqing and Tao Jing flew up into the sky. They could still vividly remember the first time Zhu Honggong came to the Howling Wind Island. Tao Jing said, You kept your promise to make the Flood sect the #1 sect within 5 years. However, now that you're leaving, what will the sect do in the future? You'll become the sect master in the future, Zhu Honggong said. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's go, Lu Li said decisively. Zhu Honggong flew up higher into the sky. When Dang Kong rose into the air, its body was glowing faintly. When Dang Kong paused for a moment, Zhu Honggong turned to look back. Everything in front of his eyes belonged to the past now. His heart moved slightly, and he said sincerely in a clear voice, "Wait for me to come back." More than 100,000 disciples of the Flood sect kneeled in unison. Farewell, Patriarch. Humans were unfeeling immortals who were heartless. After all, Zhu Honggong saw Lu Li's expressionless face and could not help but ask, "Aren't you touched at all? The fewer ties you have, the more carefree you will be." "You don't understand this yet." Zhu Honggong only sighed in response. Subsequently, the duo flew toward the endless ocean. It did not take long before they vanished from sight. When they arrived at the coastline of the endless ocean, Zhu Honggong asked, "What if we lose our way and end up in the Green Lotus domain?" "We won't lose our way," Lu Li said. "The Black Tower Council takes inventory of its members every once in a while. Since my life stone didn't shatter, they'll leave marks of the Black Tower Council to lead me back. Moreover, there's no Green Lotus domain now." "How can you be so sure? You didn't know about the Yellow Lotus domain either when we first arrived," Zhu Honggong said. "Deep in the unknown land is the Green Lotus domain. It's an incredibly powerful domain. 30,000 years ago, there was a chaotic war between humans and beasts. There were also wars between the humans. Many people were killed or injured. The people were starving and homeless. At that time, Taoist Master Lu appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the Black Lotus domain. He ended the war that the Black Lotus domain could not extricate itself from for almost 1,000 years. After that, the Green Lotus domain moved to the unknown land and severed all contact with the outside world." Lu Li said. "Why is everyone's surname Lu? One is Pavilion Master Lu, and Taoist Master Lu sounds really exaggerated," Zhu Honggong said with a straight face. Lu Li's expression turned solemn as he said, "The ancestor of the Lu clan isn't exaggerated. When we return to the Black Lotus domain, you'll naturally understand how great the Lu clan is." Fine, you can say whatever you want and I won't be any wiser. Keep your mouth shut." Zhu Honggong could not be bothered to bicker with Lu Li again. At this time, Dang Kong began to grunt. They had deliberately chosen a sunny day to set off. The sea was much calmer than usual, and the wind and the waves were not strong or big. Lu Li said, "When there are no big waves in the endless ocean, it's relatively safe. It doesn't mean that it's absolutely safe. You still be on guard during the journey. Don't be loud. If we run into a Sea King beast like last time, no one will be able to save us. Don't worry, I'll save us." Zhu Honggong's confidence was greatly boosted after he defeated Wang Chao. Lu Li ignored Zhu Honggong and flew to Dang Kang's back. Currently, it was not a problem for Dang Kong to carry 4 or 5 people on its back. "Let's speed up." Zhu Hong patted Dang Kong. Dang Kong snorted in acknowledgement before it shot off into the clouds like a shooting star and vanished from sight. Deep in the Red Lotus domain sky will Rift Valley, in the scorching hot gourd-shaped cave. After half a year of roasting in the cave, there was not much left of Lu Zhou's clothes. His upper body, which was much more muscular than before, was completely exposed now. At this time, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Lu Zhou did not expect his birth palace still was not completed after half a year. It was only 90% complete and would take some time before it was completed. Over the past half a year, other than stopping to quench his thirst, he only went out once. The rest of the time was spent roasting in this place, tempering his body. Comprehending the heavenly writing had also become a daily activity. Occasionally, when he had nothing to do, he would use the heavenly writing's power of sight to check in on his disciples. However, over the past few days, he could feel the soothing sensation from the heavenly writing was no longer as effective against the heat. With each passing day, he grew more and more uncomfortable, like his entire being was being slowly roasted. Passing the birth trial is even more difficult than activating the 6th birth chart. Lu Zhou found it hard to imagine how those who had possessed 12 or 13 birth charts managed to pass their birth trials. Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace. The changes had increased slightly. At this moment, the 36 triangles shone distinctly and grew to cover half of the birth palace. He closed his eyes and continued to endure the high temperature. He was in such excruciating pain that he almost wished he was dead. Even his bone marrows felt as though they were on fire. In just a blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Lu Zhou was awakened by a sizzling sound. He opened his eyes, thinking it was the lava, when he saw his birth palace was on fire. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Not good. Lu Zhou clapped his hands together. A palm seal as wide as his birth palace fell on his birth palace. Bang! Lu Zhou was assaulted by intense pain. What he did was equivalent to hitting himself, but he was left with no other choice. He had to use the palm seal to extinguish the fire on his birth palace. Is it blocked again? Lu Zhou vaguely sensed something was amiss, but he could figure out what was wrong. The uncomfortable sensation in his Dantian sea of qi appeared again. This had been a problem since he regained his youth. As his cultivation base rose, the problem began even more obvious. Under normal circumstances, the lotuses were resistant to fire. Let alone mortal fire, they were even impervious to karmic fire. An environment such as this only tested one's tenacity for a long time, but it would not burn one's lotus. However, when the vitality energy stagnated, lotuses would lose their protection accordingly. Therefore, when Lu Zhou's Dantian sea of qi was blocked for a moment, it was not surprising that his lotus caught fire. After all, the heat here was not inferior to the karmic fires. The price of youth? Lu Zhou recalled the mission from before. He called up the system interface and looked at the mission. Second avatar. Collecting all the blue crystals, 4/9. The second avatar should be the key to solving this problem. Following that, Lu Zhou recited the heavenly writings power of sight to check in on Mingxirin. ZZZ, 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 woof, woof, woof. When Lu Zhou saw Mingxirin was fast asleep, he could not help but curse. Bastard! Mingxirin was fast asleep. Lu Zhou immediately recited the heavenly book and looked at Mingxirin's situation. With that, his supreme mystic power surged out. Mingxirin, who was sleeping soundly in a dense forest, was jolted awake by a sudden clap of thunder. He hastily rose to his feet and instinctively raised his hand. The blue wood disappeared immediately. Woof! 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 Xianxia ran over, wagging its tail. Mingxirin looked to the left and the right vigilantly before he scratched his head. I must be dreaming again. What's wrong with me? I just had to dream about Master. Woof! 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 Xianxia turned around and barked a few times. Mingxirin said irritably, Stop barking. I have a headache. Following that, he looked up at the gray sky. The environment was gloomy and suffocating. It's been half a year since I've come to Great Shang. Woof! 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 Xianxia barked a few more times. Mingxirin looked out of the dense forest suspiciously. Amidst the fog in the distance, he saw many pairs of glowing eyes. A pack of wolves? Mingxirin patted Xianxia's head. Let's go. I think I know where the blue crystal is. Xianxia stopped barking. Mingxirin leaped onto Xianxia's back and flew up into the air toward a human city. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. With Mingxirin's ability, there was no reason he could not find the blue crystals after half a year. Based on the Black Lotus Domain's information, the Purple Lotus Domain's overall cultivation strength was the same as the Red Lotus Domain. What could have gone wrong? At this moment, the heat wave under Lu Zhou seemed to have grown hotter than before, making him feel uncomfortable. Supreme mystic power. Lu Zhou's birth palace had caught fire again. He used what little of the supreme mystic power he had left to help his birth palace withstand the high temperature. The supreme mystic power raised his birth palace's resistance by a lot. After half a year in this place, not to mention humans, even ordinary metal would have long turned to molten iron. Lu Zhou frowned and observed the changes in his birth palace. The progress was 99% complete. The final 1% was unusually difficult to complete. He felt as though his Dantian sea of qi was being pricked by thousands of flaming needles. He brought his purple glazed ceramic out but hesitated when he thought that using it might affect his birth trial. After all, the purple glazed ceramic could release an incredibly cold energy. Who knew if it would destroy the harsh environment here? In the end, he put away the purple glazed ceramic that was fully recovered. Seeing that he did not have any supreme mystic power left, he decided to enter his meditative state to recover the supreme mystic power. Perhaps due to the high temperature, the vitality energy here was very thin. Therefore, the time it took for him to recover the supreme mystic power was very long as well. In any case, he was not in a rush. It would take a long time before the changes in Birth Palace were completed. Even if he could swiftly recover his supreme mystic power, he still would not be able to leave yet. It would be better for him to calm down and slowly recover the supreme mystic power. The endless ocean. Lu Li was speechless when he saw Zhu Honggong lying on Dongkong's back, snoring and drooling. Zhu Honggong was really not cut out to be the local tyrant. His image was not intimidating at all. If it were not for his help, it would be difficult to make more than 100,000 disciples from the Flood sect submit if they were to rely on Zhu Honggong's charisma alone. Whoosh! A sea beast suddenly leaped out of the sea in front of them. What's going on? Lu Li was perplexed. Normally, under such weather, the sea beasts would not usually leave the sea. Why did a sea beast suddenly leap out of the sea? He quickly woke Zhu Honggong up. Zhu Honggong rubbed his eyes and said groggily, "Are we home? We're still a long way from home. Be careful. There's something up ahead." They had been flying for a long time, but they were still above the endless ocean. Upon seeing this, Zhu Honggong felt empty in his heart. He said, dissatisfied, "I should have just stayed in the Yellow Lotus domain. To be honest, His Majesty treats us well. I could have married a few wives there." Lu Li said, "However, have you really thought it through? Compared to you, their lives are just a flash in the pan. When they grow old, you'll still look the same. When your children are old, you'll still look the same. Think about it. Imagine your children lying on the bed sick with white hair and wrinkles as they complain to you. All right, I fucking understand your point." Zhu Honggong could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Splash! A dark sea beast leaped out of the sea. Lu Li frowned and observed the changes in the water. Under the sunlight, he saw a shadow as huge as a mountain under the surface of the sea. He hastily said, shocked, "Hurry up! Ask Dang Kong to fly higher up." "Okay." Zhu Honggong realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly urged Dang Kong to fly up into the fog. Their visibility was greatly affected when they entered the fog. They could hardly see what was going on below. The experienced Lu Li said, "Don't disperse the fog. Just move slowly. It'll be dangerous if we're discovered." "Old Lu, what's going on?" Lu Li said, "Sea Beast King." "Another Sea Beast King? Should I go down and kill it to take its life heart?" Zhu Honggong asked. "No," Lu Li said. "You don't know much about sea beasts. Back then, I accepted a mission from the Black Tower Council and went to the Endless Ocean to kill the Sea Beast King. Do you know why we wanted to kill the Sea Beast King?" "I don't want to know why. Your answer will definitely suffocate me to death," Zhu Honggong said. Lu Li ignored him and continued. "That's because Sea Beast Kings have the ability to control or lead other beasts. Every once in a while, a Sea Beast King would lead a large group of powerful sea beasts to attack human cities. To protect the domain that's kept in captivity, the Black Tower Council needed to kill it. Then why didn't they send stronger cultivators?" Zhu Honggong asked in confusion. "Those with 8 charts are judges. Above that are the elders. They have a high status and won't easily risk their lives. If I'm dead, they'll send more people out to make sure the Sea Beast King doesn't come to land," Lu Li replied. "Then why didn't they send someone to deal with Sea Beast King this time?" Zhu Honggong asked as he listened to the sound of waves from below. "I don't know." Lu Li shook his head. "We've been away for too long. Maybe something has happened to the Black Tower Council. The Black Tower has its own way of doing things. Every 6 months, someone will be sent to patrol the sea. Naturally, there's no guarantee the Sea Beast Kings will appear. However, if the person on patrol perishes and fails to kill the Sea Beast King, leading the Sea Beast Kings to come ashore, the Black Tower Council will send the judges out at that time. The Black Tower Council is despicable, Zhu Honggong said. Sometimes we don't have a choice. What should we do now? If the Black Tower Council doesn't send anyone, won't the sea beasts act recklessly? Zhu Honggong asked anxiously. There are many possibilities. Perhaps this isn't the part of the Endless Ocean near the Black Lotus Domain and the Red Lotus Domain, Lu Li said. It's over, it's over, it's over. We're lost, Zhu Honggong said. Impossible. Lu Li took out a glowing jade token from his pocket. Zhu Hong looked at the jade token and exclaimed in surprise, Old Lu, you kept such a treasure to yourself. This isn't a treasure. It's used to show us the way. At that time when we first arrived in the Yellow Lotus Domain, it had already lit up. However, our cultivation bases were too low to cross the Endless Ocean again at that time. A low but thunderous groan rang from below, piercing through the fog. It was so loud that the duo's eardrums hurt, and their heads began to buzz. Lu Li frowned and said grimly, It's a high-level sea beast king. If you go down now, its stomach will be your new home, Lu Li, who could read Zhu Honggong's mind now, said, putting an end to Zhu Honggong's desire to go down. He could let Zhu Honggong let his victory over Wang Chao get to his head. High-level sea beast kings are so powerful? Perhaps only judges can deal with it. I don't know where this one is going. I'm afraid disaster will soon befall humans. Lu Li sighed. Great Yuan's royal palace in the Black Lotus Domain. The Black Emperor, Mu Erdi, paced back and forth with his hands on his back. At this moment, a figure rushed over and kneeled on the ground before saying, Your Majesty, reports from the front line say that the ferocious beasts from the Endless Ocean are heading toward the Red Lotus Domain. Mu Erdi's eyes lit up as he turned around. Very good. I've been waiting for this day. Your Majesty, King Chan of Wu has gone to the Dark and Light Alliance. I believe they'll be willing to cooperate with us. Okay, Mu Erdi said to Eunuch Zhang, his confidant who was standing nearby. Murdy said to Eunuch Zhang, his confidant nearby, Inform the Dark Soul sect that I want to bring Insei back to the palace. Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, flew to the Dark Soul sect on the flying chariot. In the evening, the flying chariot finally arrived at Dark Soul Mountain. Several disciples from the Dark Soul sect hastily flew up and bowed as they greeted Mu Erdi. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Mu Erdi walked out onto the deck of the flying chariot with his hands on his back. He looked at the Dark Soul sect's disciples and said, No need for formalities. How's Warrior Insei? In Mu Erdi's opinion, Insei was a rare cultivation genius. With the help of the Dark Soul sect, Insei should be able to recover his birth charts. He believed Insei would be able to return to the peak within 5 years. Therefore, it was only natural that he personally came to accompany such a rare talent back to the royal palace. One of the disciples hesitated, clearly finding it difficult to speak. Eunuch Zhang saw this and said reproachfully, Is there anything you can't in front of His Majesty? Your Majesty, it's not that I can't say it, but I'm afraid that you'll be angry. Tell me, Mu Erdi said. Insei is the eldest disciple of the Dark Soul sect. He's the eldest senior brother whom everyone respects. However, the injuries he suffered this time are too serious. We've used up the heavenly flower cleansing pills and the recovery potions left by the sect master. Even with the help of the entire sect, he only managed to recover 5 birth charts. It'd take another 10 years to fully recover his birth charts. The disciple replied. Mu Erdi frowned when he heard these words. Even with the Dark Soul sect's capability, Insei hasn't recovered all his birth charts? You need to understand that Warrior Insei is like my arms. Whether it's 10 or 20 years, I can wait. As long as he's able to recover, I can wait. Mu Erdi knew the heavenly flower cleaning pills were not important. What was important was the recovery potions. The recovery potions were obtained by the sect master of the Dark Soul sect from the Great Void. The elder sighed. The size of his birth palace had been reduced by half for some reason. Regarding this, the Dark Soul sect is helpless. Eunuch Zhang said, Don't lie to His Majesty. Do you know that lying to the Emperor is a crime punishable by death? It's precisely because lying to the emperor is punishable by death that I don't dare to lie. Your Majesty, Ensei has served the royal court for so many years. You should see him, the elder said, making an inviting gesture. It was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. Even eunuch Zhang did not dare to speak. Instead, he turned to look at Mu Erdi's expression. In fact, if Ensei's birth charts could be recovered, it would only benefit the Dark Soul sect. Therefore, the Dark Soul sect would deliberately not treat him. There was no reason for them to lie. After a moment, Mu Erdi said, "Return to the palace." Eunuch Zhang was shocked. "Your Majesty, aren't you going to have a look at Warrior Ensei?" "I don't feel well, so I'll come back another day." Eunuch Zhang had served the emperor for many years. He naturally understood Mu Erdi's thoughts. He hurriedly said, "Return to the palace." With this, the flying chariot turned around and disappeared into the clouds. The disciples bowed as they watched the flying chariot leave. About 15 minutes later, a weak-looking Ensei rushed over from the heart of the Dark Soul sect. It was obvious it was not easy for him to come here. His armor looked like it was too heavy for him. He wielded his sword with one hand as he asked excitedly, "Elder, where's His Majesty?" "He left." "Left? Impossible. His Majesty promised me that he'll come and fetch me back to the palace." "How could he leave?" Ensei asked, clearly in disbelief. "Wake up. You're no longer the Ensei of the past. I've already reported your condition to His Majesty truthfully. His Majesty didn't even hesitate before he left. You're no longer a child. Can't you even understand this?" Ensei staggered and almost fell down. His knuckles turned white as he tightened his grip around his sword. "It's good enough that I didn't kill you. I did this for you. In your current state, if you return to the royal palace, you'll definitely die. You've offended too many people in the past. You should take this chance and retire," the elder said. "Retire?" Ensei said in a daze. "Ensei!" The elder's voice rose as he said impatiently, "If you're dissatisfied, you can go to the royal palace tomorrow morning." The elder turned around and left, leaving Ensei, who was looking at the empty sky in a daze, behind. After a long while, Ensei gritted his teeth and manifested his astrolabe. He looked at the dim birth zones and muttered to himself, clearly agitated, How's this possible?" At this moment, a voice rang from nearby. "You're no longer a 10-chart genius. You should face reality." Ensei spun around and glared at the person who had spoken. "I'm your eldest senior brother. Watch your mouth." "Eldest senior brother, you'd better not provoke me," the person said as he bowed politely. Buzz. Following that, a black Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared in front of Ensei. It was 750 feet tall. On the black astrolabe, 8 birth charts flashed brightly. It was good enough that the other person only manifested his avatar and did not attack Ensei. All these years, all the Dark Soul Sect's resources had been used on Ensei. After his birth charts were destroyed, he only recovered 5 birth charts after using up all of the sect's resources again. It was impossible for him not to arouse the other disciples' dissatisfaction. Ensei thought about Lu Zhou and muttered resentfully, "What kind of evil technique did he use?" In the depths of the Red Lotus domain sky will Rift Valley. Lu Zhou was completely immersed in comprehending the heavenly writing in the high heat. This had become a magical way for him to deal with the heat. Apart from that, another advantage of immersing himself in comprehending the heavenly writing was that he could deepen his comprehension. The only disadvantage was when he was in his meditative state, he had no way to check on his disciples. Ding! One of your disciples, Yi Tianxin, has successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Ding! Yi Tianxin has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Would you like her to complete his apprenticeship? The sudden notifications pulled Lu Zhou out of his meditative state. He opened his eyes and looked at the interface. Yi Tianxin. Ding! Disciples will provide more rewards for their master after leaving their master and entering the world. This was slightly unexpected. Lu Zhou had thought little Yuaner and Conk would complete their apprenticeships first. They were far more talented than the others and were already at the 10-leaf stage. Moreover, he had obtained more than enough life hearts in the southern kingdom for them to form their 1,000 realms whirling avatars. Moreover, with their eldest and second senior brother's protection, both girls would be safe when forming the avatars. Lu Zhou said, "Complete apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Yi Tianxin, has successfully completed her apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Yi Tianxin completes her apprenticeship, she can establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive points for teaching Yi Tianxin. Ding! You must confirm this with Yi Tianxin in person. Currently, this only takes effect in the system. Unexpected or not, it was a good thing that Yi Tianxin had completed her apprenticeship. Lu Zhou's gaze landed on the random card. Open. Ding! You've received an insight card. You have received the formation-breaking spear technique. Ding! Insight card. Everything in the world has a weakness. With the insight card, it's easier for you to see through your target's weaknesses. This card can now be purchased from the system. This seems pretty good. Lu Zhou opened the system panel to have a look. Indeed, under the item panel, he saw the insight card that was sold for 20,000 merit points. He nodded. The price was acceptable. Boom! All of a sudden, an explosion rang from the sky will mountain range. Boom! Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace and muttered, "Just a little bit more." In the birth palace, half of the 36 triangles flashed distinctly. Lu Zhou's 6 birth charts overlapped with each other. He could separate them with just a thought, but he could not seamlessly merge them. They would only seamlessly merge after he completed his birth trial. There were 2 ways to hide one's birth charts. First, one could use the 36 triangles in the birth palace to form a barrier just like Xianxia did. It was a rather cool technique. Second, one could just let one's birth charts overlap. For example, he let his 6 birth charts overlap. Although the borders could faintly be seen, it was still difficult to count the number of birth charts. Boom! A huge rock fell due to the violent tremors. Lu Zhou frowned and raised one hand. A palm seal shot out and pushed the rock out of the way. The rock fell into the lava with a huge splash. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the mouth of the gourd-shaped cave. If the lava that fell like a fiery waterfall overflowed, he would have to run. Otherwise, there would be no more Old Demon Ji or Old Demon Lu in the future. He would be called the Charred Demon. Boom! 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 The frequency of the rocks falling increased as time passed. Golden Buddha's body. The Golden Buddha's body appeared, keeping the falling rocks at bay. What's happening outside? Fierce beasts. Lu Zhou recalled the 3 scavenging cultivators he met when he first arrived at this place. The trio had said a special birth chart beast had appeared in the vicinity. Was it possible that someone was now fighting that fierce beast? The timing was really bad. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of hearing. The range of his hearing expanded to 1,000 meters. He could hear the rustling of the wind and the bubbling lava. Alas, apart from that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. It was better for him to focus on his birth charts. Near the sky will Rift Valley. Many cultivators could be seen flying back and forth. All kinds of fierce beasts flew in from all directions, engaging in fierce battles with humans. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 There were flying beasts in the sky and beasts on the ground. There were the known beasts such as Xianxia, and there were other yet-to-be-identified fierce beasts that resembled rhinoceros, pythons, tigers, leopards, and other predators. We can't hold on any longer. These fierce beasts suddenly appeared, and there are so many of them as well. It's not just here. There are many fierce beasts that have appeared in the Jianan Circuit's land of Shu and the Shanbei Circuit. Let's retreat to the city and wait for the experts to arrive. Human corpses were strewn everywhere near the Sky Will mountain range. Some flying beasts perched on the corpses, pecking on their flesh and drinking their blood. The scene was incredibly gory. Most of the surviving cultivators were panting for breath with blood staining their faces. The Shanbei circuit has the 9th temple guarding it. The Jianan circuit has the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain and the Heavenly Fire sect guarding it. These 2 places should be fine. The problem is the Sky Will Mountain range. Let's give up on the Sky Will Mountain range and retreat. Perhaps the experts in the capital in the Guanyi circuit will come. The capital? Guanyi circuit? Isn't that where the Evil Sky Pavilion is based? I guess we can only depend on them. Over 100 cultivators flew east in unison. The number of flying beasts in the sky continued to increase at the same time. Whoosh! Boom! A huge figure rushed over from the distant north, causing the earth to tremble. It was a huge wolf-like beast. This is bad. Hurry up and hide. It's a beast king. The beast king howled. It's over. It's a nether wolf king. The cultivators who recognized this birth chart beast were terrified. Ordinary wolves traveled in packs, never alone. It was the same for this wolf-like fierce beast. After all, fierce beasts retained many of the characteristics of the beasts they resembled. As expected, a pack of nether wolves appeared in the wake of the nether wolf king. The nether wolf king was 400 to 500 feet tall. With one leap, it could reach the clouds. Based on its size and body, there was no doubt it was a beast king. It was equivalent to a 5 or 6 chart cultivator. A voice of reason rang in the air. Stay calm. Don't worry about the other fierce beasts for now. Think of a way to stop the nether wolf king. Heroes would rise during troubled times, after all. Under the lead of their king, the pack of nether wolves raised their heads to the sky and howled. Fortunately, there were many towering trees that slowed their speed slightly. How strange! These wolves are so bold as to trespass into a human city. Aren't they afraid of being killed by human cultivators? A cultivator said, puzzled. It's not that simple. Think about it. So many fierce beasts appeared at the same time at various places in the Red Lotus domain. It's obvious it's premeditated by the beasts. Are the beasts so smart? Have you forgotten about the land of chaos Yingzhao? There's also Puyi. I heard the 2 intelligent beasts, Yingzhao and Puyi, led hordes of beasts to slaughter the humans before they were killed by a mighty figure. Boom! The nether wolf king leaped down, looking as big as Mount Tai. Its 4 legs were like huge pillars, and its head towered in front of everyone. Its dark eyes shone viciously. Attack! An order rang in the air. In just an instant, over 100 cultivators launched energy sabers, energy swords, formation seals, and various attacks in the air. Everyone displayed their own abilities at this moment. Red energy swirled in the sky. With the momentum of a hurricane, it struck toward the nether wolf king's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air. The nether wolf king took a few steps back before it raised its 2 front legs and howled. The other nether wolves howled as well, shaking the heavens, before they pounced out. Their bodies were much smaller than the nether wolf king, but their speed was greater. They pounced into the crowd and began to attack in a frenzy, snapping their jaws ferociously. The human cultivators and the nether wolves engaged in a fierce battle. Bits of flesh and blood flew in the air. Sometimes the human cultivators fell. Sometimes the nether wolves fell. Meanwhile, the nether wolf king sat at the side. Its eyes glowed sinisterly as it watched from afar. At the same time, many fierce beasts appeared all over Great Tang. Li Yunjing led the civil and military officials and rushed to the Sky Martial Court. As soon as Li Yunjing saw Si Wuya, he fell to his knees. Teacher, Great Tang is in danger. I beg you to think of a way. Only you can save us from this situation. Si Wuya frowned and said, I've already heard about what happened. Li Yunjing, you're the ruler of the country. You can't act so disgracefully. Li Yunjing did not have problems dealing with daily national affairs. However, the problem this time concerned the survival of Great Tang. Therefore, he could not help but feel overly anxious. After he rose to his feet, he asked, Teacher, where's Grandmaster? Your Grandmaster is still cultivating in seclusion. They're just fierce beasts. They're nothing. The real problem is more terrifying than you can imagine. Wuxia said as he turned around. Teacher, what do you mean? Li Yunzheng asked as a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. I've spoken to Ing Zhao. The fierce beasts in the unknown land are colluding with the humans to take down Great Tang. I'm waiting for those humans to show themselves, Wuxia said. Humans? Li Yunzheng was dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, the culprit should be Great Yuan's royal court, Wuxia said. The Black Lotus domain? Li Yunzheng was in disbelief. Aren't they afraid of Grandmaster? This is a war. How could one person, invincible or not, stop a war? Out of Great Tang's 10 circuits, for have been besieged by fierce beasts. If a beast king shows up, we'll be in big trouble, Wuxia said in a grave tone. There were not many thousand realms whirling cultivators in the Red Lotus domain after all. Since the end of the Black Tower Council's monopoly, there were a few who broke through and became Thousand Realms whirling cultivators, but the Red Lotus domain's overall strength was still a far cry from the Black Lotus domain's overall strength. If a war broke out between both sides, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Wang Dachui rushed over from outside and said, Mr. Seventh, a Beast King, the Nether Wolf King, has appeared at the Skywell mountain range. The cultivation sects in that area have suffered heavy casualties. There are currently more than 100 people trapped in the Skywell Rift Valley, and the others have retreated to Cloud Mountain. Wuxia shook his head and sighed. What should have come has come in the end. How are things in the Shanbei Circuit? The Shanbei Circuit is guarded by the 9th Temple. They're still able to hold the beasts back for now. They're only worried a Beast King will show up. The Jiangdong Circuit is close to the sea, and there have been some strange movements. I suspect the sea beasts will show up. Li Yunzheng. Shannon Circuit seems to be okay at the moment. Perhaps it's because Pavilion Master Lu had previously massacred the fierce beasts there. They're traumatized and left that place alone. Wang Dachui continued to say, I also have another piece of news. Runic passages from the Black Lotus domain have been found in the Shannon Circuit and the Jiangdong Circuit. Li Yunzheng exclaimed in shock. It's just as you said, teacher. The Black Lotus domain is stirring up trouble from behind the scenes. This was a double disaster. Wuxia said, if I'm not mistaken, Great Yuan's royal court must have been planning this for a long time. He walked to the table next to him and pointed at the ancient goatskin map before he continued to say, the places where they appeared are Jianan Circuit, Shanbei Circuit, Jiangdong Circuit, and Jiangbei Circuit. These places are all close to the borders of Great Tang. It would be difficult for a large number of beasts to travel through the runic passages, so they can only attack from the outside. The Black Lotus domain's runic passages will certainly appear in all these places as well to form a siege with the fierce beasts. After a beat, Wuxia said grimly, 3 land beasts and 1 sea beast from the east. If nothing unexpected happens, I foresee there will be 4 beast kings. Li Yunzheng said, teacher, how can you be so sure? With Wuxia's accurate predictions, sometimes he felt like Wuxia was like a spy. Wuxia said expressionlessly, you don't need to know that. The most important thing now is to send experts to these places. In order to confuse the opponent, send experts from 10 sections. These experts must be carefully selected, and their names must be kept a secret. All you need to do is deal with this task. Li Yunzheng said, But Great Tang's cultivators aren't strong enough. Just do as I say, Wuxia said. Understood. I'll listen to you. Following that, Li Yunzheng no longer wasted time and left to complete his task. Wang Dachui moved next to Wuxia and asked, Mr. Seventh, do you plan to use the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength? Wuxia smiled slightly. Perhaps that's not necessary. The Skywell mountain range. The Nether Wolf King and the Nether Wolves forced more than 100 cultivators back. Almost all the cultivators who were still alive were bleeding, injured in one way or another. Retreat into the valley. This is our only way out. Someone pointed at the Skywell Rift Valley. There's lava in the valley. If we go in, we'll die from the heat. It's better to die from the heat than being mauled to death. Let's go. Only half of the original number of cultivators was left at this moment. They flew toward the Sky-Will Rift Valley. As they flew, they saw corpses of both humans and fierce beasts alike strewn everywhere. The ancient sages once said the conflict between humans and beasts could never be reconciled. However, the ancient sages did not give an explanation for those words. At this moment, the Nether Wolf King leaped up to one of the mountains in the Sky-Will mountain range. It caught several cultivators off guard. They did not have time to manifest their avatars and were sent flying. Compared to the Nether Wolf King, humans were really too small. It was not only at the Sky-Will mountain range. Similar scenes were playing out in 4 of Great Tang circuits. However, it had to be said that the cultivators in the Sky-Will mountain range were the most miserable. The group of cultivators flew desperately toward the valley. The pack of nether wolves gave chase, climbing up the mountains. Along the way, they would maul the stragglers. Energy sabers and energy swords filled the air as the cultivators tried to fend the wolves off. The cultivators fought and retreated to the valley. Wait, you should be safe here. Don't go into the cave first. It's hot and dangerous inside. Let's hide here for now. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of howling rang in the air as the pack of nether wolves appeared at the entrance of the valley. Their heads were raised up high as they howled as though they were declaring their victory. The cultivators were so frightened that they retreated into the cave at the same time. Don't be afraid. There's a river of lava here, and the entrance is too small for the Nether Wolf King to enter. All we have to do is kill those nether wolves. Just like before, as soon as these words were spoken, boom! Rocks began to roll down. Everyone looked up with horrified expressions on their faces. The Nether Wolf King is up there. These wolves are more cunning than we imagined. Boom! 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 The Nether Wolf King kept slamming the ground above the cave, causing huge rocks to tumble down. Buzz! 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 Everyone hurriedly activated their protective energies to keep the falling rocks at bay. Nevertheless, there were still many who got injured. Some could not withstand the weight of the rocks and almost fell into the lava. Although they were only near the entrance of the cave, the heat was still unbearable. We can't continue like this. We have to think of a way to ask for help. One of the cultivators said. He took out a talisman and lit it up. Following that, he waved his hand, forming a ring of energy. Alas, nothing happened. Upon seeing this, that person shook his head and said, I guess we can only depend on ourselves now. At this moment, a cultivator who seemed to be the leader of the group said, Those at the Thousand Realms whirling stage, step forward. Only one person stepped forward. This person was from a large sect in the southern mountain city in the Shannon Circuit. He was from the Heavenly Minister's sect, a sect that had risen in recent years. It was unfortunate that he had only recently formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. He was a rookie. This was not surprising since the Black Tower Council had only stopped monopolizing the birth chart beasts not too long ago. The Heavenly Minister's sect seized the opportunity when the Black Tower Councils relinquished their monopoly of the Red Lotus domain and gathered their sect's 9-leaf and 10-leaf cultivators to gather life hearts in hopes to cultivate their members into Thousand Realms whirling cultivators. When they received news that fierce beasts had appeared in the Sky-Will mountain range, they did not hesitate to send people over. Alas, they did not expect such a thing would happen. Block the small wolves. As soon as the leader of the group finished speaking, more than 10 nether wolves charged into the cave, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced toward the cultivators. The Thousand Realms whirling cultivator used his energy swords to push the wolves back one after another. After pushing back the first wave of wolves, they continued guarding near the entrance of the cave. Boom! 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 The Nether Wolf King seemed agitated. It pounded with 4 legs with much more force than before. Accordingly, the rocks fell at a faster speed in the cave. A male cultivator and a female cultivator could no longer withstand the pressure and began to cry. Upon seeing this, the leader of the group cursed, Trash! What are you crying for? Crying not only would not solve the problem, but it would bring down everyone's morale as well. In the eyes of the wolves, perhaps, weak and crying prey was more delicious. The 2 cultivators stopped crying immediately. Rumble! Huge rocks continued to fall from above. At this time, boom! As though a lid had been opened, the Nether Wolf King punched a hole through the top of the cave. "Shit! We need to go deeper in," the leader said before he led the others deeper into the cave. At this time, no one cared about the high temperature anymore. The Nether Wolf King stuck its head into the hole and bared its fangs. The two cowardly cultivators who had cried earlier did not react in time. Before they could even cry out, they were already between the fangs of the Nether Wolf King. The others flew deeper into the cave in the valley. The Nether Wolf King let out another howl. The pack of Nether Wolves instantly swarmed into the cave. The Nether Wolf King had absolute control over its pack. With its command, regardless of how dangerous it was, the wolves in the pack would charge in fearlessly and would not hesitate to give up their lives. It was as though their king's command overrode their survival instincts. These wolves were extremely ferocious. When they entered the magma cave, due to their speed, several of them fell into the lava. They were instantly swallowed by the lava. The remaining wolves gathered at the edge of the trench as they stared at the human cultivators hungrily. "Look, it seems like they don't dare to come in because of the high temperature. The problem is we can't hold on for long in here. If this drags on, we'll definitely die from the heat. Just hold on. As long as we don't die, there'll always be hope. No matter if it was a time of peace or war, there would always be optimists and pessimists. Gather around, everyone. You, the one at the Thousand Realms whirling stage, stand in front of the group. Everyone, activate your energies." Buzz. Everyone hurriedly activated their energies to resist the heat. Boom! A rumbling noise rang from above again. This time, luck was not on their side. It only took a moment for the Nether Wolf King to create another opening at the top. "Damn it! It's really trying to push us to our deaths. I'll fight it out with you," the Thousand Realms whirling cultivator said angrily. He stomped his feet and flew up through the newly created opening. Over 10,000 energy swords shot toward the eye of the Nether Wolf King in just an instant. The Nether Wolf King swung its head around. Bang! 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 The Nether Wolf King easily sent all energy swords flying. The Thousand Realms whirling cultivator was no match for the Nether Wolf King. He fell from the sky. Below him was the lava. "Save him! It's too late." The cultivators could only watch helplessly as the cultivator fell toward the lava. All of a sudden, a streak of fire flew out of the lava like a fiery meteor. "What's that?" Soon enough, the cultivators saw a handsome shirtless young man with a fiery lotus under his feet. He easily pushed the man away, saving the man from falling into the lava. He did not stop moving and shot up to the opening at the top. Upon seeing this, the man who had just been saved cried out to his savior, "Don't be rash." Everyone shook their heads. They watched as an energy sword that 1,000 feet long appeared in the handsome young man's hand before he rushed up. Bang! The energy sword pierced the Nether Wolf King's jaw from below. The Nether Wolf King let out a miserable cry as drops of blood fell from the top. The drops of blood had yet to fall to the ground when they were vaporized by the heat in midair. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Who was this young man who was capable of injuring the Nether Wolf King with just one sword strike? They watched with their mouths agape as the young man roared, "Vile creature! How dare you disturb my cultivation? I won't forgive you." The young man lifted his hand with his palm facing upward before countless golden palm seals flew out. The Taoist's 9 cuts hand seals. Golden palm seals? He's a golden lotus expert? But he has a fire lotus? Fire lotuses were commonly seen in the red lotus domain and were considered to be attributes unique to red lotus cultivators, due to the fiery red flames. However, if the purity of the fire was high, the color would turn golden, and if the purity of the fire was even higher, it would be blue. Bang! 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 The 9 cuts hand seals pushed the Nether Wolf King away. It no longer dared to stand guard above. Nevertheless, it did not forget to order the pack of wolves to attack. Upon seeing this, the Thousand Realms whirling cultivator cried out, "Watch out!" Lu Zhou did not even look at the Nether Wolves. He stomped his feet before a dazzling scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The flaming lotus under Lu Zhou's feet began to spin as palm-sized fiery lotuses flew out one after another in the air. All the netherworld wolves that came in contact with the fiery lotuses were instantly killed. Following that, the flaming lotus under Lu Zhou's feet flew toward the entrance of the cave, destroying everything in its path and killing the nether wolves that stood guard at the entrance. Following that, the flaming lotus rose up into the air before it released small fiery lotuses again. Soon enough, dazzling fire lotuses filled the entire sky will Rift Valley, easily reaping the lives of the fierce beasts. At this moment, Lu Zhou turned back and asked, "What are you standing there for?" "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and get out." Everyone followed Lu Zhou and flew through the opening on top of the cave. When they exited, they saw the fire lotuses spinning and killing all the nether wolves. What kind of fucking move is this? With their limited knowledge, how could they know what move it was? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou did not have time to pay attention to the cultivators. He decided to test his first birth trials ability, which he had named the Flaming Golden Lotus, on the pack of wolves. The Flaming Golden Lotus allowed his lotus to release small golden lotuses that burned with karmic fire. They were incredibly powerful. Lu Zhou's figure flashed and appeared on top of the original flaming lotus. Avatar. A 650-foot-tall golden avatar appeared above the flaming lotus. Everyone raised their heads and cried out in surprise when they saw the towering golden avatar. Its dazzling light illuminated the entire Sky-Will mountain range. At this moment, the man whom Lu Zhou saved suddenly fell to his knees in the air. As it turns out, it's old senior. Please forgive us for not recognizing Mount Tai. Following that, everyone bowed in unison. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou, who had not manifested his avatar for a long time, turned to look at his avatar. The avatar's appearance was that of an old man with the air of a celestial. Although its expression was indifferent, its aura was imposing and fearsome. Lu Zhou's avatar had his appearance when he was old. He shrugged. This was acceptable. Meanwhile, the flaming lotus under Lu Zhou's feet began to pick up speed again as it spun. Small fire lotuses covered the sky as they flew in all directions. Even the flying beasts in the sky were not spared. Their lives were all reaped by the small fire lotuses. The pack of nether wolves could not escape death. Those that were not reduced to ashes were dismembered by the fire lotuses. Upon seeing this, the nether wolf king grew scared. It howled at the sky before it turned tail and fled. When Lu Zhou saw the fleeing nether wolf king, he said, "All of you stay and extinguish the fire. I'll be back soon. Old senior, be careful." Lu Zhou, who only had the nether wolf king in his eyes at this moment, said in a deep voice, "Livestock, let's see what you're capable of." Following that, he withdrew his avatar and flew away on his flaming avatar like a shooting star toward the nether wolf king. The flaming golden lotus was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Its fire spread very quickly, and if it were not put out in time, the entire red lotus domain could easily burn in a sea of fire. Moreover, the vegetation in the cultivation world was very lush. There were forests and towering trees everywhere, serving as tinder to the fire. Every year, Great Tang would appoint dedicated cultivators to guard the forest to prevent such forest fires. The cultivators watched as Lu Zhou stepped on the big flaming lotus and vanished from sight. Following that, they rushed toward the fire one after another. "We can't kill fierce beasts, but we can put out the fire. Let's move." The cultivators dove and began to put out the fire. At this moment, someone asked in confusion, "Hey, who's the old senior? Do you know him?" "No, I've never seen him before. However, his avatar's appearance is old. Most importantly, it's golden. It's likely he's an expert from the Golden Lotus domain." "An expert from the Golden Lotus domain? Is he from the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "That's possible. Yu Qinshu was defeated by Pavilion Master Lu here back then. Although that person's appearance is young, he might be old. Anyway, he might be a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Zhou flew swiftly on the big flaming lotus. The fierce beasts on the ground scampered away in fear. As Lu Zhou flew, he would kill the flying beasts in the air as well. It was unfortunate that they were too weak, and killing them did not earn him any merit points. To earn merit points, he had to kill birth chart beasts. The sound of howling rang in the air at this moment. The Nether Wolf King continued to flee at top speed. Its huge body leaped above the clouds, and when it landed, the earth shook from its weight. The speed of this fierce beast. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the Nether Wolf King's speed. It was not easy to catch up with it. It only needed one leap to cross dangerous terrains and wide chasms. "I've used up half of my primal chi," Lu Zhou muttered to himself. His flaming lotus was indeed gorgeous and powerful, but it consumed a lot of primal chi as well, as expected of an ability gained from the birth trial. With 6 birth charts, Lu Zhou could unleash the birth chart's power 24 times. However, he could only release the birth trial ability twice. Boom! The Nether Wolf King stomped on the ground before it leaped up into the clouds again. All of a sudden, it changed direction. Its eyes that were gleaming coldly swept past the towering trees in its surroundings before it suddenly came to a halt. Lu Zhou cast his grand technique thrice and appeared in front of the Nether Wolf King. He had to look up at it as though he was looking up a mountain before he said, "Livestock, you're not fleeing anymore?" Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to the Nether Wolf King's back. The endless ocean was behind it. It had no other way to retreat. The Nether Wolf King lowered its head and crouched down, looking as though it was ready to pounce. At the same time, it growled and bared its fangs as it looked at Lu Zhou with a fierce gaze. When the Nether Wolf King fled earlier, it naturally caused a huge commotion, attracting many cultivators' attention. Those who were more courageous flew toward the treetops in the distance and watched. Needless to say, even if they were courageous, they did not dare to go any closer. "It's the Nether Wolf King. Who's that young man? Isn't he too daring?" Great Tang's 4 circuits have been besieged by fierce beasts. Only a handful of Red Lotus cultivators dare to challenge a beast king. The Nether Wolf King howled, could no longer hold back, and pounced toward Lu Zhou. In its eyes, Lu Zhou could not even fill the gaps between its teeth. However, it did not underestimate human cultivators. When it pounced, it did not hold back and attacked with a force that seemed capable of destroying the world. Avatar. Buzz. A 650-foot golden avatar rose up. An astrolabe appeared in front of the Nether Wolf King, blocking it. Boom! The Nether Wolf King crashed into the astrolabe. A wave of fan-like energy from the collision swept out. The cultivators in the distance had no choice but to erect their protective energy. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "Golden Avatar! Is he an expert from the Golden Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou leaped to the top of his avatar. As soon as Unnamed appeared in his hand, he swung it. Energy swords, which were 1,000 feet long, shot out in all directions, dazzling the onlookers' eyes. Bang! 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 Each of the energy swords stabbed at the Nether Wolf King's head. The Nether Wolf King shrunk back in pain. After just a few breaths, blood began streaming down its face. He should be a 6-chart expert at least. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to breach the Nether Wolf King's defenses so easily. 6-chart expert? The Golden Lotus domain has grown so strong. Hey, Pavilion Master Lu already has 12 birth charts at least. What's so surprising about a 6-chart cultivator? The Golden Lotus domain's cultivation is so heavily restricted for such a long time, but they've surpassed the Red Lotus domain in such a short time? Isn't it too abnormal? While the crowd was engaged in fervent discussions, Lu Zhou flew up with his avatar. At the same time, he sent a piercing energy sword toward the Nether Wolf King. The golden energy sword moved to the left, the right, up, and down as it stabbed at the Nether Wolf King, further injuring it. After a few breaths, the Nether Wolf King could no longer endure it. It let out a long, earth-shaking howl before it stomped its paws on the ground. Boom! The tremors caused rocks to tumble down the mountains in the surroundings. The trees swayed and looked like they were going to fall. One of the cultivators gulped before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, This sword expert must be the second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Shangrong. The second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Shangrong? There are very few people in the world who have reached this kind of level on the sword path. It's likely he's Yu Shangrong. At this time, the Nether Wolf King let out a series of howls. However, the howls were different from before. The vibrations from the sound caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. It's gone berserk. Should we help? Do you have a death wish? Bang, 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 bang. Nevertheless, the situation on the battlefield was still as one-sided as before. Lu Zhou continued to control his energy sword to attack the Nether Wolf King that had gone berserk. Its hackles were raised. It was like a violent and destructive hedgehog at this moment. Lu Zhou took advantage of his small size to move around as he swung his sword after putting his avatar away. Like a bee, he flew around the Nether Wolf King. He moved in all directions, leaving afterimages in his wake. The Nether Wolf King swatted with its paw, but it only hit the air. What a stubborn beast, Lu Zhou muttered. All of his sword strikes hit their target. At the very least, he had 6 birth charts and had passed his birth trial, and yet he still had not killed the beast. Lu Zhou refused to accept this. I'm going to kill you with one sword strike. He flew up into the air. Unnamed hovered in front of him as he joined his palms together. In just a blink of an eye, millions of energy swords covered the sun and the sky in an orderly manner. The Nether Wolf King shuddered as it looked at the energy swords around him. It could keenly sense the threat from the energy swords. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned around to flee, leaping into the sea without any hesitation. Lu Zhou brought the millions of energy swords with him as he rushed toward the endless ocean. All the cultivators' eyes followed his figure. They watched in a daze. Boom! Splash! The Nether Wolf King stirred up fierce waves when it leaped into the sea. The waves were tinted red with its blood as they rushed to the shore. The seawater rose, turning the area 1,000 meters away into a swamp. With Unnamed at the lead, millions of energy swords followed its lead as it shot toward the Nether Wolf King in the sea. They looked like swimming dragons at this moment. Bang! 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 Unnamed was the first to strike the Nether Wolf King, breaking its bones and wounding. In just an instant, the sea was dyed red by its blood. Following that, millions of energy swords landed on the Nether Wolf King one after another, piercing it. The Nether Wolf howled for a long time before it began to whimper. As it sank into the sea, it made a low muffled sound. Splash! Splash splash! Boom! 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 The Nether Wolf King thrashed wildly in the sea. Its body twisted crazily, stirring up bigger waves and causing the seawater to churn. This was its death struggle, a final struggle before its death. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and looked at the surging sea with an indifferent gaze. After roughly 15 minutes, the sea gradually calmed down as the Nether Wolf King stopped moving. Ding! Killed the Nether Wolf King. Reward: 10,000 merit points. The cultivators watching from the distance felt their hearts racing in their chests. Their mouths were dry. One after another, they gulped. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Unnamed that was still in the sea thrummed, stirring up the sea again. Soon enough, the Nether Wolf King's corpse was brought up to the surface of the sea. Lu Zhou had to extract the Nether Wolf King's life heart before its corpse sank to the bottom of the sea. He waved his hands around, controlling Unnamed. It took him some effort to extract the life heart. Swoosh! At this moment, Unnamed flew back to Lu Zhou's hand. Subsequently, a crystal-clear life heart the size of a fist floated to the top and broke the sea's surface before it slowly rose in the air. When the life heart was in midair, the sunlight refracted off it. The refracted light that was the color of a rainbow fell on the sea, forming a sharp contrast with the dark red seawater. The cultivators who were watching could not help but sigh in admiration and awe. Lu Zhou received a notification as soon as the life heart flew into his hand. Ding! Obtained the Nether Wolf King's life heart. Ability: Night Vision. Endurance. Not bad. When Lu Zhou wanted to put the life heart into his pocket, he finally realized he was shirtless. His robes had long been destroyed during his time in the valley. He shook his head helplessly. One should never reveal one's wealth. If he held the life heart so openly, it would definitely stir up ill intentions in some people. He could not afford to unleash his strength all the time. At this moment, from a treetop thousands of meters away, a cultivator transmitted his voice over. "Senior, be careful." Lu Zhou had already sensed the strange movements in the sea. He looked down and saw the huge waves. Clearly, something was rushing over in the sea. At this time, several cultivators rushed over and came to a stop dozens of meters away from Lu Zhou. They looked down at the sea and saw shadows under the surface of the sea. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "How did you know the sea beasts were coming?" Currently, many places in Great Tang are experiencing beast tides. Most cultivators are gathered in various cities to defend them. Why did so many fierce beasts attack for no reason? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Those cultivators shook their heads. "All of you retreat and defend the cities," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Understood." The cultivators bowed. They were about to leave when the sound of fighting further out at sea entered their ears. When they looked in the direction of the commotion, they saw a golden avatar flying above the sea in the distance, sending the countless leaping sea beasts flying. The avatar's strength was astonishing. Another golden avatar? The cultivators looked at the approaching golden avatar in shock. Lu Zhou was puzzled as well. When did such an expert appear in the Golden Lotus domain? Only a few people dared to come to the Red Lotus domain or go to the Endless Ocean, let alone fight with fierce sea beasts. Splash! The waves surged to the sky. The avatar flew higher up into the sky as well, revealing a golden halo at its back that illuminated the sky. When Lu Zhou saw the golden halo, he first thought it was Yu Shangrong. However, he soon discovered something while the golden halo spun and the 11 leaves shot out in all directions, killing the sea beasts leaping out of the sea. Lu Zhou saw a figure waving his fists around, knocking down sea beasts. As the figure drew closer, the sound of laughter rang clearly in the air, followed by the figure saying, "If you're still too green to eat someone like me, old 8th." Lu Li stood on Dang Kang's back as Dang Kong dove from the sky. He said loudly, "Old Zhu, behind you. Don't worry, I will beat the shit out of it." The golden avatar turned around and punched a giant sea beast away. It exploded immediately. Zhu Honggong laughed again. "What do you think? I'm ridiculously strong. When I return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, eldest senior brother and second senior brother won't be able to bully me anymore." For the most part, Zhu Honggong and Lu Li's journey back was rather smooth. It was only over the last few days that the sea beasts began to appear. With that, they fought all the way back to the Red Lotus domain. "Don't get ahead of yourself. You only killed those ordinary sea beasts. Have you forgotten what a difficult time we had avoiding the Sea Beast King? The beasts you killed can be easily dealt with by a 10-leaf cultivator. The terrifying ones are birth chart beasts and beast kings." Zhu Honggong smiled sheepishly before he said, "It doesn't matter. The shore is just up ahead. Something's wrong. I can sense it. There's something happening in the direction where we're heading. I suspect it's the members of the Black Tower Council moving together in a group," Lu Li said. Zhu Honggong asked, "Did they come to welcome us?" "Old Lu, I didn't know you have such a high status in the Black Tower Council." Lu Li shook his head and said, "It's not high. I'm just an ordinary member. However, the surging energy is strange. It might not even be the Black Tower Council. What are you afraid of? I'm here to protect you." As soon as Zhu Honggong's voice fell, the sea beasts in his surroundings rushed toward the shore. Zhu Honggong was shocked. He withdrew his avatar and flew higher up. He looked down at the sea and asked, "What's happening? These past few days have been strange." "As expected, it's a beast tide. The Sea Beast King is headed that way as well," Lu Li said. "Perhaps that's the reason the members of the Black Tower Council are in a group? They're probably here to stop the sea beasts, right?" Zhu Honggong asked. Since Lu Li had taken on such a mission before, he thought his theory was right. Lu Li shook his head and said, "Impossible. At this point, it's too late to stop the sea beasts. Moreover, there are many experts in the Black Tower Council. If they really want to deal with this, sending 1 or 2 judges is enough. There's no reason to send a group of people here. What's the point of thinking so much now? Let's head to the shore first." "I'm exhausted," Zhu Honggong said as he leaped onto Dang Kang's back. The cultivators behind Lu Zhou stared at Zhu Honggong and Lu Li in a daze. They were at a loss for words. They felt they had learned a lot today. At this time, the duo was only 1,000 meters away from the shore. "There are people up ahead." Zhu Honggong saw the cultivators hovering in the sky. "They must be here to stop the sea beasts," Lu Li speculated. "Based on their postures, it seems like they were here to stop the sea beasts," Zhu Honggong said as he controlled Dang Kong to fly over. "Who cares? Look at that bare-chested guy. It's obvious he's just a low-level cultivator." All of a sudden, Dang Kang's speed doubled without any warning. It was clearly very excited. Zhu Honggong said in confusion, "Slow down, slow down." Dang Kong snorted. His body seemed to be thrumming with energy at this moment. At this time, they were only 500 meters away from the shore. Zhu Honggong tried to rein Dang Kong in. He sighed before he scolded, "Can you consider my pride and dignity? We're already close to the shore." With these words, Dang Kong really slowed down. The two parties looked at each other from afar. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li and Zhu Honggong carefully. Time passed really quickly. Zhu Honggong seemed to have grown even fatter than before, while Lu Li seemed much calmer than when they first met. At the same time, the duo was also looking at Lu Zhou, scanning him from head to toe. Lu Li had always been observant. He had seen the seawater that had been dyed red and the corpse floating in the sea. He exclaimed in surprise, "The Nether Wolf King?" Lu Li looked at the shirtless young man again. The young man looked very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen the young man before. No matter how he racked his brains, he could not figure out who the young man was. Nevertheless, he was certain he must have met the young man before. Zhu Honggong said loudly, "Hey! The sea beasts are coming. If you want to live, you better run. I don't have the time to save you." Lu Zhou said, "Wicked disciple, get down here." "Wicked disciple? Get down? What's this high-handed manner of speaking? However, this voice is rather familiar." Zhu Honggong said, slightly speechless at being called a wicked disciple. "I don't have the time to argue with you. Hey, you're standing here without a shirt. Do you think you're the god of the sea? Impudent." Lu Zhou's sound wave rolled out. Shocked, Dang Kong threw Lu Li and Zhu Honggong off its back before it made a turn and dashed forward. Then, it grunted before it came to a stop in front of Lu Zhou. It lowered its head before it prostrated itself while its tail wagged incessantly. It was clearly submitting itself to Lu Zhou. Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou nodded and patted Dang Kang's head. Then he turned to look at the surging sea. After a moment, he turned around and landed on the shore. Dang Kong obediently followed Lu Zhou and sat at his side. Lu Li looked at this scene in confusion. "Old Zhu, did your pig just betray you?" Meanwhile, Zhu Honggong had been frozen by that single word, impudent. That one word alone dragged up many unbearable memories from the past. He gulped. "No way." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was calmly waiting for his 8th disciple to come down. Zhu Honggong's reaction was rather slow. After all, Lu Zhou's sudden change in appearance was rather hard for people to accept. The sea breeze blew over, bringing with them a cooling and refreshing sensation. It was completely different from the lava cave in the valley. After being roasted at such a high temperature for such a long time, Lu Zhou found the sea breeze very pleasing. Zhu Honggong rubbed his eyes before he looked at Dang Kong and stiffly called out, "Dang Kong." Dang Kong showed no signs of going over to Zhu Honggong at all. "Heh, I raised you so well despite the difficulties, but you turned out to be a traitor. Is it because I'm not as handsome as him?" Zhu Honggong was so angry that he rushed toward Dang Kong. When Zhu Honggong was 30 meters away and still in the air, Lu Zhou raised his hand. Fiend Monk's Hand Seal. The palm seal that spanned dozens of feet appeared in front of Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong shuddered, but he hardened his nerves and said, "Look at my avatar." Buzz. As soon as the lotusless 11-leaf golden avatar appeared, the Fiend Monk's Hand Seal suddenly flashed with a blue light. Swoosh! The palm seal moved and grabbed the chubby avatar with its 5 fingers and smacked it down. Boom! The avatar fell to the ground. Following that, the Fiend Monk's Hand Seal grabbed Zhu Honggong as well. He struggled and screamed miserably, "Let me go! Let me go!" Alas, no matter how hard Zhu Honggong struggled, he could break free from the shackles of the Fiend Monk's Hand Seal. With the realization that there was nothing he could do, he cried out desperately, "Old Lu, what are you waiting for? Save me!" Lu Li dove from the sky and pushed his palm down. Lu Zhou calmly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Boom! When the two palms met, a huge force rippled out, leaving a trench on the ground. Lu Zhou increased his vitality energy slightly. Lu Li suddenly felt a surge of energy in his palm. He hurriedly flew back hundreds of meters, sensing something was amiss. Then he looked at Lu Zhou in horror. "Zhu Honggong." Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Zhu Honggong. "Is that all you can do?" This voice, this tone, all the unbearable memories they bring with them. Zhu Honggong was very irritated. He said indignantly, "I hate it the most when people imitate my master. Take this punch." Zhu Honggong stomped on the ground and shot out like an arrow. Then he launched his energy fists at Lu Zhou. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou advanced at a leisurely pace and kept sending out palm seals to deflect Zhu Honggong's energy fists. After several hundred consecutive attacks, Zhu Honggong suddenly retreated 100 meters along the shore. Then, he raised his head and said with a smile, "Look behind you." Lu Zhou did not look behind him. His eyes were trained on Zhu Honggong. At this time, 11 leaves shot toward Lu Zhou's back. Golden Buddha's body. The Golden Buddha's body was the same height as Lu Zhou's avatar. The 11 leaves were easily blocked by the Golden Buddha's body. Lu Li frowned as he looked at the Golden Buddha's body. "He's a Buddhist master. Let's go." The 11-leaf golden hoop was blocked by the golden body. "Okay." Zhu Honggong hurriedly withdrew his 11 leaves and turned to flee. Lu Zhou pushed his left hand out. Bang! The great seal of fearlessness landed on Zhu Honggong's back, sending him falling to the ground. Lu Zhou put away his golden Buddha's body before he looked at Zhu Honggong and said, "Just because you've sprouted 11 leaves, you've grown arrogant, impudent." Zhu Honggong felt the imposter in front of him was really good. If he did not look at the imposter and just listen to the imposter's voice, he would not be able to tell the difference. At this time, Lu Li rushed down and helped Zhu Honggong up. He knew they were no match for the young man in front of them. Seeing the other party did not strike with the intention to kill, he tried to reason with the young man. "We have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for us?" Lu Zhou sized Lu Li up before he said, "Your cultivation base hasn't recovered." Lu Li was shocked. How could he tell? At this moment, the cultivators who were watching in the air rushed over to Lu Zhou. After they landed, they said respectfully and pointed into the distance, "Senior, let's go. The Black Lotus cultivators are here." Black Lotus cultivators? Lu Li turned around and looked into the distance. Following the direction that person was pointing at, he saw about 50 black-clad cultivators rushing over with long halberd and formation flags in their hands. At first glance, they looked like the Grim Reaper. It was a chilling sight. He said in surprise, "The Black Tower Council?" Zhu Honggong raised his eyebrows and cried out excitedly, "Great! We're on the same side." Lu Li said, "No, something strange. Why would the Black Tower Council come here?" While the duo was talking, the nearly 50 black-clad cultivators landed and surrounded Lu Zhou, Zhu Honggong, Lu Li, and the other Red Lotus cultivators. The black-clad cultivator standing at the lead looked at the trio and said, "The Black Tower Council is here. All cultivators at the Thousand Realms whirling stage, come with us." Lu Zhou raised his head and glanced at the people from the Black Tower Council. At least half of them were blackguards, and there were 2 judges. Even the 4th elder, Lu Si, was here. Lu Li said in a clear voice, "I'm Lu Li, a member of the Black Tower Council. We're on the same side." The 4th elder, Lu Si, replied, "Lu Li, you traitor. After so many years, you dare to show yourself? Take him down." 6 blackguards rushed out as fast as lightning, restraining Lu Li and Lu Zhou. Lu Li frowned and said, "I ran into some things and couldn't come back. I didn't betray the Black Tower Council. I hope you can understand, Elder Lu." "You can explain yourself when we return," Lu Si said. Zhu Honggong muttered to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's over." Lu Si turned to Lu Zhou and said, "You, come along." Lu Zhou raised his head and swept his gaze across the crowd before he said, "It seems like the lesson I taught you previously isn't enough. Huh? War is dawning on us. I have no choice. Please forgive me, sir," Lu Si said dismissively before he waved his hand and ordered, "Take them away." 2 black-clad cultivators flew toward Lu Zhou. As soon as they arrived in front of him, he struck with 2 hands at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! The 2 black-clad cultivators felt their arms go numb as they were sent flying back. The black-clad. "The era of war has already begun. I have no other choice. Please forgive me, sir." Lu Si waved his hand. "Take them all." Lu Si frowned. The bare-chested cultivator was quite strong. He said, "Young man, it's best to keep a low profile when doing things." He waved his hand again. This time, 10 blackguards swooped down, forming a semicircle around Lu Zhou. At the same time, Lu Zhou silently chanted the mantra for the heavenly writing power. To gain the power of speech recognition, even about the unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of the beings in the different worlds. Scram! With Lu Zhou in the center, the thunderous sound wave rippled out in all directions and pierced the heavens. Bang! 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 Lu Li, Zhu Honggong, and Dang Kong were sent flying without exception. Zhu Honggong's head buzzed, and his eardrums hurt. He thought it was over for him. How could the impostor even imitate his master's ultimate move? With Lu Zhou as the center, the thunderous sound waves of the 9 heavens radiated in all directions. Needless to say, the blackguards were all sent flying as well. After passing the birth trial, the power of speech recognition that was boosted with the supreme mystic power was much stronger than before. The blackguards that took the brunt of the attack felt their blood and chi surged. 5 or 6 of them who were weaker even threw up blood as they flew back. Lu Si, the 4th elder of the Black Tower Council, and the others erected a barrier to block the sound wave. Thud! 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 One by one, all of them fell to the ground as well. Only Lu Si and a few others remained standing, but they were no better than the others since they were on the verge of collapsing as well. Just one move is so powerful? Zhu Honggong and Lu Li looked at the shirtless young man in shock. At the same time, the young man's hair turned white at a speed visible to naked eyes. At the same time, his smooth skins were carved with lines by the passage of time. His long white hair fluttered in the air. His beard and eyebrows were white as well. His eyes were deep and knowing as he looked at everyone. Soon enough, Lu Zhou's wizened face and sage-like appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Zhou had no choice but to use a disguise card. There were too many idiots around him. Zhu Honggong was dumbfounded. The people from the Black Tower were even more dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, the scene where the members of the Black Tower Council lost their birth charts at the same time flashed in their minds. Lu Si hurriedly ordered his men, "Descend!" The members of the Black Tower Council descended in unison. Lu Si held his robes up before he rushed over in a panic. He did not dare to use his primal chi at all and only ran like a non-cultivator. When he arrived in front of Lu Zhou, he kneeled on one knee and cupped his hands together. Lu Si greets Pavilion Master Lu. Following that, the members of the Black Tower Council kneeled in unison and shouted, "Greeting Pavilion Master Lu." "What's this? Pavilion Master Lu?" Lu Li frowned, confused. He turned around to check on Zhu Honggong. At this moment, Zhu Honggong silently stood up, straightened his robes, joined his palms together, and kneeled down again. Then, he prostrated himself and said in a clear voice, "Disciple greets master." Lu Li was shocked again when he saw Zhu Honggong prostrating. Humans were strange creatures with a herd mentality. When he looked around him, he saw everyone kneeling on the ground. He instinctively kneeled on the ground as well. Herd mentality aside, even Lu Si, who was stronger than him, was kneeling. How could he remain standing? Needless to say, even the Red Lotus cultivators had long fallen to their knees as well. All of the members of the Black Tower Council did not dare to breathe loudly at all. They did not even dare to look at each other. Lu Si's face was drenched in sweat, and his hand trembled from nervousness. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he turned around and called out tonelessly, "Old Eighth." Zhu Honggong shivered. He hurriedly said, "As it turns out, Master decided to grace us with his presence. Master, your disguise earlier is flawless. It's impossible to see through. That's how perfect it is. Master, I know my mistakes." He kowtowed again. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You're really amazing. You have no regard for me at all." No, there's no such thing. Master, your disguise is perfect beyond words. My cultivation is shallow, so it's impossible for me to see through your disguise. Even if I'm boosted with all the courage in the world, I still don't dare to disregard Master." Lu Zhou said ambiguously, "Do you think I don't know that you're making arrangements behind my back?" Zhu Honggong was stunned. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly said, "There's no such thing. Master, my respect and admiration for you is unchanging like the sun and the moon." Then, he pointed at Lu Li before he continued to say, "There are no lies in my words. Old Lu can attest to this. In fact, every time old Lu speaks ill of you, I will chastise him immediately." Lu Li. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li and asked, "Lu Li, do you still remember me?" When Lu Li met Lu Zhou's appearance was not so old. Therefore, although he found Lu Zhou familiar, he did relate him to the person he met back then. "I met you for the first time at the Skywell mountain range, and you gave me the birth chart map," Lu Zhou said. Realization dawned on Lu Li. "It's you, that 10-leaf cultivator." At this moment, Zhu Honggong interjected, "Master, old Lu says he has many things to say to you." Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li as he stroked his beard. "Is that so?" Lu Li shook his head and said with a straight face, "Don't listen to your nonsense. I, Lu Li, am a straightforward person. If I have something to say, I'll say it. We've only met once before this. Why would I have anything to say to you?" Hey, old Lu. This isn't how you talked when we were in Great Qing." "That's enough," Lu Zhou interjected. Then, he looked at Lu Li and said, "I know what you want to say to me." Lu Li was confused. Lu Zhou said, "You want to join my evil sky pavilion, right?" Lu Li was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Lu Zhou continued to say with a straight face, "Since you want to join the evil sky pavilion, I'll allow you to be the right envoy of the evil sky pavilion. We already have a left envoy. Are you willing?" Zhu Honggong was stunned. Then, he said in a low voice, "Master, to this, Lu Li is from the Black Tower Council. He's a 1,000 realms." Lu Zhou did not wait for Zhu Honggong to finish speaking before he said, "Slap yourself." Slap. Zhu Honggong did not hesitate to slap his mouth. Then, he said ingratiatingly, "I shouldn't have interrupted you, Master." Lu Zhou turned around and called out, "Lu Si." Lu Si was the fourth elder of the Black Tower Council. He was one of the core members of the Upper Tower. "Pavilion Master Lu. How may I help you?" Lu Si asked in a trembling voice. Lu Zhou said, "Lu Li wants to join my evil sky pavilion. Do you have any objections?" Lu Si shook his head vehemently and said, "Of course not. It's Lu Li's fortune to be able to join the evil sky pavilion." Lu Li? Lu Li was thoroughly confused with Lu Si and the other Black Tower Council members' subservient attitude. He could not figure out what was wrong with them. Lu Zhou asked again, "What about Xia Zhengrong? I will report this to Tower Master Xia. Pavilion Master Lu, don't worry. No one will dare to object to Lu Li joining the Evil Sky Pavilion." In fact, Lu Zhou only asked these questions so Lu Li could hear Lu Ci's replies. He wanted Lu Li to know even if they were given all the courage in the world, the Black Tower Council would not dare to oppose him. "Good." Lu Zhou nodded. Then, he turned to Lu Li and said, "On account of how you've taken care of old Eighth, I'll show you mercy and allow you to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. You should know that everyone in the world wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion but doesn't have the chance. You should be grateful that I'm giving you this chance." Lu Li. Needless to say, once you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll have to abide by the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou said. Lu Li was still confused. All these words did not make sense to him. He did not know what was going on. Lu Zhou did not wait for Lu Li's reply and said to the others, "Rise." Everyone from the Black Tower Council rose to their feet. The Red Lotus cultivators rose to their feet as well, feeling as though they were dreaming. On the contrary, Zhu Honggong kowtowed and said, "I won't get up. Master, I haven't seen you for a long time. Now that I'm able to see you again, I'm in an indescribably good mood. Therefore, I'd like to continue kneeling to express my gratitude and happiness." "Your words are really pretty." Lu Li turned to look at Zhu Honggong speechlessly. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Lu Li, I'm still waiting for your reply. This. Lu Li had never been more confused in life. Lu Si hurriedly interjected, "Lu Li, hurry up and greet Pavilion Master Lu. It's your good fortune that Pavilion Master Lu has taken a fancy to you." Lu Li was shocked. What the hell was this? Where was the authority, dignity, and integrity of the Black Tower Council? At this time, he discovered all the members of the Black Tower Council were looking at him meaningfully, making his hair stand on end. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li as he stroked his beard. Lu Li, still in a daze and still confused, bowed and said, "Lu Li greets Pavilion Master Lu. Ding! You've been rewarded with 1,000 merit points for recruiting a subordinate." "Very good." Lu Zhou nodded. Then he turned and walked toward Lu Si and the others. Zhu Honggong raised his head slightly. When he saw his master walking away, he patted the sand off his forehead and moved to Lu Li's side. "Old Lu, you really have a discerning eye. Welcome." "Screw you." Lu Li felt like a country bumpkin who had come to the city for the first time and could not keep up with the times. "Old Lu, my master is grateful to you, that's why he let you join the Evil Sky Pavilion," Zhu Honggong said. At this moment, Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "What are you talking about?" "And nothing. I'm just saying you're really wise and capable. You can even get old Lu to willingly join the Evil Sky Pavilion," Zhu Honggong said. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li and said, "Lu Li, does that mean you're unwilling?" Lu Li shook his head and said, "Since I agreed to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, how can I be unwilling?" With that, Lu Zhou ignored the others and stroked his beard as he asked Lu Si, "Why didn't the Black Tower Council stay in the Black Lotus domain? Why are you here?" Lu Si replied, "We received news that Great Yuan's royal court and the Dark and Light Alliance might invade the Red Lotus domain. Since the Black Tower Council's towers collapsed, we're not as strong as before. We know that the Red Lotus domain has many fierce beasts, so we hoped to obtain life hearts. Earlier, I saw that you have a life heart." He trailed off before he hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Li and Zhu Honggong looked at the life heart in Lu Zhou's hand. "This is..." Lu Li could not tell what was so special about the life heart. Lu Zhou channeled his energy into the life heart. In just a blink of an eye, the muddied crystal from before shone dazzlingly. Earlier, he had used his primal chi to suppress the life heart's energy to make it look ordinary. "A beast king's life heart?" Lu Li exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhou said, "This is the Nether Wolf King's life heart." Everyone was in an uproar. Lu Li and Zhu Honggong instinctively turned to look at the seawater that was dyed red. Lu Zhou continued to ask, "There's no need to send so many people, right? Why didn't Xia Zhengrong come? We only want life hearts. We don't want any conflicts with the royal court. The beast tide this time is rather strange. We suspect the intelligent beasts are behind this. Hence, we sent more people out to prevent any mishap," Lucy replied. "Is that so? If there's a single lie in my words, you can behead me and I won't complain, Pavilion Master Lu," Lucy said. After a beat, he added, "I suspect Great Yuan's royal court is behind this. They're carrying out the annihilation plan here." Lu Zhou frowned and asked, "Isn't the annihilation plan the Black Tower Council's plan?" Lucy answered honestly, "No, it's not exclusive to the Black Tower Council. It's a plan that's common among forces in the Black Lotus domain. The core purpose of the plan is to remove obstacles that interfere with one's interests so one can completely control one's target. Every once in a while, the beasts of the endless ocean will disturb the humans. It's very likely that Great Yuan's royal court wants to use the fierce beasts to destroy the Red Lotus domain. They're quite daring," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Lu Si said tentatively, "Pavilion Master Lu comes from the Golden Lotus domain. I don't think they dare to act against the Golden Lotus domain. Didn't anyone tell you that the Red Lotus domain is my territory as well?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Lu Si's forehead was drenched in sweat, and his mouth was dry. Hu hurriedly nodded and said, "The Black Tower Council has no intention of making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I hope Pavilion Master Lu can forgive us. When you return, tell Xia Zhengrong that if the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council can happen once, it can happen a second time." Lu Si shivered as he bowed. "I understand." Lu Si took 2 steps back respectfully. Then, he waved to the people of the Black Tower Council. The people of the Black Tower Council stepped back respectfully in unison. Lu Si looked at the seawater that only had a tinge of red now and shook his head. He sighed before he bowed again and left. The people of the Black Tower Council followed Lu Si and left as well. After confirming that Lu Zhou could not see them, Lu Si raised his hand and said, "Stop! Elder Lu, are we really going to leave like this? There are surely high-level fierce beasts and beast kings in beast tides. Since Pavilion Master Lu killed the Nether Wolf King, nothing can be done about that. However, we don't have to return to the Black Tower Council just yet. We can go to the Jianan Circuit. The terrain there is low. If we're lucky, we might encounter high-level fierce beasts," Lucy said. "What if we meet someone from the royal court? We'll avoid them." The Black Tower Council cultivators nodded. Based on the current situation, it was safest for the Black Tower Council to stay out of Great Yuan's plan and to just reap the benefits from the side. The fierce the battle was for the others, the more advantageous it would be for the Black Tower Council. As the Black Tower Council members flew neatly in a row toward Jianan Circuit, they looked like a black dragon from afar, on the shore of the endless ocean in the Red Lotus domain. Up until now, Lu Li was still confused. Based on what he had seen, Zhu Honggong's master should only have 6, or at most 8, birth charts. That was the strength of a judge in the Black Tower Council. Why were Lu Si and the Black Tower Council so scared and respectful toward him? It did not make sense at all. In the end, he bowed and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council?" Lu Zhou looked back at Lu Li and said, "It means what it means literally." The Red Lotus cultivators walked up to Lu Zhou at this moment. After they bowed, they kneeled and said, "We didn't expect to meet Pavilion Master Lu here. Please accept our greetings." Lu Li, isn't this too exaggerated? Why is everyone so humble in front of him? Lu Zhou said, "Rise." "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu." The 3 Red Lotus cultivators rose to their feet and looked at Lu Zhou with eyes shining with respect and admiration. One of the cultivators said, "Fortunately, Pavilion Master Lu showed up in time to kill the Nether Wolf King. Otherwise, the cities around the Sky Will mountain range would have fallen. It is fortunate that Master Lu showed up in time to kill the Netherworld Wolf King." Otherwise, all the cities around the Tianlun Mountains would be in trouble. Thank God. Lu Li and Zhu Hong had just returned, so they did not understand much of what was going on. Lu Zhou recalled the scavengers he met when he first entered the valley half a year ago. He asked, "Why did the Nether Wolf King appear at the Sky-Will mountain range? Maybe someone is controlling it. Maybe it's an order from an intelligent beast. We are nobodies, so there's no way we know these things." That made sense. In any case, Lu Zhou would find out about everything once he returned and spoke to see Wuya and the others. Finally, he said, "All right, it's dangerous out here. You may leave." "Yes." The trio turned around respectfully and left. Lu Zhou looked back at Zhu Honggong, who was still lying prostrate on the ground, and asked, "Why aren't you getting up?" Master. Zhu Honggong finally got up with an ingratiating expression on his face. Lu Zhou said, "You just sprouted the 11th leaf. You shouldn't let it get to your head." "Yes, Master." Lu Li was further confused. "Pavilion Master Lu? You're not surprised by the 11th leaf?" Before Lu Zhou could reply, Zhu Honggong immediately nudged Lu Li and said, "Of course. My master is very knowledgeable. You just don't know it yet." Lu Li, "Oh yi plus, oh. Let's go back to Guanyi Circuit first," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Half a day later, when Lu Zhou and the others traveled back to the capital, fierce beasts could be seen everywhere. It seemed as though there was an infestation of fierce beasts in the Red Lotus domain. When they arrived at the royal palace, many cultivators from the palace rushed out to meet Lu Zhou. Since he had used the disguise card, all of them recognized him and welcomed him back respectfully. Soon after, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Little Yuan Conk, and the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed over as well. When they saw Lu Zhou's appearance, they were dumbfounded again. Little Yuan pointed at Lu Zhou's beard and said, Master, why do you look like that again?" "Don't be rude," Yu Zhenghai said. "Oh, it was inappropriate to point at their master, after all." Based on their reactions, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's ability to accept things was much better than before. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, "Where's old Seventh?" "Seventh junior brother is in the Sky Martial Court." "Summon him. I want to see him." "Understood." After saying that, Lu Zhou rushed toward the preservation hall. He was still shirtless, after all. There was no need to explain, since everyone should know image was the most important thing. The disguise card's effect would last for 5 days. Lu Zhou did not think there was a need to dispel the effect for now. Considering the many troubles that came with his youthful appearance, it was not a bad idea to go with the flow. After Lu Zhou left, Zhu Honggong stepped forward and greeted his seniors. "Greetings, eldest senior brother, second senior brother." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong both went forward and patted Zhu Honggong's shoulders, nodding their heads. There will definitely be good fortune after surviving a great disaster. That day when I heard you jumped into the endless ocean, it made me look at you in a new light. Yu Zhenghai was very surprised when he heard about that matter from Si Wuya. "It's a small matter." Yu Shangrong was also not stingy with his praise. "Once you really experience life and death, you'll definitely gain something. I saw your energy is steady and strong. I think 8th junior brother must have had some fortuitous encounters." Zhu Hong said confidently, "Senior brother, you praise me too much. My cultivation base has only improved slightly. However, if there's a chance, I'd like to exchange a few moves with you." Everyone. Old 8th must have gone crazy. An expression of approval appeared on Yu Shangrong's face immediately. "You have the courage to challenge me now. Old 8th, you've changed a lot. Victory and defeat aside, your courage alone is worthy of praise. Just wait, I'll defeat you in a while. Let's see who dares to look down on me from now on." Despite his thoughts, Zhu Honggong remained modest outwardly. Following that, Zhu Honggong called out to Little Yuaner, "Little junior sister." Little Yuaner placed her hands on her hips and said, "8th senior brother, you're mistaken. She's our little junior sister." Zhu Honggong looked at Conk. Little Yuaner briefly recounted what had happened. When Zhu Honggong recovered from the shock, he said, "Master has good taste." Conk bowed and greeted Zhu Honggong. "Greetings, 8th senior brother." It was not easy for Zhu Honggong to gain another junior. How could he not seize the chance to act like a senior brother? He cleared his throat and solemnly said, "No need to be so formal." At this time, Yan Jinluo, Shen Shi Xiaochangqiu, and the others finally arrived. Yan Jinluo had sharp eyes. He saw Lu Li as soon as he arrived. First, he was stunned. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes before he looked again. It was really Lu Li. He called out, "Brother Lu! Brother Yan." The duo's reunion was even more exaggerated than that of a lover's reunion. First, they asked about each other's well-being. After ensuring they were both fine, they burst into laughter. Yan Jinluo asked, "Where have you been all this time?" "I was injured when I was on the mission and somehow got stranded in the Yellow Lotus domain. Thanks to old Zhu's sacrifice, I survived." Lu Li pointed at Zhu Honggong. He was never one to discredit another person. Yan Jinluo nodded and said, "If it weren't for the life stone, I would have gone to look for you. Many things have happened in the Black Tower Council since you left. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. It's all in the past now. How has the Black Tower Council changed? Anyway, something strange. I personally witnessed 4th Elder Lu Si kneeling to Pavilion Master Lu. What's going on? By the way, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the Black Tower Council?" Lu Li asked, growing confused again. At this point, one wondered if he could be any more confused. "It's a long story. I haven't asked you yet. How did you end up returning with Pavilion Master Lu?" Yan Jinluo asked. Lu Li then told Yan Jinluo what had happened to him. Yan Jinluo was amazed. After he seemed to have understood what had happened, he smiled and asked, "Do you know about the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council?" Lu Li had heard these words earlier. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart as he asked, "What do you mean by collective demotion?" "In order to save me, Pavilion Master Lu single-handedly broke through the 3,600 Dao inscriptions formation. Why it's called a collective demotion is because almost every member of the Black Tower Council lost one birth chart at least. Tower Master Xia lost 2 birth charts. Lan Shiha, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, was there at that time as well. News of this has spread throughout the entire cultivation world. People refer to it as the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council," Yan Jinluo said. Lu Li's eyes were as wide as saucers. The word shock could not even describe his feelings at this moment. He gulped before he said disbelievingly, "How's that possible? At most, he has 6 birth charts. When I first met him, he only had 10 leaves." Lu Li's thoughts were written all over his face. "Are you trying to trick me?" Yan Jinluo said. "That was then. When you saw Pavilion Master Lu earlier, didn't you find anything strange?" Lu Li recalled the events earlier. There were indeed many strange things. For example, if Lu Zhou was truly a 10-leaf cultivator back then, how did he suddenly become a 5-chart cultivator in such a short time? At that time, he was in a hurry to carry out the mission. He did not think too much and gave Lu Zhou the birth chart map at that time since he knew his chances of survival were almost 0. Finally, he nodded and said, "Brother Yan, you're right. Times have changed. Moreover, Pavilion Master Lu must have hidden his cultivation base at that time. You've just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's natural that there are many things you don't understand. If you want to learn more about, I can introduce you to someone," Yan Jinluo said helpfully. "Who is it?" "Monastery Master Xia." Yan Jinluo waved to Xianxia, who was standing in the distance. Xianxia walked over with a smile. When he arrived, he bowed at Lu Li. Lu Li, being the polite person he was, returned the bow as well. Yan Jinluo said, "My brother has just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, so he doesn't know much about it. I wonder if you have time." Xianxia interjected as he looked at the sun and said, Sure. I have a lot of time. I can do it whenever." Lu Li asked, "How about tomorrow?" "It's better to do it today. Trust me. The sooner you know, the better," Xianxia said with a smile. Okay." With that, Xianxia grabbed Lu Li's wrist and walked to the stairs nearby. He said, "When you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, remember one thing. You cannot judge anything by common sense. We'll talk about the rest slowly. Let's start with the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Li had heard Zhu Honggong bragging about the Evil Sky Pavilion over the years. It seemed like he would have to hear it all over again. Meanwhile, Si Wuya and Zhao Hongfu rushed from the Sky Martial Court to the Royal Palace as soon as they received news of Lu Zhou's return. When they arrived at the Preservation Hall, there were not many people around. They saw Li Yunjing, who was pacing back and forth in front of the hall. "Teacher." Li Yunjing bowed and greeted Si Wuya. Si Wuya asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard that Grandmaster is back, so I came to visit." "Have you carried out the task I gave you?" Si Wuya asked. "Yes, but the pressure is very great. The fierce beasts are getting stronger. There are strange movements in the sea near Jiangdong Circuit. It's probably the same as Shannon Circuit. If more birth chart beasts appear, I'm afraid we'll be facing an unprecedented disaster," Li Yunjing said. "I know you are a little anxious, which is very normal. However, this matter can't be rushed. Return first. If there's anything, I'll send you a message," Si Wuya said. "Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher." Li Yunjing bowed before he left. Si Wuya looked around and saw Ji Fengxing and Wu Wu sitting on the nearby steps. He asked, "Where's my 8 junior brother?" When they were on the endless ocean, Zhu Honggong had sacrificed himself to save the others. He had been plagued with guilt for a period of time. Now that Zhu Honggong had returned, he had to personally confirm that Zhu Honggong was fine before he could feel completely at ease. Ji Fengxing said, "Mr. 8th and Mr. 2nd went to spar at the front hall." "Spar?" Si Wuya was a little taken aback. Since he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had never seen Zhu Honggong act even a little unruly in front of their eldest and second senior brother. Zhu Honggong had always been timid. In the end, he decided not to dwell on this matter for now and to attend to the business at hand first. When Si Wuya entered the Preservation Hall, before he bowed, he was taken aback by his master's change in appearance again. "Master, you?" Disguising technique. Lu Zhou indicated that there was no need for him to make a fuss. "There's no need for formalities. What happened during the half a year I was gone?" Si Wuya said, "Great Yuan's royal court is going to go to war with the Red Lotus domain." "War?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "I've spoken to Ying Zhao. The fierce beasts in the unknown land have long been restless and want to invade human territories. There should be someone in Great Yuan's royal court who's skilled in the tongue of beasts because I'm certain they're colluding with the fierce beasts. The sea beasts in the endless ocean and the land beasts seem to be abnormally in sync. They're all gathering near the sea in the Red Lotus domain. With this, it's a great chance for Great Yuan to invade the Red Lotus domain," Si Wuya said. "Mu Erdi is quite bold. Murdy is very shrewd. The last time he saw you, he was clearly enduring and putting on an act. With the Black Tower Council busy recovering and Great Yuan's existing cooperation with the Dark and Light Alliance, it's normal that Mu Erdi would have such an ambition. Although he was putting on an act of subservience previously, this change is still too sudden and abnormal. There's something fishy about this. Mu Erdi shouldn't be so stupid. Is he in the palace?" "He's afraid you'll come looking for him, so he hasn't been in the palace for a long time now," Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and looked at Si Wuya. "Do you have any countermeasures?" Si Wuya bowed and said, "Yes. When you weren't here, I secretly sent a letter to Lan Shihe, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. Joining forces with the White Tower Council is the best way to deal with Mu Erdi and the fierce beasts." Lu Zhou fell silent, lost in his thoughts. His real strength was that of a 6-chart cultivator. Even if he had the Peak Trial card or the Supreme Mystic card, it was impossible for him to deal with the fierce beasts and the beast kings in so many different places at the same time. Moreover, there were Great Yuan and the Dark and Light Alliance waiting to attack. "Master, please forgive me. I didn't want to do this, but this is war." Si Wuya fell on one knee when he saw Lu Zhou's prolonged silence. "Don't be nervous. You didn't do anything wrong." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. Si Wuya explained, I thought about using the Black Tower Council or Great Ming's royal court, but Xia Zhengrong and Gongsun Yuanxian are too cunning and unreliable. Is Lan Shihe reliable then? Lu Zhou wanted to hear Si Wuya's judgment. She only has 5 years to live. With her ability, she must have tried everything to change her fate and failed. People who are facing imminent death are no longer driven by benefits. Moreover, it'll only benefit the White Tower Council if they work with us, Si Wuya explained. Indeed, the Black Tower Council would have loved to cooperate, but they were not given the chance. Lu Zhou said, "We'll only cooperate with Lan Shihe as a last resort. It's best to rely on ourselves no matter what." Master is right. We should send eldest senior brother to Jianan Circuit. His progress is very fast, and he has already activated his 4th birth chart during this half a year. I've already asked the Sky Research Court to upgrade the Jasper Saber to the Flood grade. It should be easy for him to deal with ordinary birth chart beasts, Si Wuya said. Then we should send 2nd senior brother to Shanbei Circuit. His 11 leaves are comparable to a 5-chart cultivator, so it won't be a problem for him at all. Apart from Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, the others were more difficult to arrange. Lu Zhou said, "Send Lu Li and Yan Zhenlua to Jiangbei Circuit. Let Old 8th guard Jiangdong Circuit." 8th junior brother? Old 8th has already sprouted his 11th leaf. His cultivation base is similar to your 2nd senior brother, Lu Zhou said lightly. Si Wuya was slightly stunned. It seemed like his 8th junior brother's sacrifice at that time turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhu Honggong's voice rang from outside the hall. "Disciple greets master. Come in." Zhu Honggong along with Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong walked into the hall. Si Wuya turned around and was about to greet Zhu Honggong when he exclaimed in shock, "Old 8th, why are you bruised and swollen?" Zhu Honggong touched his bruised cheeks and eyes. He flinched from the pain and said, "It's just superficial injuries. They're not a big deal. I was in such a good mood seeing everyone that I fell in my excitement." "Fell?" Si Wuya asked skeptically. No matter Zhu Honggong had fallen, he should not have been bruised to this extent, right? At this moment, Yu Shangrong said with a straight face, "8th junior brother's cultivation base has improved a lot. Congratulations. However, his flying technique is still a little weak. These injuries were indeed caused by a fall. Falling is an essential lesson for cultivators to grow. 7th junior brother, there's no need for you to worry. 2nd senior brother is right." Si Wuya stepped forward and patted Zhu Honggong's shoulder heavily as he said, "It's good that you're fine." Ouch! Zhu Honggong fell on his butt immediately. Si Wuya. Zhu Honggong held his butt and explained, "It's nothing. Didn't I say I fell? It's inevitable to bruise your face, but arms and legs when you fall. Doesn't this sound reasonable?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently and interjected, "All right now, Old 7th, make the arrangements." Understood. Si Wuya told Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Zhu Honggong of his plan. When Zhu Honggong heard that he was going to be sent to Jiangdong Circuit, he said, aggrieved, "Master, I think I should stay by your side considering my weak strength." Lu Zhou said, "Your cultivation isn't weak. It only needs to be tempered. Staying in the royal palace would only be a waste of time." Seeing that Zhu Honggong still wore a wronged expression on his face, he added, "I left a pair of gloves with Monastery Master Xia. You can bring them with you to Jiangdong Circuit." Zhu Honggong no longer dared to object. He could only nod and say before he left, "Yes, master." After that, Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai and said, "Both of you can take your leave as well. Take care of yourself." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong bowed and left the preservation hall as well. When Zhu Honggong found Xianxia was still talking to Lu Li about the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Li was stunned and still confused. When he was young, he had heard stories about powerful warriors from his elders. That was all. However, Xianxia's storytelling ability was out of this world. When Xianxia learned about Zhu Honggong, he did not waste time and brought Zhu Honggong to the Thousand Willow Monastery. After Lu Li watched the duo leave, He looked at Yan Zhenlua and asked, "Brother Yan, is what Monastery Master Xia said true? Why does it sound so exaggerated?" Yan Zhenlua said, "That's what I thought as well in the beginning. However, I found later he spoke the truth. It was true that Pavilion Master Lu defeated Lan Shihe with 3 moves and defeated Gongsun Yuanxian with 1 move. I was imprisoned in the lower tower of the Black Tower Council, so I didn't witness the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council members. However, Xianxia was there. Xianxia's words were even more exaggerated compared to Monastery Master Xia. Xianxia joined the Evil Sky Pavilion a long time ago," Yan Zhenlua explained. Lu Li was taken back. He asked, "What happened all these years?" Yan Zhenlua said, "What happened? Brother Lu, everything has changed. In the Thousand Willow Monastery, Xianxia led Zhu Honggong to the room where Lu Zhou used to stay. He said, 'Before Senior Lu left, he left this here. Mr. 8th, this is it.' Then he handed a box over to Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong looked at the box. It looked similar to his box that doubled as a boxing glove. Swoosh! When Zhu Honggong opened the box, it suddenly split into 2 as expected. Interesting. He brought out his own gloves as well. When the 2 pairs of boxing gloves appeared, they suddenly merged and became 1 pair of boxing gloves. Each of the gloves was bigger than before now that they had merged. Following that, he placed one of the gloves on his hand. When it closed around his hand, his eyes widened. "I was wondering why my gloves feel so uncomfortable. As it turns out, they aren't complete. Master is so stingy." Xianxia. Clack. The glove continued to close around Zhu Honggong's hand. The gaps on it were so fine that they looked like a strand of hair. At the same time, faint light flashed from the gaps, making the glove gleam coldly in the light. Upon seeing this, Xianxia said in surprise, "It's a desolate grade weapon." "Desolate grade?" Zhu Honggong asked. "Only desolate grade items will emit this kind of faint light. Heaven grade weapons won't shine with this light. Desolate grade weapons are very powerful, and their energy seals are shocking as well." Zhu Honggong laughed, clearly delighted. "My master is the most generous person in the world." Xianxia. Zhu Honggong put on the other side of the glove. The discomfort he felt previously when he wore the gloves was no longer there. He punched his fist out. Boom! An energy fist shot out of the room. "With these gloves, I'm like a tiger with wings. Monastery Master Xia, do you want to spar?" Xianxia hastily waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. With my cultivation base, I'm no match for you." Zhu Honggong punched his fists as he swaggered out of the room happily. He called out, "Dang Kong!" Dang Kong rushed over immediately. "Look at how I blow those fierce beasts' heads in Jiangdong Circuit." Ding! Activated tear stain box. Grade, Desolate. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded. Initially, when he gave the gloves to Zhu Honggong, there was no grade. As it turned out, it was not complete. Although it was not completed in the past, the Jasper Saber, the Longevity Sword, and the weapons could not even leave a mark on it. At this time, Wuxia said, "Master, there's another thing I'm worried about." "Speak." Mu Erdi knows you have a profound and unfathomable cultivation base, and yet, he still dares to carry out the annihilation plan. He must have a trump card to be so confident. After investigating the matter, like I said earlier, I discovered he's no longer in the palace. I feel we should keep an eye on the Golden Lotus domain. Wuxia said. Lu Zhou nodded. Mu Erdi colluded with the fierce beasts and attacked the Red Lotus domain. For him to do such a thing, he definitely had the support of a mighty figure. Whether it was a fierce beast or a human, they're equally troublesome. No matter what, Lu Zhou was just one person. He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, nor did he know of a cloning technique. It was indeed to deal with Mu Erdi's scattered attacks. To take a group down, you must first take down its leader. Leave Mu Erdi and the person behind him to me. I'll leave the rest to you, Lu Zhou said. Wuxia nodded. Understood. Then he continued to say, "It's easy to deal with Great Yuan and the Dark and Light Alliance. The problem is the fierce beasts. No one knows the full extent of their strength and their origins. During this time, I've studied books about fierce beasts and found them lacking compared to what I learned from Yingzhao. There are so many more powerful fierce beasts in the unknown land. I've also spoken to 6th senior sister for confirmation since she stayed in the Moonlight Woodland with Cheng Huang for a period of time and sprouted her 8th leaf there. According to her words, the fierce beasts there are even stronger and more terrifying than we imagined. Lu Zhou said, "There's no need to worry. The higher the level of a ferocious beast, the more restriction it would have. Otherwise, humans would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, we should still be prepared to deal with them." Si Wuya said, "Master is right. How's Yingzhao's performance during this time?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's very cooperative, especially during this time when fierce beasts invaded human cities. It's also very worried," Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou nodded before he said as he tossed a life heart to Si Wuya, "Return its life heart." Si Wuya asked skeptically, "Master, Yingzhao's intelligence isn't low. Aren't you afraid it'll run away? It has already left the unknown land. Although the world is vast, there's nowhere for it to go. It knows that it's the safest by my side." High-level fierce beasts in the unknown land were hunting for the traitor, Yingzhao, while humans everywhere coveted its life heart. Indeed, there was nowhere for it to go. "I understand." Soon after, Si Wuya left with Yingzhao's life heart in hand. When Lu Zhou was the only one left in the preservation hall, he brought out the life hearts of the gigantic turtle Juao and the nether wolf king. He looked at them and wondered out loud, which one should I use first? Based on what he knew, after passing the birth trial, the birth palace's endurance would be greatly enhanced. Therefore, embedding the 7th to the 9th life hearts would be relatively easier. Naturally, the process would grow more and more difficult leading up to the 2nd birth trial and so on. Lu Zhou was in a good condition now. Not only had he comprehended the fiery golden lotus, but his cultivation realm also became stable. Juao. Ding. Juao's life heart. Ability. Gravity. Lu Zhou decided to use Juao's life heart because the Nether Wolf King's ability, night vision, was not very useful compared to Juao's ability. Moreover, since he obtained Juao's life heart from Insei, Great Yuan's warrior, it meant that it only had one use left. Lu Zhou waved his hand. His lotus appeared in front of him immediately. He did not waste time and placed Juao's on it. Clack. Now that Juao's life heart had fallen into position, he would only need to wait for now. In the afternoon, Juao's life heart was successfully embedded into Lu Zhou's birth palace. Lu Zhou was rather surprised by its speed. Similar to before, a vortex appeared, indicating the life heart had been successfully embedded. Now, Lu Zhou only had to wait for the vortex to absorb enough vitality energy. After 2 days, night, clack, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at his birth palace when he heard a crisp noise. The position in his birth palace had been filled up. The activation of his 7th birth chart was a success. He was rather satisfied. He did not feel any pain this time around, and it was so comfortable he even felt like sleeping. The 7 birth chart zones flashed successively. Following that, power surged into his Dantian Sea of Qi. During the entire process, Lu Zhou remained calm. All of a sudden, "Pavilion Master Lu, can you come out for a chat?" A faint voice rang in Lu Zhou's ears. The voice was so faint that it sounded like it came from a very far place. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and left the preservation hall at the speed of light. The night was pleasant. Other than the occasional birds in the sky, the royal palace was very quiet. There was no one around. Obviously, the voice was transmitted to him from another place. Lu Zhou followed the direction of the voice transmission. When he arrived on top of a palace wall, he looked at the palace guards before he said faintly, "Come out." Lan Shiha, who was dressed in a simple but elegant long robe, appeared in the air across from the palace wall. Lu Zhou looked at her. Her complexion was much better compared to their last meeting, but it was still obvious she had not fully recovered. "It's only half a year since we last met, but Pavilion Master Lu has become old again," Lan Shihe said with a faint smile, clearly feeling rather satisfied by Lu Zhou's change in appearance. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's just a disguise. Lu Zhou, who could see through her thoughts, bluntly said. Lan Shihe was slightly taken aback. After a beat, she said with a sigh, many people pursue youth but fail in their attempts. However, Pavilion Master Lu is completely different. Lu Zhou did not respond to those words. Instead, he asked without beating around the bush, why did you come looking for me in the middle of the night, Tower Master Lan? You even traveled all the way here from the White Tower Council. This war isn't like a battle between cultivators. Are you mentally prepared, Pavilion Master Lu? Lan Shihe asked in return. Is there a difference? Of course. Lan Shihe smiled as she looked up at the moon and said, both of us might die. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He was unmoved. He stroked his beard and swept his gaze across the royal palace. Lan Shihe continued to say, your disciple sent me a message. I wonder if that was Pavilion Master Lu's idea. Lu Zhou replied, see, Wuxia represents me. Lan Shihe's smile was as dazzling as the moon as she said, I didn't expect Pavilion Master would have a day when he has to ask for help. Ask for help? What kind of nonsense did Old Seventh write in the letter? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he did not say anything. Since he did not know the exact content of the letter, it was best to remain silent for now. Moreover, he trusted his disciple, so he was not in a rush to disabuse Lan Shihe of her notions. Lan Shihe's smile vanished as she continued to say, Mu Erdi and the Dark and Light Alliance have been waiting for this chance for a long time. They want to unify the Black, White, and Red Lotus domain. Every once in a while, the sea beasts from the Endless Ocean would swarm toward the east of the Red Lotus domain. They will definitely take advantage of the sea beast tide this time. She paused for a moment before she said, the leader of the Dark and Light Alliance, Fan Ruashi, has 11 birth charts. Mu Erdi has 12 birth charts. Based on the number of beast tides, there'll be at least 1 beast emperor and 4 beast kings. We can easily deal with the others, but a beast emperor isn't something you and I can deal with. Beast emperor? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Lan Shihe looked at him with a complex gaze before she slowly explained. Think of it this way. An ordinary beast is like an ordinary human. A fierce beast is like a cultivator. A giant fierce beast possesses a life heart. Fierce beasts with life hearts that provide more than 1,500 years of life are considered birth chart beasts. Beast kings are those whose life hearts provide more than 2,000 years of life. Beast emperors. Beast emperors' life hearts provide more than 5,000 years of life since their lifespans spanned from 8,000 years to 10,000 years. After Lan Shihe finished speaking, she looked at Lu Zhou as though she was trying to glean something off his expression. Alas, his expression was the same. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. So you think you'll die? Lu Zhou did not count himself in. Lan Shihe said, my life is coming to an end anyway, and I've long seen through life and death. Pavilion Master Lu, you have such strong vitality energy. Aren't you afraid? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Lan Shihe, from the time we first met until now, you're still the same. You're too condescending for your own good. You think too highly of yourself and look down too much on others. If it were not for the fact that she was the female Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Lu Zhou would have said that she was not qualified to look down on others. Lan Shihe frowned slightly and asked, Pavilion Master Lu, are you confident about killing a beast emperor? Lu Zhou did not reply to her question. He was reminded of the Kuan in the Endless Ocean. A deadly strike card could deal with the Kuan, but it would exhaust his energy completely. The price was too high, and it reflected the Kuan's strength. If the beast emperors were like this as well, he would have to think twice. Finally, Lu Zhou asked, you can't deal with a beast emperor? Lan Shihe shook her head and said, I can't kill it, but it can't do anything to me either. During the Great Void Expedition, the participants ran into beast emperors. 4 beast emperors. Based on Lan Shihe's words, a beast emperor's strength should be higher than a 13-chart cultivator, but not by much. Judging from this comparison, The Beast King's strength should be above 13 fate points, but it shouldn't be much higher. Lu Zhou asked, if the Beast Emperor comes, are you planning to sit and wait for your death? Lan Shiha said, yes. She paused for a moment before she said, this is the Red Lotus Domain's matter. It has nothing to do with the White Tower Council. To be honest, there's another reason I came today. Speak. Don't be angry, Pavilion Master Lu. However, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. I admire you and don't wish to see you lose your life because of this matter. Let Mu Erdi have the Red Lotus Domain for now. When the beast tides recede, it'll be easy for you to snatch the Red Lotus Domain back with your cultivation base. Lan Shiha calmly said. It had to be said that no one had thought of waiting until the beast tides receded before making a move. It was a rather good idea, but there were also many things that could go wrong. Lu Zhou asked, what if I insist on interfering? Lan Shiha sighed heavily and said, this is what I expect you to do. Since you know this, what's the point of your advice? There's no harm in trying. Lan Shiha shrugged. After a brief pause, she said, the White Tower Council can help the Evil Sky Pavilion, but I have one condition. Pavilion Master Lu, I ask that you listen to me first before you decide. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, speak. Lan Shiha said, I'd like Pavilion Master to take over the position of the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. The night wind blew and the moonlight shone brightly. When the moonlight fell on Lan Shiha's face, for a fleeting moment, Lu Zhou seemed to see signs of aging in Lan Shiha. There were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and strands of white hair. Lu Zhou did not refuse Lan Shiha immediately. Instead, he asked, don't you have another 5 years to live? Lan Shiha shook her head and softly said, 3 years perhaps. I want to find a new Tower Master before I die. Only with this, Great Ming, the White Tower Council, the Black Tower Council, and Great Yuan will be able to be at peace. You seem to hate war. I hate it very much, Lan Shiha said. I don't like killing people as well, but there are many things that I don't have a say in. It's a good idea. Pavilion Master Lu, you agree? A hint of joy could be heard in Lan Shiha's voice. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. Lan Shiha was disappointed when she heard these words. She looked at the moonlit palace wall. Who knew what was going through her mind at this time? Lu Zhou added, however, there's one person who's qualified to be the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. Who? Lan Shiha asked. Yi Tianxin, Lu Zhou said. Her? Lan Shiha recalled the first time she saw the woman in white robes with equally white hair. If it were before, I would have agreed with you. Lu Zhou said, there's no need to worry about her strength or cultivation base. She's my disciple. Who would dare to touch her? Lan Shiha was stunned. Lu Zhou continued to say, in any case, there's no point talking about that now. Whether it's possible or not will have to depend on the White Tower Council's performance. Lan Shiha could not help but laugh. She asked, if the White Tower Council doesn't join forces with Pavilion Master Lu, what does Pavilion Master Lu plan to do? I've never been one to force others. The choice lies with you, Lu Zhou replied. Lan Shiha nodded slightly and said, we might die. Have you about what you'll do if we die? Do you plan to make arrangements for the Evil Sky Pavilion? Her words showed she was not confident at all. Perhaps it was because Lu Zhou had defeated her with 3 moves and Great Ming watching her every move intently that her confidence collapsed. There are no ifs. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. Then, he asked, are beast emperors so strong? In Lu Zhou's opinion, no matter what kind of beast it was just a matter of using his item cards to deal with it. Moreover, he thought there was likely no need for him to even use the enhanced Deadly Strike card. Lan Shiha chuckled softly. It seems like I was right. Pavilion Lu's understanding of beasts is indeed limited. Lu Zhou did not deny those words. Lan Shiha continued to say, like beast kings, but to a much greater extent, beast emperors are called beast emperors due to their ability to summon and control beasts. The beasts they control will mindlessly throw their lives away for a beast emperor. Unlike humans, there's no greed, fear, or cowardice in these controlled beasts. Most importantly, they have 4 life hearts. She spoke in a relaxed tone as she continued watching the moon. Lu Zhou was surprised. 4 life hearts. Lan Shihe lightly leaped into the air before she said, "That's right, and that's just the beast emperors. Moreover, there are fierce beasts more powerful than beast emperors. Both of us have 12 or 13 birth charts. Above us, there are supreme beings. There are fierce beasts that even supreme beings can't deal with. Can you imagine how strong are the fierce beasts that even supreme beings can't deal with? This is indeed very powerful. However, why would I be afraid?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. "Why don't the supreme beings protect humans?" Lan Shihe shook her head gently. It's hard to imagine these words came from Pavilion Master Lu. Put aside the supreme beings, let me ask you, do you think the Emperor of Great Tang can completely stop common people from killing each other? The answer was obvious. It was almost impossible to do such a thing. People died every day. Even if there were laws that prohibited killing, stealing, and trespassing, there were always people who would break the law. Perhaps, in the eyes of supreme beings, cultivators, even 13 chart cultivators, were no different from ants. Lu Zhou lifted his head and gazed into Lan Shihe's limpid eyes. He could not tell what she was thinking at this moment. He asked, "You only have 3 years left? Is there no solution?" Lan Shihe shook her head. Lu Zhou continued to say, "I have a piece of 10,000-year-old green cicada jade with 5,000 years of life in it. I can lend you some of the years in it. Human cultivation is a heaven-defying act anyway. Have you ever thought about breaking into the myriad supreme realm? It's too far away," Lan Shihe said. "Perhaps only cultivators from unknown lands have mastered the path to enter the myriad supreme realm." Lu Zhou remained silent. The night was getting dark. It was getting late. Lan Shihe flew higher up into the sky before she said, "It's late, Pavilion Master Lu. Please allow me to consider the matter of the Beast Emperor and Great Yuan. Farewell." Lu Zhou did not stop her. He watched as she flashed toward the horizon and vanished from sight. Who knew where she went? The White Tower Council had quite a few runic passages in the Red Lotus domain after all. Nevertheless, the number still could not compare to the Black Lotus domain's runic passages. With this thought in mind, he wondered when the cultivators from Great Yuan would enter the battlefield. After Lu Zhou returned to the preservation hall, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate again. When the sky was slightly bright, he opened his eyes slightly and looked at the faint light outside of the window as he muttered to himself, "A beast emperor has 4 life hearts. This is actually a good thing." Although the difficulty of killing beast emperors was higher than he had imagined, it provided 4 life hearts. Usually, one needed to be incredibly lucky to obtain 4 advanced life hearts. 1 birth chart or 1 life heart represented 1 life. In other words, to kill a beast emperor, he would need at least 4 deadly strike cards. Currently, 1 deadly strike card cost 40,000 merit points. Without considering further increment of the price, killing a beast emperor would cost at least 160,000 merit points. This seems to be the easiest and most cost-effective method at the moment. In the end, he felt he still relied on the item cards too much. The rate of his strength improving was too slow after all. Seeing that it was still early, he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Currently, he was only at the 7-chart stage. In order to advance to the 8-chart stage, he needed to stabilize his realm first. When the sky was bright, Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. He planned to check in on Zhu Honggong, who was in Jiangdong Circuit first. His eyes glowed blue, and he soon saw Zhu Honggong dressed in heavy armor. Zhu Honggong stood on a high wall and shouted, "Release the arrows! They're just trash birds. What are you afraid of?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Giant crossbows on the city wall released bolts into the sky, killing all the low-level flying beasts in the sky. Outside of the city wall, the carcasses of fierce beasts piled up like mountains. At this time, many cultivators standing behind Zhu Honggong were shaking their heads helplessly when they saw the number of bolts that had been used. A city guard mustered up his courage and bowed before he said, Mr. 8th, if we keep fighting like this, the bolts will run out. At that time, it'll be even more troublesome. Our people had gone to the endless ocean to investigate. The sea beasts will definitely arrive in 5 days. It's best to save these weapons. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come here. You should take command then. Zhu Honggong took off his helmet. It was so hot that he was drenched in sweat. He leaned against the wall before he continued to say as he put on a sage-like appearance. I've been here a while, but none of you said anything, so I could only blindly give commands. It seemed like Zhu Honggong still had a little bit of awareness. The city guard smiled and said, You're a high-ranking official in the capital who's appointed by His Majesty, and you're also a powerful cultivator. How could we dare to overstep the boundary? The common people of Jiangdong Circuit can only rely on you to protect them. Zhu Honggong waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so courteous. I don't understand palace etiquettes anyway. I'll leave the commanding to you. Keeping the fierce beasts away is everyone's responsibility, not mine alone. The city guard said sincerely, I didn't expect Mr. 8th to be so magnanimous. It seems like we've overthought things. It's a small matter. Seeing that Zhu Honggong was so easy to talk to, a cultivator standing at the back boldly asked, The people in the palace have all said that the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion are brave and powerful. Mr. 8th, can you give a demonstration to widen our horizons? Widen your horizons? Zhu Honggong took off his armor and said, Fine, I'll widen your horizons. He straightened his back and raised his hand. Open your eyes and have a good look. All of the cultivators present on the scene looked at Zhu Honggong intently. Buzz! 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar rose from the ground and towered over the clouds. Zhu Honggong's expression was one of pride as he said, Brothers, this is my true strength. Are you afraid? He closed his eyes, enjoying everyone's surprise and admiration. Perhaps, if he had opened his eyes to have a look, he would see that the surprise and disdain were actually doubt and disdain. Since it was not easy and energy-consuming to maintain an avatar, Zhu Honggong withdrew his avatar after a while. When the avatar vanished, the cultivators looked at each other with their brows furrowed and exchanged a look before they began to whisper among themselves. Did you have a good look? One of the cultivators shook his head. Isn't it 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar? That person nodded. However, it's very tall. It is very tall, but I didn't see a golden lotus. Is it possible that he's not a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion but a palace expert instead? Someone made a shushing noise. Hey! Aren't afraid of being beheaded for saying these words in front of him? Everyone fell silent immediately, frightened. Height was indeed an important criterion to measure an avatar's strength. However, the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar limited the cultivator's imagination. Moreover, the golden halo and the 11 leaves hung high up at the back of the avatar so none of the cultivators saw them. At this moment, the city guard said loudly, Mr. 8th's cultivation base is so high. It's really admirable. The people of Jiangdong Circuit are saved. Yes, they're saved. Everyone agreed perfunctorily. Boom, boom, boom. The city guard glanced at the flying beasts in the distance and said, A new wave of fierce beasts is coming. Everyone, get ready. Is it really okay for me to command the others, Mr. 8th? Go ahead. Zhu Honggong nodded in satisfaction. However, after a while, he felt there was something strange with the city guard's tone. Under the command of the city guard, the new wave of fierce beasts was quickly taken down by 2 sharpshooters. They even had extra time to leap off the city wall to collect the carcasses. All the carcasses that were of value were brought into the city. At this time, the city guard asked with a smile, Mr. 8th, are you satisfied with my performance? Not bad. Keep up the good work, Zhu Honggong said and patted the city guard's shoulder. With this, the cultivators in the surroundings laughed. Seeing there was nothing serious, Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing's power of sight. In 5 days, the sea beasts will arrive. In other words, The people from Great Yuan's royal court will likely appear in 5 days as well. Their current defensive strength was not enough. There were quite a few thousand realms whirling cultivators in Great Yuan's royal court and the Dark and Light Alliance. It was stretching it a little too far for him to rely on his disciples to defend them. He decided to check on Yu Shangrong and silently chanted the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. On a city tower in Shanbei Circuit, Yu Shangrong held his longevity sword as he looked at the forest outside of the city. The weather was very bad. It was raining and foggy. It was the complete opposite of Jiangdong Circuit. A cultivator flew over from afar at this moment. He bowed and said, "Mr. Second, the weather isn't good. It's better for you to return first. The fierce beasts will retreat temporarily as well, so there won't be any problem." "It's fine." Yu Shangrong turned around and said indifferently, "Just remember to inform me if that swordsman appears." "Understood." The cultivator bowed and continued to say, "That swordsman is very strange. Before you came, 3 of our cultivators had died under his sword." Yu Shangrong revealed a smile. "I hope his swordsmanship is up to my standards." After seeing that Shanbei Circuit was fine for now, Lu Zhou checked in on Yu Zhenghai and Yi Tianxin. The 2 places they were at were fine for now as well. However, the wilderness had been overrun with fierce beasts. All the humans had retreated back to the cities. Waves after waves of fierce beasts arrived, occupying places where there was a lack of human activities. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight and fell deep into his thoughts. Even with the Supreme Mystic card, it would be difficult for him to turn the tides alone. All he could do was find Mu Erdi, Fan Ruashi, and the Beast Emperor. However, were those 3 going to just stay still and wait to be slaughtered? Obviously not. The situation was rather tricky. Little Yuaner and Conk were not at the Thousand Realms whirling stage yet, and they did not have enough combat experience. His 7th and 5th disciples were only suitable to guard the royal palace. Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li should be able to guard Jiangbei Circuit. Then Lu Zhou thought about the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They had rich combat experience and had gone through many life-or-death situations. However, they were not around now. He was worried there would not be enough people when the time came. Lu Zhou chanted the mantra for the power of sight again. Soon enough, he saw a place shrouded by a furnace-like barrier. The entire place was cast with a red light. Bang! 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 At this moment, Duanmu Shang brandished his overlord spear, repelling the square box. Energy seals flew in the air as the square box flew back and forth. From time to time, the 6 compatible Taoist seals and the 8 trigram seal would appear. At the same time, the other 3 elders were standing at the side, watching the battle. Bang! Duanmu Shang was covered in sweat, and blue veins were popping on his arms. At this moment, he pierced the spear upward before he brought it down with a crushing momentum. Imperfect divine intervention. The spear landed true on the square box. Boom! The square box fell to the ground. At this moment, Pan Lydian interjected with a smile on his face. "All right, stop fighting. Duanmu Shang wins this round." The square box shrank rapidly as Hua Wudao flew out from it. He coughed as he staggered a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Then he said with a sigh, "The intensity is too high. Mr. Third should be able to sprout the 10th leaf soon." "I agree." Pan Lydian nodded. Zhuiyushu chimed, "I think so too. Over the past half a year, old Pan, Lung Luo, and I have successfully sprouted the 10th leaf. Although Mr. Third has yet to sprout the 10th leaf, his potential is greater than all of us." Among the people present, only Duanmu Shang and Hua Wudao had yet to sprout the 10th leaf. Lung Luo brought a life heart out and said, "If there's a need, we can give you our life hearts to help you sprout the 10th leaf." Duanmu Shang was moved when he heard this. He said, "The life hearts belong to you. I can't accept them. When I sprout the 10th leaf, I'll be able to obtain a life heart as well." "I appreciate your kindness." Everyone nodded. Hua Wudao said, "Rest first. The star-gathering formations effect is really extraordinary. Cultivating here for half a year is like cultivating for 8 to 10 years outside. However, the environment is really too harsh. Apart from the abundant primal chi, the environment was abnormally harsh. When it was hot, it was incredibly hot. When it was cold, it was freezing. There were no plants or water. There were only bottomless abysses. Elders, please rest first. I'll continue, Duanmushang said. The elders sighed inwardly. They could all see Duanmushang's diligence. He did not even stop to rest. Even when he was resting, he was still cultivating. Woo! The star-gathering formation suddenly buzzed. Zhuiyushu jumped up and brought her coiling dragon staff out before she flew toward the edge of the formation. Don't worry. I'll go and take a look. Among the people present, only Zhuiyushu was knowledgeable about formations. She flew to the edge and checked the inscriptions, looking for the source of the strange noise. She frowned and muttered to herself, "Strange. I don't think the star-gathering formation is broken, but why did it shrink slightly?" It shrank again? Panlitian transmitted his voice over. Yes, it shrank by about 2 meters this time. At this rate, it won't be long before we have no place to cultivate. The frequency is getting higher as well, Zhuiyushu replied. This formation is a bit strange. The people of the Sky Research Court said that many people died in the formation in the past. Could this be why they died? Zhuiyushu said, Unlikely. This formation doesn't seem like a killing formation. Now that you mention it, if so many people died here, there should be remains or something. As soon as her voice fell, the 3 elders looked at the cliff in unison. Realization dawned on Zhuiyushu, and she flew over immediately. Swoosh! A gust of light wind rushed up from the bottom of the cliff. It was cool and refreshing. Zhuiyushu frowned, sensing something amiss. The sound came from the bottom of the cliff. It should be caused by the strong wind. That's possible. However, why does the sound correspond with the formation shrinking? How can there be such a coincidence? Panlitian said. The 4 elders exchanged a look. Zhuiyushu said, Who knows? After all, the star-gathering formation is an ancient formation left by the sages. There are many things the Sky Research Court is not privy to as well. Woo! The strange noise rang even louder than before. At this moment, the gentle wind suddenly turned into a pulling force. Zhuiyushu hurriedly brandished her coiling dragon staff and released tens of thousands of talisman seals. After she retreated to her original position, she said, Don't go near the cliff. What's going on? This star-gathering formation could be, I'm not sure, but it could be a man-eating formation, Zhuiyushu said. Man-eating formation? Panlitian was shocked. Elder Zhua, are you joking? If this is a man-eating formation, how are those people from the Sky Research Court going to live? Zhuiyushu said, I said I'm not sure. Even the fierce beasts eat 9-leaf cultivators. Who knows what this formation likes to eat? Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave. Panlitian turned around and said, What if the star-gathering formation not only gathers primal chi and the essence of heaven and earth, but it also gathers human essence? It might really be a man-eating formation now that I think about it. Duanmushang frowned. He looked around. After cultivating here for half a year, he felt it would be a pity to leave now. Woo! The sound grew louder again. The furnace-like barrier around them shrank again. It was not twice as small compared to before. Lung Luo said calmly, Leave. Lung Luo was the first to use the Dao concealment technique and flew toward the entrance of the star-gathering formation, leaving afterimages in his wake. When he was about to reach the entrance, bang! A barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, sending him flying back. The entrance was sealed. Woo! The sound rang again louder than before. It was as though someone was playing an ancient clay ocarina at the bottom of the cliff. Let me do it. Duanmushang flew over at top speed, brandishing the Overlord spear, stirring up thousands of waves. Tens of thousands of energy spears shot toward the sky. Bang! 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 Although the spear attack was formidable, Duanmushang and his attacks were bounced by the barrier as well. At this moment, Zhuiyushu said with a horrified expression on her face, No. Someone is manipulating this formation. Someone is controlling the star-gathering formation? The four elders looked around, trying to find the culprit. Unfortunately, they did not find anything even after searching for a long time. Crash! Rocks tumbled down from the mountains on both sides. The four of them looked at each other again. Don't worry, I will find a way for us to leave this place, Suiyushu said. I'm only worried about the culprit. Duanmusheng raised his overlord spear and stabbed it into the ground. If I catch that crafty person, I'll definitely tear him into pieces. Now is not the time to be violent. Look for an opening for us to leave. The four elders flew up at the same time. They saw a faint light barrier had appeared within the star-gathering formation, covering the entire area. They were now sealed inside. The sound of the strong wind blowing into the valley and the strange sound that rang from the bottom of the cliff complemented each other in a strange way. Contact Mr. Seventh. Okay. Leng Luo unrolled the sheet of formation on the ground before he lit up the talisman. However, as soon as the talisman caught fire, it was instantly extinguished. Nothing happened. This is bad. I can't get in contact with Mr. Seventh, Leng Luo said. Lu Zhou frowned as he muttered to himself. Even if I rush over now, I'm afraid I won't make it in time. It would take at least 2 hours from the capital to travel to the northern region. If it had been before, it would take him even longer. He tried to expand the range of his sight with Duanmusheng in the center. He saw the grass swaying in the wind. He looked around but did not find anything out of the ordinary. The current level of the power of sight was not high enough after all. Woo! A gust of wind blew past as the star-gathering formation shrank again. A strong suction force appeared at the bottom of the cliff. It was so strong that it caught Duanmusheng and the four elders off guard. The 5 of them were instantly swept off their feet, pulled toward the cliff. Avatar! Buzz! 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 The 5 of them instinctively manifested their avatars. All 5 were 100 Tribulations Insight avatars. 3 had 10 leaves while 2 had 9 leaves. The energy produced by their avatars allowed them to resist the pulling force. Elder Zhua, didn't you say you'll find a way? Where is it? Panlitian asked. Shut up. I'm thinking. The suction force would pull the avatars down slightly from time to time. The 5 of them had to use primal chi to resist the force. Is this how the man-eating formation eats people? Mr. Seventh once said the star-gathering formation is powered by the 365 stars in the sky. To set up this formation, the energy from 365 needs to be refined. In fact, this formation also doubles as a restraining formation. If a person is locked in the formation, no matter what supreme technique they have, they still won't be able to escape, Suiyushu said. Si Wuya knows this, but he still encouraged us to come? Panlitian was speechless. It's not his fault. He probably didn't expect that there'll be people playing tricks. I wonder who it is, Suiyushu said. Now's not the time to think about that. Hurry up and think of a way for us to leave. Leng Luo used the Dao invisibility skills and flashed forward. He advanced for about 10 meters before he was pulled back by the suction force. After trying more than 10 times, he had no choice but to give up. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, strong wind blades fell from above. The suction force pulled on the primal chi, forming a force even more ferocious than ordinary energy sabers. Bang! 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 The wind blades landed on the avatars, causing all 5 of them to fall. At the same time, they were being pulled toward the cliff. What the hell is down there? Another formation. It's very likely that the core or the heart of the star-gathering formation is down there. We can't let the force pull us down. If we fall, I don't know if we'll survive, Suiyushu said as she tossed the coiling dragon staff out. The staff spun in the air, releasing many talismans that repelled the wind blades falling from the sky. This helped to lighten the pressure on them. The talismans that were like fluttering golden butterflies covered the entire sky. Suiyushu's move could only buy them a certain amount of time. It would not last long. Square box. Hua Wudao joined his palms together. Clang. The square box expanded and flew under the 5 people's feet, holding them up. With this, Hua Wudao bore all the pressure alone. For this reason, he could only hold on for a short while. It did not take long before his face turned red when the pressure multiplied. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. "I'll do it." Duan Mushang leaped out. Perhaps he had sparred with Hua Wudao too many times. His understanding of the square box was even better than Hua Wudao. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared below the square box. Dragon Spear. Tens of thousands of energy spears shot upward in a row. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions reverberated in the star-gathering formation. The square box flew up for about 50 meters. Duan Mushang, come up! Hua Wudao cast the 6 compatible Taoist seal before he used his energy to pull Duan Mushang back. Although he did not like sparring with Duan Mushang, after sparring for a long time, he had grown rather fond of Duan Mushang. How could he allow Duan Mushang to act rashly? "Elder Hua, what are you doing?" Duan Mushang was puzzled. "Save your strength and don't act recklessly." Hua Wudao changed his hand gestures. He had used almost all of the Taoist palm seals he knew. Bang! 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 The wind blade grew stronger, and the suction force suddenly increased by several times. With these, the square box rapidly descended and fell 100 meters from the edge of the cliff. Lu Zhou's sight was slightly affected by the sudden force at this time. As he turned away, he saw a black figure leaping away from a peak outside of the star-gathering formation. Lu Zhou frowned. Logically speaking, the people of the Black Lotus domain should be unaware of Duan Mushang's location. Moreover, there was no reason for them to target Duan Mushang and the 4 elders. Could it be a coincidence? His visibility grew worse, so he recited the mantra for the power of sight again as he increased the output of the supreme mystic power. Soon enough, he could see the others clearly again. A raging wind blew at the 5 people. At the same time, the wind blades left gashes on their avatars. "If this continues, all of us will die," Sui Yushu said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Pan Lydian laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Lung Luo asked curiously. "I've lived long enough, why would I be afraid?" Saying that, "I have an idea," Pan Lydian said. The 3 others looked at Pan Lydian in unison. Only Duan Mushang was confused. What was it? Were they practicing some eye contact skills? The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion often discussed cultivation methods, especially the cultivation methods for those without lotuses. For this reason, sometimes they could tell what was in each other's minds with just a look. Pan Lydian said, "All of our avatars are without a lotus. Do you remember the first time we practiced lifting with our avatars?" "Of course, I remember. Let's use that technique. What do you think?" "I agree," Sui Yushu said. "I don't have any objections. Then I can only risk my life to accompany my comrades," Hua Wudao said with a smile. Sui Yushu said, "Let's do it." Duan Mushang said with a dumbfounded expression, "What are you talking about?" Swoosh! Pan Lydian suddenly grabbed Duan Mushang's shoulder. One after another, energy seals wrapped Duan Mushang tightly. Following that, he lifted the gourd in his hand and sent Duan Mushang flying up. The first one, buzz! A 10-leaf avatar grew to 200 feet tall and further lifted Duan Mushang up into the air. At the same time, the square box expanded and rose at top speed as well. Since the speed at which it rose was faster than the speed Duan Mushang fell, it easily lifted Duan Mushang up. "Stop!" Duan Mushang shouted. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Sui Yushu was extremely skilled. She leaped to the top of the first avatar and waved her coiling dragon staff. Buzz! Another 200-foot avatar rose up and pushed Duan Mushang up. Following that, Lung Luo unleashed a Taoist seal to leap up as well. Buzz! Another 200-foot avatar appeared. "Leave the last one to me," Hua Wudao roared. Instead of going up, he stepped on the square box. Buzz! Hua Wudao's 150-foot golden avatar grabbed Pan Lydian's avatar that was at the bottom and flew up. The 4 avatars were like pillars that could hold up the sky when they reached the top. Vitality energy. The three elders sent all their vitality energies to Lung Luo. Then, Lung Luo said in a deep voice, "You have no choice, Duanmu Sheng. Go up with our blessing." Bang! Palm hit Duanmu Sheng's back. His mind went blank as he flew up. Duanmu Sheng was sent up with the full force of the four elders' palm strike. When he shot up 10 meters past the cliff's edge, the suction force started pulling him at him again. He instinctively brought his Overlord spear out. 1,000-pound force. The Overlord spear flashed with a golden light like a golden dragon and stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to shake and crack. Duanmu Sheng was sent out by the four elders with a full-strength palm strike. Bang! With the Overlord spear stabbed into the ground, Duanmu Sheng gripped the handle tightly as he looked back. Although he had gotten back up, he was not happy. Where were the four elders? He recalled Lung Luo's words. "Go up with our blessings." He gritted his teeth as he stared at the edge of the cliff and falling wind blades as his discomfort grew. Alas, he was helpless. The suction force only went away after 15 minutes. Following that, Duanmu Sheng pulled the Overlord spear out before he leaped off the cliff. After flying for a long time, he still could not see the bottom. "Elder Zhua! Elder Hua!" There was no response from the bottom of the cliff. Duanmu Sheng had never felt so helpless in his life. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou frowned as he continued watching. Duanmu Sheng seemed to have lost his mind at this moment. Due to the unique and dangerous nature of the star-gathering formation, Lu Zhou finally used all the supreme mystic power and roared, "Return!" With this word, the scene cut off. When Duanmu Sheng heard the thunderous voice from the sky, he shuddered and looked up. "Master!" He looked around and kept searching for his master, but he could not see anyone at all. "Is master nearby?" Duanmu Sheng called out twice, but the area within 1,000 meters of the star-gathering formation was silent. At this moment, golden talismans that fluttered like butterflies flew up from below. "Elder Zhua!" Duanmu Sheng was overjoyed. He flew toward the golden scripts. There were not many scripts, but they were enough to form a few sentences. "There's something wrong with the formation. Only the pavilion master can save us. Hurry up and return." Duanmu Sheng calmed down. After all, these scripts meant that the four elders were alive. Following that, he flew up again. He discovered the star-gathering formation had now shrunk to the size of a house. "I should leave first." Duanmu Sheng charged toward the entrance. He thrust his spear out at the light barrier. This time, the barrier could no longer keep him inside. Delighted, he rushed out of the star-gathering formation. Duanmu Sheng took a deep breath. The air outside was cool and refreshing. Then, as he turned to leave, a purple ring of light appeared in the center of the star-gathering formation. It looked like a 6 directions 8 trigram seal. Duanmu Sheng was puzzled. "What's that?" The ring of light let out an ear-piercing buzzing noise all of a sudden before a beast emerged from the ring of light. The beast resembled a raccoon, but it had sharp and deadly claws. The noises it made sounded like that of a dog, and it was deep and powerful. Fierce beast. Duanmu Sheng was not too surprised by its appearance since there were all kinds of strange-looking fierce beasts. However, this fierce beast emitted a very strange aura. In fact, it was strange that a fierce beast would just suddenly appear in the star-gathering formation. When the fierce beast saw Duanmu Sheng, it clawed at the ground and charged toward him. Average speed, average strength, average size. Duanmu Sheng's rich combat experience allowed him to discern his opponent's strength. When the fierce beast arrived in front of Duanmu Sheng, he spun around and stabbed his spear into its chest. Bang! The fierce beast died immediately as purple smoke rose from its body. The wisps of purple smoke lingered around Duanmu Sheng for a moment before dissipating. Huh? It disappeared just like that? It appeared in such a flashy and strange manner, but it died with just a poke. Duanmu Sheng frowned slightly and flung the fierce beast off the tip of his spear in disappointment. This kind of low-level fierce beast did not even have a life heart. Killing it was a waste of time and energy. Thud! The fierce beast landed on a patch of grass. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. When the purple smoke that was still rising from the fierce beast's body made contact with the grass and the tree nearby, they wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Duanmu Shang thought the purple smoke must be poisonous. He checked his body and stretched his limbs, but he could not see anything wrong. What's going on? At this moment, the talisman on his waist rustled. He hurriedly lit it up. Following that, a projection of Si Wuya appeared before his eyes. Third senior brother, are you okay? I'm fine. The elders saved me. They're trapped at the bottom of the cliff, Duanmu Sheng said. It's good that you're okay. Master ordered for you to return to the palace. He'll save the 4 elders, Si Wuya said. Duanmu Sheng nodded. Then, he lit up another talisman and threw it to the fierce beast's carcass before he asked, "What kind of beast is this?" Si Wuya looked at it for a long time with a frown on his face. "It should be a Li. This fierce beast isn't strong. Why is it here?" "It suddenly appeared in the star-gathering formation," Duanmu Sheng said. "The formation must have been tampered with. In fact, there are many formations within the star-gathering formation. However, there's no reason for it to suddenly change its function." "Did you see anyone strange while cultivating?" Si Wuya asked. Duanmu Shang shook his head. Si Wuya nodded. "All right, come back first." Buzz. Another Li emerged from the purple light circle in the star-gathering formation. Duanmu Shang said, "Another one of that fierce beast has appeared. I'll take care of it first." Si Wuya said, "Wait, third senior brother. The Li has an evil and poisonous aura. Don't let it get close to the cities and don't let it go to a beast king. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. All right, I won't show mercy to this kind of vile beast." Si Wuya nodded and cut off the connection. Duanmu Shang grabbed the Overlord spear and spun it around. Swoosh! As soon as the Li rushed out of the star-gathering formation, Duanmu Shang tossed his Overlord spear out. The Overlord spear exploded with a golden light as it pierced the Li. Bang! It nailed the Li to the barrier from the star-gathering formation. After Duanmu Shang pulled the Overlord spear out, he touched the barrier. He jolted immediately as an electric current ran up his palm. He frowned. "So you can enter again once you leave?" Duanmu Shang shouted. "Let me in!" His voice echoed throughout the mountains and the forest, but there was nothing. He looked up and thought about the 4 elders. He cupped his hands together in the direction of the cliff and murmured, "I will not disappoint all of you." He could only return as his master had ordered and wait for his master to save the 4 elders. With that, he grabbed his Overlord spear and flew toward Jianbei Circuit. As soon as Duanmu Shang left, the purple ring of light lit up again. One after another, Lilis began to rush out. Before long, there were more than 1,000 Lilis. The flowers, plants, and trees in the surroundings instantly withered and died. Duanmu Shang flew in the direction of Jianbei Circuit. After a while, he landed on the peak. He stabbed the spear to the ground and looked around only to find the wilderness was overrun with fierce beasts. However, they were all mid to low-level fierce beasts, so they were not a big threat. What happened? Duanmu Shang had only been in the star-gathering formation for half a year, cut off from the outside world, but he did not expect things to change so greatly. He turned and looked in the direction of the star-gathering formation and was shocked to see the forest in that direction had all withered. Purple smoke slithered through the dead trees. Bang! Duanmu Shang lifted the Overlord spear and slammed it into the ground again. Then he brought out a talisman and ignited it. "7th junior brother, there has been a change of plans. I'll deal with the damn Lilis first before returning to the capital," Duanmu Shang said. "Is it very serious? Where are you?" Si Wuya instinctively asked. He did not like unknown variables. "There are a lot of Lilis, and I have no way of re-entering the star-gathering formation. I'm almost 100 miles north of Jianbei Circuit." Si Wuya quickly took out a map and roughly marked the location. "Don't let them enter the circuit." Duanmu Shang smiled. "Don't worry." He pulled out the Overlord spear and stood on the peak. looking at the army of Lilis slowly approaching from the distance. In the royal palace's preservation hall, Wuxia reported this matter to his master in full detail. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, Li, many Lilis are emerging from the star-gathering formation, Wuxia said. It should be an ancient runic passage that draws power from the star-gathering formation. The current runic passages aren't able to transport fierce beasts. A runic passage required cultivators to channel primal chi into it. Therefore, low-level fierce beasts would not be able to travel through it. I suspect this is also part of the annihilation plan. I'm afraid our opponent is determined to destroy the Red Lotus domain, Wuxia said grimly. Send a message to the White Tower Council and ask them to send support to Jianbei Circuit, Lu Zhou said. An awkward expression appeared on Wuxia's face as he said, Lan Shihe doesn't seem to be willing. Just send the message, Lu Zhou said. The 4 elders are in trouble, so I have to go and save them. Understood. At this moment, Meng Changdong rushed in. He fell on one knee and said, Pavilion Master, a large number of fierce beasts have appeared in Jianan Circuit, Zhongbei Circuit, Shanbei Circuit, and Jiangdong Circuit. It's especially bad in Jiangdong Circuit. Wuxia sighed as he shook his head. As expected. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Everything was premeditated. This time, Zhao Hongfu rushed into the hall as well. She bowed and handed a piece of paper to Lu Zhou as she said, The Hall of Runes found this. Pavilion Master, please have a look. The paper read, Your opponent is me. The words were written with a single stroke. Zhao Hongfu said, The other party should have broken one of our passages. I've already sealed the passage. Wuxia bowed before he called out tentatively, Master! Lu Zhou's 2 fingers moved, and the piece of paper turned into ashes. Some people still don't know how to repent after being taught a lesson. They really deserve to die. In the preservation hall, no one dared to make a sound. Although Lu Zhou's tone was as calm as usual, the killing intent it emitted was unmistakable. Master, are we still going to Jianbei Circuit? Contact the White Tower Council. Meng Changdong, you'll stay back to keep an eye on the situation. Meng Changdong and Wuxia bowed at the same time, accepting their tasks. After Wuxia turned around and left, Meng Changdong set up the formation and brought the talismans out. Following that, he observed the situations at the 4 circuits one after another. Could be roughly seen that Jiangdong Circuit was under the greatest treasure. Everyone in the hall quietly waited for Lu Zhou's decision. At this time, Lu Zhou was counting his trump cards. He checked his merit points. Merit points, 534,610. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. He did not have the Supreme Mystic card and the Peak Trial card now. Without these 2 cards, he could only rely on the Deadly Strike card reduction card. However, these 2 cards were incredibly costly. After thinking for a moment, he said, Start from the Jiangdong Circuit that's under the most pressure. Understood. We're willing to follow the Pavilion Master come hell or high water. Lu Zhou called out, Zhao Hongfu. Your orders, Pavilion Master? Do these 4 circuits have runic passages? Lu Zhou asked. We have runic passages in these places except for Jianbei Circuit. Jianbei Circuit is too remote. Prior to this, I've already had plans to open up runic passages in Great Tang's 10 circuits and to complete the runic passage to the Golden Lotus domain. However, with this matter, I was delayed. Zhao Hongfu replied. It's fine. Bring Witzard and follow me. Understood. At the same time, the fierce fight had already started in Jiangdong Circuit, Shanbei Circuit, Jianan Circuit, and Zhongbei Circuit Zhang. In the beginning, there were only mid to low-level fierce beasts attacking the cities. The 4 circuits' defenses were relatively stable. However, when the corpses outside the city walls piled up, the fierce beasts stepped on the corpses of their own kind to climb to breach the city walls. Jianbei Circuit's Northern Sword Canyon. The reason the Northern Sword Canyon was named as such was due to the 2 mountains that surrounded the canyon from each side. The gap in the middle looked like a heavenly sword that fell from the sky to the earth. At this moment, a burly man stood between the mountains, blocking the canyon, as he wielded a long spear in his hand. His bearing was that of someone who could hold off 10,000 enemies. In front of him were droves and droves of Lilis. There were so many of them that it was hard to keep count. I didn't think there would be so many of them, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He had thought there would be a few hundred of them at most. As it turned out, he had seriously underestimated these fierce beasts. Duan Mushang loosened his grip on the Overlord spear before he tightened it again. Then he inhaled deeply and said, "Come!" Thump, thump, thump. The Lilis that emitted purple smoke rushed over. Clank! Duan Mushang began to brandish his spear. Scorching field 100 strikes. 1,000 waves. In just an instant, dozens of Lilis were killed by the energy spears. Nevertheless, the Lili came in droves, undeterred. Duan Mushang remained unfazed as he said, "I'll kill all who come." In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, a ring of Lilis corpses formed around him. Duan Mushang tapped his feet and flew up into the sky. The Lilis were still charging forward from as far as the eyes could see. Following that, he dove as he released his energy seals. The energy seals landed, sending hundreds of Lilis flying back. "Come on! Keep coming if you have the guts." After seeing the Lilis number, he knew the battle ahead of him was going to be like a protracted tug-of-war. Jiangdong Circuit. On a towering city wall. "Mr. 8th, the sea beasts are here," a cultivator reported after flying back from the distant sky, cutting through the swarms of flying beasts. Upon hearing the report, the city guard ordered, "Listen to my orders and defend the city wall to the death." Understood. The city guard turned around and said, "Mr. 8th, it's very dangerous here. You should return to the city lord's manor to seek refuge." Seek refuge? Zhu Honggong was baffled by this suggestion. At this time, dozens of cultivators rushed over and landed on the city wall as well. They bowed and said in unison, "Mr. 8th, please seek refuge." "Why do I need to seek refuge?" Zhu Honggong did not pay attention to cultivators. He did not put his armor on and only put on his gloves. He punched his fists together as he looked ahead. As expected, a large number of sea beasts had appeared at the shore of the eastern sea. The earth began to tremble. Boom! 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 Birth chart beast. A 1,600-year-old birth chart beast. "Everyone, follow me to kill it." Dozens of cultivators leaped down from the city walls and fought their way through the hordes of beasts. They swept the mid- and low-level fierce beasts away and pounced at the sea beasts. When a fierce beast that resembled a manatee saw more than 10 cultivators pouncing toward it, it suddenly shot out dozens of water arrows in all directions. Bang! 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 The force of the water arrows was incredibly strong, sending more than 10 flying cultivators flying back in a sorry state. Zhu Honggong saw this and shook his head. "Brothers, it's best if you leave it up to me. Your strength isn't sufficient to deal with it." Zhu Honggong punched his fists together before he rushed over. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhu Honggong's energy fists shot out. The manatee used the same trick again. Water arrows shot into the sky. The cultivators were shocked when they saw Zhu Honggong did bother dodging the water arrows. Instead, he was advancing fearlessly. Bang! He can block the attacks? How did he do it? The cultivators had seen Zhu Honggong's avatar after all. There was no way someone with 100 Tribulations Insight avatar was capable of this. The cultivators watched as Zhu Honggong released chains of energy fists and cast the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. Bang! 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 All of Zhu Honggong's attacks landed on the fierce beast that resembled a manatee. The manatee-like fierce beasts tumbled and rolled on the ground, sending dozens of sea beasts in its path flying. The cultivators. The cultivators looked at Zhu Honggong with their mouths agape. What kind of 100 Tribulations Insight cultivator was this? Were the 100 Tribulations Insight cultivators they knew fake? Finally getting the reaction he wanted, Zhu Honggong said smugly. I'm going to start killing now. Avatar. Zhu Honggong stomped his feet and shot toward the sea beast like an arrow. The avatar that was 450 feet tall swept toward the sea beasts. At this time, the golden halo hanging at the avatar's back finally appeared before the cultivator's eyes. 11 leaves. He has 11 leaves. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, how could an avatar with such a height be just an ordinary 100 tribulations inside avatar? Now that they had seen the golden halo and the 11 leaves surrounding it, they realized the avatar only looked like 100 tribulations inside avatar, but it was nothing like 100 tribulations inside avatar. Bang! 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 The mid- and low-level beasts could not even withstand a single blow from Zhu Honggong. They scattered like ants and were sent flying by the 11-leaf avatar. Zhu Honggong arrived in front of the manatee-like beast and pushed his hand out. At the same time, the golden halo flew into his hand, and the 11 leaves shot toward the fierce beast's body. Swoosh! 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 After 11 consecutive attacks, the manatee-like fierce beast was cleaved into two. Zhu Honggong flew to the fierce beast's back and slammed his hand forward. Bam! A life heart flew toward the city wall. Catch it! Zhu Honggong said in a clear voice. After watching Zhu Honggong easily kill the birth chart beast, the cultivators and the soldiers' fighting spirit was greatly roused. On the other hand, the guard that caught the life heart on the city wall looked at Zhu Honggong, who was sweeping through the beasts below in a daze. More than 10 cultivators flew together toward another birth chart beast at this moment. Mr. 8. There's another one over there. Let's open a path up for Mr. 8. The more than 10 cultivators cut their way forward, clearing the low-level beasts to open up a path for Zhu Honggong. With the help of the cultivators, Zhu Honggong swiftly arrived in front of the second birth chart beast. Heavenly phenomenon! Tens of thousands of energy fists appeared in the surroundings. Are these Taoists' energy fists? The city guard was overwhelmed by emotions. Everyone says all of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are powerful. I really believe it now. I believe it as well. Everyone gulped as they watched Zhu Honggong in action. The energy fists that covered the sky flew toward the second manatee-like fierce beast at top speed. Bang! 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 The manatee-like beast roared in pain before it collapsed, causing the ground to shake. Just when everyone thought they had won this round and the danger was over for now, a 1,000-foot-long fierce beast that resembled a tiger and a shark leaped over. The fierce beast had a row of spikes on its back. Its head was that of a ferocious tiger, and its body was that of a shark. Its eyes shone like the sun and the moon as it snapped its jaws at Zhu Honggong. Damn! It's so ugly! Zhu Honggong hurriedly swung his fist at the fierce beast. Bang! 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 The fierce beast managed to withstand Zhu Honggong's blows and charged forward. In just a second, it appeared in front of Zhu Honggong with its mouth wide open. Mr. 8th! The cultivators cried out. Zhu Honggong, who was hit squarely on the chest, flew away like a ball. He felt his blood and chi surge, causing him to almost throw up blood. It was unbearable. Boom! The tiger and shark hybrid fierce beast swept its tail across the cultivators. Boom! The fierce beast was too long and big that the cultivators did not have time to dodge and was sent flying by the tail. They looked like kites with broken strings as they flew black in the air. Their cheese and their blood surged as they were assaulted by excruciating pain. At this time, the city guard cried out, Beast King! It's a sea beast king! Retreat! The more than 10 cultivators retreated immediately. As soon as these cultivators retreated, tens of thousands of sea beasts advanced, led by the tiger-shark hybrid fierce beast. With the appearance of the tiger and shark hybrid fierce beast, the tide of the battle had turned. The archers on the city wall shot their arrows, but the arrows felt just like a tickle when they landed on the tiger and shark hybrid fierce beast. The arrows did not even leave a scratch on its body. It's a Hu Jiao. It has the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. It won't be easy to deal with, the city guard said with a grim expression. Boom! 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 Led by the Hu Jiao, there were fierce beasts that resembled manatees, flying sharks, and other birth chart beasts. The corpses of their kind did not slow them at all. In fact, the flying shark-like beasts would even devour the carcasses of their kind. The human cultivators continued to retreat. At the same time, Zhu Honggong endured the pain and rose to his feet. He looked at the Hu Jiao with a grave expression on his face. I don't believe this damn thing's tail is so powerful. All of you deal with the weak ones. I'll deal with the Hu Jiao. Understood. Based on their voices, they clearly no longer felt as confident as before. How could they not feel pessimistic when most of them were only at the 9-leaf or 10-leaf stage? How could they deal with a sea beast king when they were barely able to deal with an ordinary birth chart beast? In front of the Hu Jiao, they were no different from ants. Boom! Zhu Honggong moved at lightning speed as he punched his fists out. Heavenly phenomenon! The 9 tribulations thunderblast lightning flashed around Zhu Honggong as his energy fists filled the air. In just a blink of an eye, his attacks converged. Avatar! The 11-leaf golden avatar shot out along with Zhu Honggong. Upon seeing this, the Hu Jiao stopped moving and opened its mouth. Splash! A pillar of water shot out of the Hu Jiao's open mouth. Bang! Zhu Honggong and his avatar were hit by the immense force of the pillar of water. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his avatar vanished into thin air. Fuck! Zhu Honggong moved his hand to stabilize his body as he looked at the Sea Beast King in disbelief. The city guard cried out, Mr. Eighth, you've done your best. Please retreat. Please retreat, Mr. Eighth. The cultivators standing on the city wall called out in unison, clearly anxious. Seeing Zhu Honggong was unmoved, someone tried to persuade him by saying, You'll have a chance to defeat it another time if you survive. Please retreat. After a while, all of them joined in to persuade Zhu Honggong. After all, there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. However, Zhu Honggong turned around and said, You can retreat, but where are the common folks going to retreat to? The wilderness is overrun with fierce beasts now. If we retreat, they'll die. The cultivators' faces flushed red in embarrassment. Don't forget your duties. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a rat who runs away when things get difficult. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. We don't want to retreat either, but there are too many fierce beasts at the city gates. If this continues, everyone will die. Clank, clank, clank. The fierce beasts threw themselves at the gates, trying to force their way in. In the distance, cultivators with their bodies covered in blood could be seen hovering in the air. The soldiers on the city walls fell one after another. At the same time, flying beasts picked off those who remained standing. The stench of humans and fierce beasts' blood permeated the entire Jiangdong city. The huge flying beasts in the sky began to make their way to the other city gates, attacking the humans on the city walls as they flew. The humans fell deeper and deeper into a disadvantageous position. They were forced to defend and retreat, and their defenses grew weaker and weaker. Woo! The Hu Jiao let out a low groan at this moment. The sea beasts behind it increased their pace immediately. Zhu Honggong flew back in the air. I was just acting heroic earlier. Can I take back my words? Who the fuck can withstand this? The Hu Jiao raised its head and opened its mouth, spraying another column of water at Zhu Honggong. Dodge! The city guard cried out. His face was pale. The cultivators immediately scattered in all directions. The power of the water column was more than enough to destroy the thick city walls. Even if Zhu Honggong was an 11-leaf cultivator, he would definitely be severely injured if the column of water hit him. Heavens! Dodge! Zhu Honggong's valiant spirit only lasted a few minutes before it vanished completely. He flew toward the city wall with all his might. At this moment, the Hu Jiao swept its tail out again and sprayed out another column of water. Crack! The place where the column of water landed froze immediately. This ability! The cultivators' expressions were one of horror when they saw this. Mr. Eighth, watch out! Just when the column of water was about to hit Zhu Honggong, a blue palm seal suddenly appeared. Bang! The blue palm seal was like an all-encompassing shield as it protected the Zhuhonggong, the city wall, and the people on it and behind it. The owner of the blue palm seal could be seen hovering behind the palm seal. His arm was extended with his palm facing outward. His expression was calm as he faced the fierce beasts. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to the old man who was dressed in a long robe and standing with one hand extended and one hand resting on his back. His hair was the color of frost. All in all, he looked like an immortal. Zhu Hong was overjoyed. He kneeled in the air and cried out, "Master!" Lu Zhou did not look at Zhu Honggong as he asked, "How are your injuries?" Zhu Honggong was slightly moved by these words. He touched his thigh lightly and said, "This is just a superficial injury. It's not serious. I'm just touched that Master came." Although there were no lies in those words, why did they seem a little fake? At the same time, Lu Zhou thought it was a pity that he had used up the supreme mystic power. Not only could he not use it to heal Zhu Honggong, but he would not be able to use it to deal with the Hu Jiao. He had used up his supreme mystic power observing Duanmushang and teleporting here. He could only rely on his own strength now to deal with the Hu Jiao. On the other side, the cultivators kneeled in unison upon hearing Zhu Honggong's words. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Ding! Worshipped by 150 people. Reward, 150 merit points." The column of water finally vanished at this moment. Lu Zhou turned to look at the soldiers and cultivators guarding the city. He said indifferently, "No need for formalities." At this time, Zhao Hongfu, who was standing on the tower, pointed ahead and cried out, "Hu Jiao!" The city guard said, "Indeed, it's a Hu Jiao. I've summoned all the cultivators from the southern, western, and northern gates here." Lu Zhou glanced at the city guard and said, "Tell them to stay where they are." "Understood." Wu! The Hu Jian leaped up. One of its leaps covered half the length of the sky. The earth trembled slightly as it leaped up into the heavens, parting the clouds. It swam round and round high up in the sky as it roared. The sea beasts advanced fiercely as though they had received their orders. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Lu Zhou, who had 7 birth charts, wondered how he should solve the crisis. Moreover, it was not just Jiangdong Circuit, Jianan Circuit, Jianbei Circuit, and Shanbei Circuit were in danger as well. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Lu Zhou expectantly, wondering how he was going to turn the tide of the battle. At the same time, the Hu Jiao swept its tail in the sky. "Livestock!" Lu Zhou said angrily as he flew into the sky and crushed an ordinary deadly strike card. A palm seal parted the clouds and flew up toward the Hu Jiao that was partially hidden by the clouds. The palm seal looked extremely weak. It did not have a sense of existence at all. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, baffled. The city guard could not help but say, "Pavilion Master Lu, this Hu Jiao is a sea beast king." What the city guard meant was, "Please take this seriously, and don't attack in such a half-hearted way. Are you trying to tickle the beast king with this palm seal?" As soon as the city guard's voice fell, bang! Woo! Along with the sound of an explosion, a miserable shriek rang in the air as well. Everyone raised their heads instinctively. They saw the Hu Jiao thrashing around with its 1,000-foot-long body in the clouds. It was as though it had gone berserk. Its cries were so loud that they pierced everyone's eardrums. Similarly, all the sea beasts looked up at their king, looking much more confused than the humans. The Hu Jiao continued to trash in the sky as water droplets fell from the sky. It looked like a live fish being thrown into a hot pan at this moment. Zhu Honggong, Zhao Hongfu, the city guards, and the cultivators looked at Hu Jiao in confusion. At this moment, the Hu Jiao stopped moving abruptly as though it was frozen in time before it suddenly dropped from the sky. Boom! Its 1,000-foot-long body smashed against a large number of fierce beasts. All of the weak land and sea beasts were smashed into meat paste in just an instant. Their heads burst open, and their bellies squashed. Everyone held their breaths. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. That weak palm seal that seemed like it would only tickle the Hu Jiao killed it. Ding! Killed the Hu Jiao. Reward, 8,000 merit points. While everyone was still stunned, Zhao Hongfu regained her senses and said, "Everyone, be careful. Although the Beast King is dead, the beasts will not retreat. Moreover, they will only become chaotic and crazier. Sea beasts are much more vicious than we imagined." Indeed, the remaining sea beasts began to pounce toward the city, trampling on the Hu Jiao's corpse as they went. Lu Zhou did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Everyone held their breaths again. At this time, Lu Zhou manifested his avatar that towered through the clouds. The flaming lotus under his avatar caught everyone's attention. "What's that thing?" "I don't know." Lu Zhou charged into the hordes of beasts fearlessly. Flaming golden lotus. The golden lotus under the avatar began to spin. Soon after, many flaming lotuses shot out one after another. Lotus started to spin. Flames wrapped around the golden lotus one after another and flew out in all directions, reaping the fierce beasts' lives. The fierce beasts were reduced to ashes or cleaved into two as soon as they came in contact with the small flaming lotuses. They flew for 1,000 meters, killing all the beasts in their path. Lu Zhou could release his birth trial ability twice, but he chose to use all of them in one go. The effect was to his satisfaction. The carcasses on the ground were the best proof. With his birth trial ability, he had eliminated more than half of the sea beasts. When the last flaming golden lotus cleaved a flying beast into two, Lu Zhou's avatar disappeared as the flying beast's body fell onto a mountain of corpses. Lu Zhou turned around indifferently and flew back to the city wall. At this time, the cultivators still had yet to return to their senses. They looked at the mountain of corpses in a daze. After a long time, the city guard came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said, Is this the ability of a 12-chart expert?" I think so. Since he has done everything, what's left for us to do?" With the expert working, the layman could only watch the show. Lu Zhou did not think that way. He still needed the others to do their jobs. He had used up all his powerful moves, and he could not recklessly use the deadly strike cards. For now, he would not attack again. Therefore, he said indifferently, "Don't let your guard down. This is just the beginning. I'll leave the rest to all of you." With a big shot in charge, everyone's confidence returned. They answered in unison, "Understood," Zhu Honggong said before he rushed toward Hu Jiao's corpse. "Master, I'll go and retrieve the life heart." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Watch out for the Black Lotus cultivators." There was no need to worry about the other fierce beasts now that the Beast King was gone. "Understood." Lu Zhou said to Zhao Hongfu, "Let's go." Zhao Hongfu nodded and rushed after Lu Zhou. She seemed to understand his intention. "I will do my best to open a runic passage for Pavilion Master. Where are we going next? I can't wait to see Pavilion Master display his might." "Rest." "Huh. Isn't he going to take advantage of his great victory and continue killing at the next circuit?" Zhao Hongfu scratched her head, looking confused. Lu Zhou looked down before he called out, "Wizard." Upon hearing its master's call, Wizard arrived on auspicious clouds. Just as they were about to leave and find a place to rest, Zhao Hongfu suddenly said, "Pavilion Master, look over there." In the distant sky of Jiangdong City, countless black-clad cultivators were flying over like a swarm of locusts. They flew in a line, and buzzing noises could be heard from time to time as black astrolabes appeared and disappeared. The Black Lotus cultivators had finally shown up, displaying their might. At the same time, there were still many sea beasts and land beasts on the ground, not counting the fierce beasts in the wild. Everyone's mood sank immediately. Was the Red Lotus domain going to be pushed to its death today? The Black Lotus army. There are many thousand realms whirling cultivators as well. Zhao Hongfu cried out. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at the incoming army. He could not help but shake his head slightly. Let alone the Beast Emperor, Mu Erdi had yet to show up, but he had already used up most of his cards. How was he going to deal with the army? He had no Supreme Mystic Power, the Supreme Mystic card, or Peak Trial card. Even the Birth Chart power had been used up. Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic and flew toward the tower. All the cultivators retreated to the city wall, looking at the dark mass in front of them as though they were facing a great enemy. The black clouds hovering above the city and the incoming army brought a heavy sense of oppression on everyone present. Zhu Honggong held the life heart in his hand and looked up at the sky before he endured the pain and flew back up to the sky. He said loudly, "Another group of ignorant people who came to seek death. Don't worry, my master is invincible. He will definitely beat them until they cry for their parents." Lu Zhou. When this fool of a disciple was smart, he would catch people off guard. When he was stupid, no one would be surprised. He was the combination of wisdom and stupidity. Zhu Honggong flew back to Lu Zhou's side and handed over the life heart. "Master, your treasure." Zhao Hongfu. Lu Zhou glanced at the life heart. The life heart was the same level as the Nether Wolf King's life heart. It provided 2,000 years of life. Most importantly, it was also a life heart he needed at his current stage. "Keep it well," Zhu Honggong said, overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Lu Zhou's expression stiffened. Lu Zhou's tone made Zhu Honggong's heart sink. His high spirits vanished as he said listlessly, "What I mean is thank you, master, for trusting me to keep the life heart for you. Master is really stingy. He already has 12 birth charts, and yet, he won't give me one life heart." The groups of black lotus cultivators that looked like a black dragon from afar finally noticed the commotion and looked over. Within the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the more than 10,000 black lotus cultivators who were flying in a straight line spread out and swarmed over like a tidal wave. Zhu Honggong patted his chest and said, "Don't panic. Back then, my master chased over 10,000 people from the 10 great sects away. This is nothing." If there were not so many people present, Lu Zhou would have kicked Zhu Honggong. If it were just him alone, he would have run away. Nevertheless, the cultivators easily believed Zhu Honggong's words. Their morales were boosted as well. After all, they had seen Lu Zhou killing the Hu Jiao with just a palm seal. Finally, the black lotus cultivators came to a stop, neatly lined up, 100 meters away from the city wall. "Wu!" One of the black-clad cultivators took something out and placed it on his lips. A strange sound resounded in the air immediately. The fierce beasts on the ground looked up as though they had been injected with energy. They all glared at the city wall viciously. Clearly, the item the black-clad cultivator brought could command the fierce beasts. "Who are the guardians of the city? I advise you to surrender so that you don't end up in the belly of the fierce beasts," the person who blew on the object earlier said. Lu Zhou ignored him and continued to urge the purple glazed ceramic. Although the purple glazed ceramic's effect was amazing, it would take at least 3 days for him to recover his supreme mystic power in a non-meditative state. However, the enemy was right in front of him. What else could he do? Zhu Honggong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Master, your disciple requests to fight. There's no need to rush. Let's find out the truth first." "Understood." Lu Zhou took the opportunity to look at his merit points. He had around 500,000 merit points now and an advanced reduction card. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Obtained 10 luck points. Reversal card x10. Nothing good comes out of last-minute lucky draws. Despite this thought, Lu Zhou drew another 10 times and was also thanked 10 times for his participation. Well, there was no need to kill all the enemies this time. At this time, Zhu Honggong had already flown off the city wall to confront the 10,000 black lotus cultivators. "You bunch of losers! You dare to covet Jiangdong City? Get lost!" Zhu Honggong started cursing. "Everyone!" The black-clad cultivator standing in the middle said, "State your name." Zhu Honggong said, "I'm your father." "It's over. I should have brought Si Wuya along." Lu Zhou turned around and called out, "Witzard." Witzard responded with a low cry. A stream of mist wafted out its mouth and replenished Lu Zhou's supreme mystic. Not only did it fully replenish the supreme mystic power, but it replenished Lu Zhou's birth chart power as well. Compared to the other mounts, Lu Zhou liked Wizard's ability the best. This was how a divine beast should be like. He looked at his interface and saw that Wizard had fallen into a state of rest. He said, "Go!" His other mounts with high combat strength were not present. Xianxia had gone to the Purple Lotus domain with Mingxian, while Baian was guarding the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain. The others were not strong enough. At this time, the black-clad cultivator said before he placed the object near his lips again, "You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you talk so much nonsense when you're about to die?" The strange sound rang in the air again. All the fierce beasts, including the sea beasts, grew restless and charged forward. The earth trembled as they stampeded over and attacked in a frenzy. Zhao Hongfu said, "This person isn't simple. The fierce beasts that lost their leader are now under his control. That item in his hand should belong to a beast emperor." Lu Zhou looked into the distant sky and looked at the Black Lotus cultivator who stood neatly in a line. They did not move and only watched coldly as the fierce beasts charged to their deaths. Lu Zhou said, "I'll send him to his death first." Lu Zhou raised his left hand, and unnamed in the form of a bow appeared. Buzz. Subsequently, an energy arrow flashing golden light appeared between his fingers as well. Upon seeing this scene, the black-clad cultivator who possesses the strange item raised an eyebrow. Someone at the back said, "Lord Li, he's a Golden Lotus cultivator. Ignore him and act according to the plan. It's a good thing if he's really Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lord Li, the cultivator with the strange item, said indifferently. At the same time, the cultivators on the city wall had already begun to engage in a fight with the fierce beasts that charged over. All of them tried their best to kill the fierce beasts that rammed against the city gates, seemingly not caring if they died. Lu Zhou ignored them. Zhu Honggong could deal with the fierce beasts. He pulled the bowstring back with 2 fingers and aimed the arrow at Lord Li who was standing in the center. At the same time, he transmitted his voice that was deep as the sea over. "Disappear from my sight within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I'll send you to heaven." The cultivators guarding the city were impressed by this, and their morale rose again. Whoa! The war horns sounded from both towers, shaking the heavens. Dong! 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 Lu Zhou did not know which idiot had brought the war drums out at this moment and started beating it as well. With the sounds from the war drums and war horns ringing in the air, the cultivators at the other city gates began to attack as well. Meanwhile, Lord Li shook his head slightly and said, "The annihilation plan has started. If I were you, I'd use the runic passage to escape. The Beast Emperor has arrived. The end has come. Even old Devil Lu has to admit defeat." Lu Zhou was too far away to be seen. In Lord Li's opinion, it did not matter if the old man was Lu Zhou or not. They would still carry out the plan. The thick arrow between Lu Zhou's fingers flashed with a dazzling golden light at this moment. Swoosh! The arrow left the bow and sailed in the air like a golden meteor toward the center of the line of Black Lotus cultivators. Lord Li smiled and waved his hand. "Block it." Understood. 5 cultivators flew up and launched black palm seals to stop the golden energy arrow. Alas, the golden arrow was completely unaffected and continued to sail forth. Something's wrong. Another few cultivators flew up and tried to block the arrow as well. Buzz! The energy arrow buzzed as it passed through another few black palm seals. Lord Li frowned. Sensing something was amiss, he launched 2 huge palm seals and caught a few people next to him before pulling them in front of him. Ah! Lord Li! The cultivators who were caught had terrified expressions on their faces. On the contrary, their Lord Li remained indifferent as he threw them out to block the energy arrow. Under the eyes of the 10,000 Black Lotus cultivators, the golden energy arrow pierced the chest of 4 people like a skewer of pork, splashing blood everywhere. So powerful! The Black Lotus cultivators' eyes widened in shock as they looked up at the old man standing on the tower. The energy arrow shot out from the back of the 4th person and continued flying toward Lord Li's face. Its momentum did not decrease at all. Lord Li hastily raised his hand and used 2 fingers to catch the energy arrow. Bang! After forcefully catching the golden arrow, Lord Li's lips curled up into a faint smile as he said, "You should be an archer with more than 4 birth charts, seeing as you managed to kill 4 9-leaf cultivators with just an arrow. Unfortunately, you're not old Devil Lu who has 12 or more birth charts, and even more unfortunately, you met me." After Lord Li finished speaking, he exerted force with his 2 fingers, intending to crush the energy arrow. Buzz! Lu Zhou's dignified voice rang in the air. "Is that so?" The tip of the arrow flashed with a faint blue light before it broke free of Lord Li's hold. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the energy arrow pierced through Lord Li's chest. 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared before it disappeared into Lord Li's body again. Lord Li's eyes widened in shock as he lowered his head and saw the blood gushing out of his chest. Time seemed to stop. Lord Li could not seem to believe his eyes. He had caught the energy arrow. How could it still be so powerful? He thought if he had not been caught off guard, it would have been difficult for the energy arrow to break through his defenses. After all, he was not like his 4 subordinates who were easily skewered. He was a powerful 1,000 realms whirling expert after all. Alas, the energy arrow was too close to him, so he could not react in time. Just like that, he lost a birth chart. "Lord Li!" The Black Lotus cultivators in the surroundings called out anxiously. Some of their voices were trembling. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Note: after passing the birth trial, the reward for destroying a birth chart has been adjusted. Lu Zhou shook his head. This is truly an unprecedented crisis. Not only do I have a lack of cards at this time, but even the fucking system is stirring up trouble behind the scenes. In the past, Lu Zhou had been recklessly squandering his trump cards and item cards. For example, he had used extraordinary power to unleash his grand techniques and also used the Golden Buddha's body to block every little thing. Currently, he could not afford to do such things anymore. He had to be prudent now, considering the system's attitude. Perhaps this was how it was going to be in the future as well. He had to use the least amount of strength to gain the most value. "You cunning snake!" Lord Li's angry roar rang in the air. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I'm indeed cunning. Young man, have you ever heard of the saying, the older, the wiser? Don't blame others for being intelligent just because you're stupid." "You!" Lord Li placed the artifact against his lip and blew on it again. "Woo!" A strange cry echoed in all directions. At the same time, the birth chart beasts on the ground grew even more violent. After putting the artifact down, Lord Li shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The 10,000 Black Lotus cultivators echoed Lord Li's words, shaking the heavens with their thunderous voices. Following that, along with the fierce beasts, they charged forward. "Damn! So ruthless!" Zhu Honggong hastily flew up. At this moment, he felt the safest place was by his master's side, so he flew to the edge of the tower to stand near his master. The other cultivators continued to launch energy swords and energy sabers, trying their best to stop the beasts on the ground and the flying beasts in the sky. Most of them were exhausted and had no energy to continue. However, when they saw Lu Zhou's straight back and calmness, they gritted their teeth and persevered. At this moment, Lu Zhou leaped into the sky with unnamed in the form of a bow in his hand again. The arrow was already knocked. He pulled his hand back before he released the bowstring. Swoosh! The energy arrow split into countless arrows. Bang! 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 The arrows accurately landed on the vital points of the hundreds of thousands of flying beasts. Every arrow hit just right. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched this scene. At this time, Lu Zhou turned to look at the Black Lotus cultivators. Then, he turned his hand and held the bow horizontally before he pulled the bowstring back again. Swoosh! 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 Arrows flew out in all directions again. Bang! 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 In just an eye, the energy arrows pierced through dozens of Black Lotus cultivators. Just like that, Black Lotus cultivators began to drop from the sky like flies. Ding! Killed 1 target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 500 merit points. Note: target had 10 leaves. Ding! Killed 1 target. Reward: 500 merit points. Domain bonus: 500 merit points. Note: target had 9 leaves. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongfu, who was standing on the tower, had a clear view of Lu Zhou. She saw Lu Zhou's expression as he carefully released his arrows in an exquisite, precise, and powerful manner. He was the embodiment of all the qualities a godly archer should have. Avatar. For 1,000 realms, whirling avatars appeared in all 4 directions as their astrolabes flew out to face the shower of arrows. Bang! 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 The astrolabes blocked the energy arrows with their backs. Lu Zhou tried to gauge the strength of these 1,000 realms whirling cultivators. They were all 5-chart experts at least. He wondered if they were from the Dark and Light Alliance. Guard the city wall. Understood. Zhao Hongfu, support the formation. Don't let the city wall break. Understood. No one realized that the famous Lu Zhou, who had mostly worked alone, was ordering everyone to work together. Everyone felt it was only natural to take orders from him. His indisputable strength aside, he had greatly boosted their morale with his display of strength. Moreover, their fighting spirit was further roused when they thought about how they were fighting side to side with such a mighty figure. How could their blood not boil in excitement? Old 8th. Deal with the 2 birth chart beasts below. Yes, master. Zhu Honggong punched his fists together before he leaped off the city wall. The thunderclaps from the 9 tribulations thunderblast rang in time with the war drums. At this moment it was chaotic on the outside of the city wall. Humans, land beasts, sea beasts, and flying beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Lu Zhou turned to look at the city guard and shouted, "Leave the 1,000 realms whirling cultivators to me. All of you, adapt to the situation and go where you're needed." Yes, sir. At this time, most of the flying beast had already been killed by Lu Zhou's arrows. Those that were still alive did not dare to get close. On the contrary, the ground was swarming with fierce beasts. Humans and fierce beasts were dyed red with blood. Meanwhile, everyone's body was stained with blood. Meanwhile, the 4,000 realms whirling cultivators holding their astrolabes drew closer and closer. Lu Zhou said loudly as he raised his bow again, "I was waiting for you to bring your astrolabes closer." Lu Zhou released the bowstring as 4 beams of light shot out in 4 different directions toward the astrolabes. These arrows were clearly different from the shower of arrows earlier. These 4 blue energy arrows seemed to contain incomprehensible strength. Bang! The first energy arrow landed on the astrolabe in the center. The energy arrow that contained the supreme mystic power easily pierced the astrolabe like a hot knife through butter. Bang! 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 The other 3 energy arrows landed at almost the same time. Similar to the first one, they cut through their respective astrolabes like a hot knife through butter. A wave of ink-like energy rippled out immediately. The 4,000 realms whirling cultivators were severely injured. They were sent flying back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Unfortunately, the arrows aren't fatal. Lu Zhou shook his head. The defenses and endurance of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator were higher after all. The arrows only pierced their astrolabes and did not hit their vital points. Nevertheless, he was almost certain his opponents did not have more than 8 birth charts. Even if he did not use the supreme mystic power, he still could defeat them. While various thoughts were still running through Lu Zhou's mind, a mocking laughter suddenly rang in his ears. "They're just a cover for me to do this." Lord Li's figure seemed to appear out of thin air. With a feint, he moved horizontally as he stabbed out with his dagger that was aimed at Lu Zhou's heart. Get lost! Since Lord Li was too fast and had appeared too suddenly, Lu Zhou did not have time to think or mobilize his primal chi. Instead, he threw out a thunderblast card. Lightning began to flash in the sky immediately. Boom! Lord Li was instantly sent flying by this thunderous force. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! How could he react so quickly?" Following that, Lord Li spat out another mouthful of blood. When Lu Zhou saw Lord Li did not trigger the sure kill chance, he said, "You're lucky. Since Lord Li did not trigger the death chance, Lu Zhou decided to continue attacking. He stepped on his flaming golden lotus and flew out of the tower. Old Devil Lu. It's Old Devil Lu. Hold him back. Hold him back. Experts from all directions reacted and surrounded Lu Zhou and pounced on him like kamikaze soldiers. Lu Zhou glanced at the Black Lotus cultivators and said indifferently, "Your courage is commendable. To maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi." The golden lotus suddenly turned blue and shot out. With this, all the cultivators were sent flying and fell like rain. Most were seriously injured and a few died. Lu Zhou controlled his use of the supreme mystic power precisely, and he did not use his life-saving ultimate skill. It was best to keep this kind of skill for when he really needed it. After looking around, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Since you dare to oppose me, you must be tired of living." The sound wave rolled out, hurting everyone's eardrums. The cultivators were intoxicated with joy. With a big shot who possessed at least 12 birth charts, they were as steady as Mount Tai. Lord Li shouted, "Don't be afraid. Stall him. We will definitely destroy the Red Lotus domain. We're not afraid of death. We have numbers on our side. We'll exhaust you to death. Do you think you're invincible? Let's see how long you can remain invincible." Lu Zhou flipped his right hand. Buzz, unnamed in the form of a bow, appeared in a horizontal position. "Dodge. Don't face the attack directly. It's useless. You can't kill all of us." Lu Zhou swiveled around and suddenly released a golden energy arrow that turned blue in Lord Li's direction. Lord Li turned pale with fright. His figure flashed away immediately. His Dao invisibility technique was at the peak of perfection and far surpassed Leng Luo's. "You can't avoid it." Bang! The arrow suddenly changed direction and pierced the air. Soon after, a figure appeared with an arrow stuck in its chest. You, how did you find me?" The power of smell allowed Lu Zhou to forever remember his target's scent, and in turn, also allowed him to easily locate his target. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. At this moment, white lotuses began to fall from the sky as a bone-chilling wind swept across the sky and the heart. In just a heartbeat, the battlefield turned into a land of snow. White-clad cultivators descended one after another from the sky. "The White Tower Council?" A voice rang in the sky at this moment. "The White Tower Council's judge by Shuo is here. Please forgive me for being tardy, Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou looked at the sky indifferently. He stroked his beard and said, "Kill them, as you wish." The white-clad cultivators led by Shuo descended on the black-clad cultivators. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze back to Lord Li, who had lost 2 birth charts. "Come here." The fiend monk's hand seal flew out and grabbed Lord Li before dangling Lord Li in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "Tell me the truth. Where are they now?" The powerful cultivator known as Lord Li was held tightly by the fiend monk's hand seal and could not move at all. He had 2 lost birth charts in a row and was severely injured by the Thunderblast card. He launched into a violent coughing fit before he turned with great difficulty to look at the tragic battle between the Black Lotus cultivators and the White Tower Council members. Following that, he laughed maniacally. Lu Zhou looked at him indifferently. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupidity and your pathetic self," Lord Li replied. At this moment, a white-clad cultivator landed at Lu Zhou's side and bowed. "Pavilion Master Lu. This person's name is Li Tianzi. He's one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance. He's an 8-chart cultivator. His life and death friend was that master assassin Yi Luyun." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "So, you want to avenge Yi Luyun?" Li Tianzi coughed before he replied, "Yes and no." Li Tianzi tried his best to suppress his surging qi and blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "I didn't expect to meet the famous Pavilion Master Lu here. Did you think that the Black Emperor would come to Jiangdong City?" Lu Zhou asked, perplexed. "What's your purpose? Why don't you guess?" Li Tianzi spat out another mouthful of blood. A strange smile hung on his lips as he said, "How are you going to help the other 3 circuits? Why do you have to interfere in the first place? Why you shouldn't interfere in the Red Lotus domain's affairs?" At this moment, Zhu Honggong flew off the ground like a shooting star and landed in front of Li Tianzi. Bang! Zhu Honggong wordlessly punched Li Tianzi in the chest, causing Li Tianzi's chest to almost cave in. Zhu Honggong cursed. "Still pretending? See how I deal with you. How about it? Li Tianzi." Bang! "What are you looking at? You're like a dead fish. Still looking?" Bang! 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 Zhu Honggong landed 3 consecutive punches with boundless strength that was as fast as lightning. His punches were made even more powerful with the restraint by the fiend monk's hand seal. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Do you want another taste of my fists? Zhu Honggong raised his fists threateningly and said, "Hurry up and tell me honestly. Where's the Black Emperor now?" I don't know." "Where is the Beast Emperor?" I don't know." "Other than this lousy scheme here, what other conspiracies are there?" "I don't know." Boom! Zhu Honggong's punch landed heavily on Li Tianzi's chest again. Li Tian's chest bones broke, causing his chest to cave in as blood began to gush out. "What's the point of keeping you alive if you don't know anything?" Zhu Honggong swung his fist and struck again. Lu Zhou and Zhao Hongfu were speechless when they saw this. Lu Zhou suddenly felt he had been too restrained when he saw Li Tianzi being oppressed by Zhu Honggong. "What are you looking at? Still looking?" Bang! 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 Another 4 consecutive punches landed, each more powerful than the last. These were Zhu Honggong's full-strength attacks. The Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared for a moment before it shrank into Li Tianzi's body again. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,000 merit points. No. Stop hitting." Li Tianzi shook his head. "Why weren't you so obedient earlier?" Zhu Honggong's fierce expression vanished immediately as he turned to smile and bow at Lu Zhou. "Master, please ask him whatever you want." Lu Zhou and Zhao Hongfu. It actually works? This was probably why torture had always been used since ancient times until now. Humans' vile nature was the reason for it. Humans had all kinds of emotions, desires, and weaknesses that can be used against them after all. Lu Zhou felt like he had really overestimated Li Tianzi at this moment. Finally, he asked, "Where's Mu Erdi?" Li Tianzi said, "I really don't know." "What's the purpose of the annihilation plan?" Lu Zhou asked again. Li Tianzi coughed again before replying, I only know Mu Erdi has reached an agreement with the Beast Emperor. It seems like Mu Erdi is trying to use the Red Lotus domain to break the heaven and earth shackles. They've also prepared a backup plan. The Black Lotus Cultivators and the 4 Beast Tides. They're just a cover. Backup plan. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. I don't know. There's no point knowing. All of us will die anyway. A once-in-a-century beast tide, a beast tide from ancient times, will come again. At that time we'll all be food, Li Tianzi said. His gaze was burning as he laughed as though he had lost his mind. Zhao Hongfu said, There seems to be something wrong with him. Zhu Honggong scratched his head and said, Who cares what problem he has? I'll teach him how to behave with my fists. Bam! Zhu Honggong moved at lightning speed. His fist landed on Li Tianzi's chest again. With that, Li Tianzi lost another birth chart. At the same time, primal qi began to surge out of his Dantian sea of qi in a flurry. Primal qi storm. Li Tianzi turned to look at the 10,000 black-clad cultivators. Under the siege of the white-clad cultivators, they were in a wretched state. Bai Shuo, who had 8 birth charts, was like a ferocious wolf, constantly tearing and mauling the sheep around him. At this moment, Li Tianzi seemed to regain his senses. He chuckled before he said, The other 3 places, I'm afraid they've already turned into seas of blood. Old Devil Lu, you've miscalculated. At this moment, only the black and white cultivators could be seen on the battlefield. Bai Shuo was besieged by the 3,000 realms whirling cultivators at this time. Despite the advantage, the white-clad cultivators were not without pressure due to the sheer number of Black Lotus cultivators. Lu Zhou transmitted his voice to Bai Shuo. "The White Tower Council only sent you?" Bai Shuo replied, "Yes. Pavilion Master Lu, Tower Master Lan has sent everyone in the White Tower Council to the 4 circuits and the capital." Upon hearing this, Li Tianzi frowned. "The White Tower Council shouldn't interfere. Aren't you afraid of Great Ming? Idiots!" Then he began laughing again. Bai Shuo said while fighting, "If even a person like isn't afraid of death, why should we be afraid?" The 3,000 realms whirling cultivators brought out their astrolabes and attacked Bai Shuo from 3 different directions at the same time. Bang! 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 Their astrolabes shot out beams of light, denting Bai Shuo's astrolabe. He hurriedly activated his protective energy and retreated. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou leaped up and drew unnamed that was in the form of a bow again. Buzz! Lu Zhou held the bow that was 300 meters tall horizontally in the sky above the city wall. 3 energy arrows that looked like pillars that could hold up the sky were knocked. Li Zitian's eyes widened as he cried out, "This energy arrow again? Pa!" Zhu Honggong slapped Li Zitian and said, "How ignorant! Archery is my master's weakest and most insignificant skill. You would have died before you could even speak if my master decided to use a sword." In the sky, Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Die." Swoosh! Lu Zhou released the bowstring. The 3 arrows made only one sound as they shot out at the same time, sailing through the air. When the 3,000 realms whirling cultivators saw the huge energy arrows, their expressions changed drastically. "Block them. Even if you die, you have to block them for me." The other Black Lotus cultivators activated their protective energies and manifested their avatars, standing in a row in front of the 3,000 realms whirling cultivators. "You think you can block them?" Lu Zhou pulled the bowstring back again. His movements were so fast it was impossible for the naked eye to catch them. A thrumming sound rang in the air as his hand moved back and forth at lightning speed. The arrows fell like a storm, shooting in all directions. They pierced through the chests of hundreds of people. Lu Zhou used almost half of the supreme mystic power in this attack. Hence, he did bother looking at the results. He put unnamed away and descended. The arrows continued to fall, killing nearly 1,000 people in just a few breaths. Meanwhile, the 3 huge arrows were unstoppable. Bang! 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 3 arrows landed on the 3 astrolabes. The lights of the astrolabes dimmed by 30%, and their sizes shrank 1 time. At the same time, the 3,000 realms whirling cultivators flew back in the air, throwing up blood. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 9,000 merit points. Bai Shuo was overwhelmed with emotions and could not help but ask, "Pavilion Master Lu, what realm are you in exactly?" No one had ever seen Lu Zhou's true avatar or birth charts. In any case, no one would believe he had fewer than 12 birth charts. The supreme mystic power was incredibly powerful as it was. With Lu Zhou's 7 birth charts, they boosted the strength of his supreme mystic power even further. The energy arrows did not only contain the supreme mystic power, but they contained his own power as well. It was not surprising he easily took out a 3-chart cultivator. After all, he had taken down judges with many more birth charts in comparison. Everyone shared the same thought at this moment. As expected of a super-skilled marksman, Lu Zhou said, "I'll leave the rest to you." Bai Shuo said before flying up, "If I can't beat them after this, then I'll be really embarrassed." Li Tianzi shook his head and said as he laughed, "Pavilion Master Lu is personally overseeing the battle. I didn't lose in vain. I want more people to die with me so my death is worthwhile." Then, Li Tianzi's Dantian Sea of Qi suddenly surged with a huge amount of energy. Suddenly, bam! Lu Zhou's hand struck with the force of a tidal wave. Li Tianzi widened his eyes in shock. "You!" Lu Zhou struck again. A palm seal flew out and hit Li Tianzi's Dantian Sea of Qi. His Dantian Sea of Qi shattered like glass immediately. With that, Lu Zhou destroyed Li Tian's remaining 2 birth charts. At this moment, Li Zitian's face was ashen, and he was drenched in blood. Zhu Honggong frowned and said, "Is he still trying to self-destruct? His Dantian Sea of Qi is destroyed. He can't do that anymore." Li Zitian was on the brink of death. Lu Zhou did not even look at Li Zitian. Instead, he said, "Zhu Honggong, guard this place well." Zhu Honggong said, "Master, don't worry. Leave the rest to me." Lu Zhou rose into the air and flew into the city. Zhao Hongfu and Witzard quickly followed after him. Soon after, they arrived near a hidden runic passage in Jiangdong City. "Pavilion Master, where are we going?" Lu Zhou glanced at Witzard that was still in a resting state. He still had a little supreme mystic power left. Even if he did not have any supreme mystic power left, Witzard would not be able to help in its current state. There was no need to bring Witzard him to his next destination. Thus, he said, "Let's return to the capital first." Understood. After returning to the capital, Lu Zhou did not return to the preservation hall and rested in the Hall of Runes instead. At this time, he received a system notification. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Domain bonus has increased. Li Tianzi had died. Go check on the situation in the capital. Understood. Zhao Hongfu did not waste time and made her way to the palace walls. After Zhao Hongfu left, Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic before he began to observe the situations in the 3 circuits. He had dealt a heavy blow to the enemy's force in Jiangdong Circuit. With the support from the White Tower Council, there should not be any major problem there. Now only Jianan Circuit, Zhangbei Circuit, and Shanbei Circuit were left. Where would the Beast Emperor and the Beast Kings appear? What was Mu Erdi up to? Soon enough, Lu Zhou saw the foggy and rainy Jianan Circuit. Corpses and severed limbs lay in pools of blood in front of the ruined 9th temple. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. Lu Zhou saw his second disciple, Yu Shangrong, standing 500 meters in front of a city wall. The rain had drenched Yu Shangrong's hair and green robes. He held the longevity sword in his right hand with its tip pointed down. Droplets of the mixture of blood and rain slid down the blade of the sword. At this moment, a skinny cultivator wearing a bamboo hat stood across from Yu Shangrong. Since Lu Zhou had only started observing, he had no idea what had happened and could only speculate. The person wearing the bamboo hat said, "In my life, I only seek the peak of the sword path. Those who are capable of defeating me can be counted on one hand." Yu Shangrong shook his head lightly. "It seems like your courage is much bigger than your brain. Have you forgotten so quickly how my master defeated you? Your master is your master. You're you. He uses his realm to suppress others. That's not the way of the sword. A fair fight is the way of the sword. You think this fight is fair?" Yu Shangrong chuckled. "I've already lost 2 birth charts to the formation, so it's fair." "Very good. This day next year will be the death anniversary of Yelu Chunan, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance," Yu Shangrong said indifferently. The water on him evaporated immediately as he raised his sword. Yelu Chunan said with a sigh, "You don't have much time. The Black Emperor's demon technique is about to reach completion. It'll bring about a catastrophe that humans can't stop. Are you done?" "Yes." "All right. Then it's time for you to die." Whoosh! The red runes on the longevity sword glowed red like blood, releasing energy swords one after another. Yelu Chunan stomped on the ground. His bamboo hat flew off immediately, revealing the sword marks on his face. The rain fell on his face, washing some of the blood off. Yu Shangrong's figure flashed as he unleashed the Guiyuan sword technique. The 3 figures that appeared seemed even more blurry in the rain. Yelu Chunan launched his energy seals toward Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong slashed at the energy seals and continued advancing. The 3 figures multiplied to 6 at this time. "Eh?" Yelu Chuanan's eyes widened slightly before he shouted, 7-star sword formation." Black stars appeared in 4 directions on the ground beneath Yelu Chuanan's feet. At the same time, 3 stars hung at his back. Following that, the 7 stars spun at the same time with the brightness of the sun and the moon, releasing energy swords that shot toward Yu Xiangrong. Bang! 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 The 6 figures moved in unison, brandishing the longevity swords to slash at the incoming energy swords. Too slow, Yu Xiangrong said. Bang! 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 Yu Xiangrong's figure flashed quickly through the positions of the 7 stars, stabbing at them with the longevity sword as he moved. Yelu Chuanan's astrolabe trembled when the stars were struck. Still so slow, Yu Xiangrong's figure flashed again and slashed at the astrolabe with 7 birth charts. At the same time, energy swords shot out in a row, looking like a long dragon. Get lost! Yelu Chunan shouted. Then, he exploded his Dantian Sea of Qi to send Yu Xiangrong flying. However, Yu Xiangrong suddenly came to a halt and stabbed the sword into the ground. Boom! Calm disturbance. Energy swords filled the sky immediately. The rain, the air, and the primal Qi within a radius of 100 meters turned into energy swords before they shot toward Yelu Chunan. How can you be so strong? Yelu Chuanan's eyes widened. Are you really old Demon Lu's disciple? Yu Xiangrong ignored Yelu Chunan and pulled the longevity sword out of the ground with both hands. Yelu Chuanan's 7 stars were under Yu Xiangrong's control now. All he needed to do now was eliminate his target. After pulling the longevity sword out, he stabbed Yelu Chunan. First slash, second slash, third slash. The 4th slash accurately landed on Yelu Chuanan's throat. Yu Xiangrong had already stepped into the 7-star sword formation. His sword moved at lightning speed, not giving his opponent the chance to catch his breath at all. Yelu Chunan continued to retreat and dodge, falling into a passive position. The energy swords moved faster and faster as Yu Xiangrong brandished his sword at increasing speed as well. At this time, Yelu Chunan took a huge step back before he joined his palms together. This is where you'll die. The 7-star sword formation suddenly closed. Bang! At this time, something flashed in the formation. In the next second, they appeared near Yelu Chunan. You're right. Whoosh! 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 Energy swords continued to push the frowning Yelu Chunan back. All of a sudden, the speed of the energy swords increased by several times. Stop! The energy swords continued shooting forth mercilessly. Please stop. The energy sword's speed picked up again. Danger and death touched the skin of Yelu Chuanan's neck when time seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. He thought Yu Xiangrong would stop when all the energy swords converged until 6 energy swords were left. Following that, they stabbed into his chest one after another. The battle was over. Yelu Chunan looked at the calm Yu Xiangrong in disbelief. He could only exhale at this moment. He could not exhale. The vitality energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi surged out as pain coursed through his body. Why didn't you stop? Yu Xiangrong shook his head and said, Why did you stop? The sword in Yelu Chuanan's hand fell to the ground. He was stumped by this question. He suddenly felt stupid. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and asked, May I ask what you think of my swordsmanship? Yu Xiangrong said, Do you want to hear the truth or the lie? The truth. It's ostentatious and overrated. Yelu Chunan spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he had been stabbed 6 times in the chest, and his birth charts had been destroyed. Soon after, he fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. The rain fell and washed away the blood. The ruined 9th temple looked even more desolate under the falling rain and swirling fog. Only Yu Xiangrong stood alone on the blood-stained ground. He staggered slightly and quickly stabbed the longevity sword into the ground. He turned to look in the direction of the 9th temple as he held onto the hilt of the longevity sword. After a while, he rushed away. With that, Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing's power of sight. Jianan circuit? Lu Zhou muttered under his breath, slightly worried. He wondered how he should deal with the next difficult problem. After a moment, he called up the system interface. He saw one card that had been in his possession for a long time and muttered, I hope you'll have an unaffected effect. Following that, he bought another 2 synthesis cards. With the one he already had in his possession, he used the 3 synthesis cards immediately. At this time, Zhao Hongfu returned to the Hall of Runes and fell on one knee. Pavilion Master, the White Tower Council has sent many people here, including 2 elders. However, the situation isn't optimistic. There are too many fierce beasts. Fortunately, the defensive formations in the capital are far superior to the ones in other places. Our only concern now is the appearance of the Black Lotus cultivators here. Mr. Seventh and the others are currently commanding the troops on the city walls. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Retreat for now. If a Beast King or the Beast Emperor appears, report to me immediately." Understood. After Zhao Hongfu left, Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts. What were Mu Erdi and the Beast Emperor waiting for? The battle had reached the climax. There was no reason for them not to appear. The capital had Si Wuya, Xianxia, and the others holding down the fort. They were more than enough to deal with the fierce beasts. The only worry was the appearance of the Black Lotus army. The enemy was hidden in the dark while Great Tang was in the light. Lu Zhou wondered why the enemy chose these specific 4 circuits. After a moment, he decided not to dwell on that matter. What was important was recovering his supreme mystic power as quickly as possible. In this situation, even if he had the supreme mystic card, things would still be difficult. After all, the duration of the supreme mystic card was very short. Apart from that, if he wanted to synthesize an enhanced peak trial card, he had to get 3 peak trial cards. Following that, Lu Zhou observed Yu Zhenghai, who was at Shanbei Circuit. The situation was calmer than Jianan Circuit, where Yu Shangrong was stationed. As for Lu Li and Yan Zhenlua, he did not need to observe them. After all, Yan Zhenlua had 6 birth charts. With the support from the White Tower Council, there should be no problem there. It's still best to capture the mastermind first. As long as Lu Zhou could find the Black Emperor and the Beast Emperor, he would be able to solve the other problems easily. Report. Zhao Hongfu's voice rang from outside. Come in. Zhao Hongfu, Si Wuya, and Lu Qianshan entered the Hall of Runes together. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Lu Qianshan. Lu Qianshan raised his head and saw Lu Zhou was still old due to the effect of the disguise card. He asked in confusion, "Where's Pavilion Master Lu?" Zhao Hongfu replied awkwardly, "This is Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Qianshan was confused by Lu Zhou's change from young to old. Nevertheless, he greeted Lu Zhou respectfully. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Why are you here?" Since Pavilion Master Lu left previously, the royal court treated us quite well. However, they didn't know I'd planted spies in the royal court. Moreover, after receiving Mr. Seventh's secret information, I led the Lu clan and fled the capital, Lu Qianshan replied. Lu Zhou nodded. It made sense. Lu Qianshan had offended the Black Emperor previously. The Lu clan no longer had a place in the capital. Si Wuya said, "Master, I have a new discovery. Speak." Si Wuya temporarily placed the map he had drawn on the ground and said, "This is Jianan Circuit's land of Shu. This is Shanbei Circuit, Zhangbei Circuit, and Jiangdong Circuit. It just so happens these 4 circuits are at the periphery of Great Tang. If they only want to carry out the annihilation plan, they can start anywhere. They didn't have to pick these 4 circuits. Therefore, I suspect they have other motives." He glanced at Lu Qianshan before he continued to say, "General Lu met with the Black Emperor many times in the past, and during one of his visits, Eunuch Zhang unwittingly revealed a piece of key information. At this point, Lu Qianshan took over and said, Eunuch Zhang said that His Majesty had been devoting his time trying out an unprecedented cultivation path. Therefore, he neglected many things, allowing the Black Tower Council, Great Ming, and other forces to rise." Lu Zhou asked, perplexed, "An unprecedented cultivation path? What does it have to do with this war?" Lu Qianshan shook his head and said, "I don't know." Si Wuya pointed at the map and said, "The places they chose happen to be places where the fierce beasts are most concentrated. I suspect that they're waiting for an opportunity." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Are there any anomalies in these places?" "I haven't found any yet." Si Wuya shook his head. I keep feeling like I'm forgetting some crucial information, but I can't seem to remember what it is. Lu Qianshan smiled. There's no rush. It's amazing enough that you're able to deduce so much with just a sentence from eunuch Zhang. This information was not completely useless. At the very least, it showed that Mu Erdi was very afraid of Lu Zhou. That was why he did not dare to show his face up until now. It seemed like the Dark and Light Alliance and the fierce beasts were just cannon fodder. Zhao Hongfu said, Pavilion Master has already gone to Jiangdong Circuit. The crisis there has been temporarily resolved. We have the White Tower Council's support there as well. Pavilion Master has already killed Li Tianzi, the leader of the 5 Tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance. There's no need for everyone to worry. With Pavilion Master here, Mu Erdi won't be able to do anything. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya could not help but remind, Master, the more it's like this, the more careful we have to be. Casualties are inevitable. When it's time to retreat, we should retreat. We shouldn't fall for their goal to create distractions. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. I know what to do. Continue to observe the situation. If you find anything, report back immediately. Understood. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and everyone bowed before they left the Hall of Runes. After checking in on Zhu Honggong, he discovered that the Black Lotus Army and the fierce beasts had already been dealt with. Then, he cut off the heavenly writing's power of sight and entered his meditative state. In Jianbei Circuit, Duanmu Sheng faced the setting sun. The gradually vanishing sunlight shone on the blood and sweat that drenched his body. He had lost count of the number of times he had swung his spear. Perhaps the mountain of corpses under his feet would give one a rough idea of the number of times he had swung his spear. The corpses of the Li Li were piled high. It was hundreds of feet tall. Duanmu Shang stood on the mountain of corpses as he continued to swing the Overlord spear with all his might at the incoming Li Lis. Every time the Li Lis charged forward, he would stab them to death. The blood and the purple smoke wafted from the corpses of the Li Lis. The flowers and the trees hundreds of meters around them had long withered. Again! Bang! I'll kill as many as I can. Bang! Bang bang! From north of the 2 mountains, on the grassland that was thousands of meters away, the hordes of Li Lis charged toward Jianbei Circuit. From afar, they looked like murderous ants. At this point, Duanmu Shang's movements had slowed down considerably due to exhaustion. He gradually became numb. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a dark figure appeared at the back of the army of Li Lis. He flew forward toward the peak at Jianbei Circuit and looked at Duanmu Shang, who was covered in blood, before he said with a mocking smile, I wondered who ruined the plan. As it turns out, it's just a piece of trash. Duanmu Shang glared at him. He thrust his Overlord spear forward and asked, Who are you? The black-clad man said indifferently, It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you did something you shouldn't have done. What else do you have to say before you die? Duanmu Shang was not afraid. Instead, he asked in confusion, The Li Lis are you doing? The black-clad did not bother to hide anything. The people of the Red Lotus domain are greedy and ignorant. The Li Lis ability can purify their souls and wash away their sins. I don't want to hear about this. These things are evil. What's your purpose? Duanmu Shang asked. The black-clad cultivator felt slightly speechless. He found it difficult to communicate with the person in front of him, who was as obtuse as a hard rock. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to speak properly. The black-clad cultivator raised his hand. He did not hesitate to launch a round Taoist seal. A black light shone in the center of the dark seal. He intended to finish off the piece of trash in front of him with the palm strike. He did not need to use much strength. It was as easy as squashing an ant. Duanmu Shang's expression changed drastically. He knew the seal was from 1,000 realms whirling expert. It was not something his weak 9 leaves could withstand. In the end, he could only raise his Overlord spear horizontally in front of him to block the attack. Bang! Duanmu Shang's arms grew numb, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell off the mountain of corpses to the ground. Fortunately, the characteristics of his cultivation and the beatings he received over the years helped him forge a tenacious body. The black-clad cultivator revealed an expression of surprise as he flew forward. He looked at the dead Li-Lis around him and said in amazement, "What a tenacious and courageous person. It's unfortunate you almost ruined a huge plan." Duan Mushang raised his head. His eyes were burning as he looked at the black-clad cultivator hovering above the mountain of corpses. The black-clad cultivator turned around and said, "You're really unlucky. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to play with you." Following that, the black-clad cultivator launched 3 palm seals consecutively. His strength had increased compared to before. The 3 palm seals, one at the top, one in the middle, and one below, flew out before they surrounded Duan Mushang, cutting off all his escape routes. With this, he no longer tried to dodge. He lay on the ground and sighed. Bang! A white light descended from the sky and pierced the ground, blocking the inky palm seals. Duan Mushang raised his head and saw a white-clad cultivator in the sky who was smiling. The white-clad cultivator said, "You can't kill him." The black-clad cultivator exclaimed in shock, "The White Tower Council? I've been entrusted by Si Wuya of the Evil Sky Pavilion to ensure this person's safety. You can leave now," the white-clad cultivator said. "Do you think you can stop me? You damn blind man. I'm not King Chan of Wu." The white-clad cultivator was none other than Ning Wanqing, the judge from the White Tower Council. Ning Wanqing smiled and said leisurely, "You seem to be in a hurry. Your aura is in a mess. Must be because you're irritable. Stop being so damn long-winded." The black-clad cultivator charged out. The duo began to engage in a fierce battle. Energy seals filled the sky in just an instant. Duan Mushang crawled up and grabbed the Overlord spear. He coughed twice and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. When he got to his feet, he saw that a new wave of Li-Lis had already climbed over the mountain of corpses. He gritted his teeth and rushed up to the Li-Lis with his Overlord spear in hand. Energy spears burst out, piercing the Li-Lis heads. With that, they rolled down and became part of the mountain of corpses. "Let's go." Ning Wanqing's voice rang in Duan Mushang's ears. "We can't leave. We can't let the Li-Lis into Jianbei Circuit," Duan Mushang said as he endured the excruciating pain. If he were not hammered by Ji Tiandao's explosive fists since he was young, he would have died a long time ago today. It was also thanks to the recovery ability of his cultivation method that he was gradually gaining strength. Ning Wanqing continued to deal with the opponent's attacks as he turned to look in the direction of the Li-Lis. Naturally, he could not see the Li-Lis, but he could feel the endless stream of energy from the fierce beasts. After a beat, he said to Duan Mushang, "But this can't continue." Duan Mushang glanced at Ning Wanqing and his opponent before he asked, "Can you deal with him?" "Of course," Ning Wanqing answered straightforwardly. "Then there's no reason to retreat. I promised 7th Junior Brother that I definitely won't let the Li-Lis enter Jianbei Circuit," Duan Mushang said. His eyes were brimming with confidence as he looked at the endless wave of Li-Lis charging over. Ning Wanqing had long sensed the withering plants in the surroundings. He knew the Li-Lis were strange. "Hence," he said with a smile, "All right, I grant you your wish." The black-clad cultivator heard the duo's conversation and said in a deep voice, "You're dreaming. You're just a mere 9-leaf cultivator." Then, he said to Ning Wanqing, "Let's see how you're going to protect him." The black-clad cultivator turned around and struck with his palm. Ning Wanqing flashed and blocked the palm seal. Then, he joined his palms together before countless white palm seals flew out, covering the sky. "With me here, you won't be able to hurt him in the slightest." The two opponents were locked in a stalemate while Duan Mushang continued to brandish his Overlord spear, defending Jianbei Circuit from the Li-Lis that emitted wicked purple smoke. After a night had passed, Lu Zhou recovered more than half of his supreme mystic power. Although he did not fully recover his supreme mystic power, he was very satisfied with the recovery speed. The more he used the purple glazed ceramic, the more he felt it was a great treasure. He wondered where Yi Zhen obtained such a treasure. Subsequently, he used the supreme mystic power to observe the situations in the 4 circuits. He found there were not many changes from yesterday evening. Jiangdong Circuit had calmed down a lot. What's going on? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He could not figure it out even after he thought about it for a while. What are Mu Erdi and the Beast Emperor waiting for? Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. The more his enemy hid, the more beneficial it would be for him. With this thought, he continued meditating on the heavenly writing. On the morning of the second day, Wuxia entered the Hall of Runes and bowed before he said, "Master, there's movement. Speak." A large number of fierce beasts from Jianan Circuit are heading toward Jianbei Circuit. It's not just that, even the fierce beasts in Shanbei Circuit and Jiangbei Circuit are heading toward Jianbei Circuit, Wuxia said. Jianbei Circuit? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Wuxia said, "The movements of the fierce beasts are very strange. My guess is that it has something to do with the star-gathering formation." The star-gathering formation? Lu Zhou frowned and muttered to himself, "Old Third." His eyes glowed blue, and soon enough, he saw corpses of Lilis that were piled almost 1,000 meters high. Duanmu Shang, who was gripping the Overlord's spear tightly, was completely drenched in blood. However, he was still brandishing the Overlord's spear tirelessly like a machine. Lu Zhou ordered immediately, "Open the runic passage to the Jianbei Circuit immediately. Bring Di Zhang along." Wuxia could tell something was amiss based on Lu Zhou's words. He said with a frown, "We have no runic passage leading to Jianbei Circuit." "Di Zhang," Lu Zhou called out. Di Zhang flew in from outside at lightning speed. Lu Zhou leaped onto Di Zhang's back and flew out without saying another word. As soon as he flew outside, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Ying Zhao. Lu Zhou looked at Ying Zhao in confusion. Wuxia, who walked out at this moment, raised his head and said, "I'll summon Conk." "No need." Lu Zhou was in a hurry. Moreover, if Conk came with him, his speed would slow down. In the end, he leaped off Di Zhang's back and landed on Ying Zhao's back. "Let's go." Ying Zhao spread its wings and flew toward Jianbei Circuit like a heavenly horse. Wuxia paced back and forth anxiously, wondering if he should go with his master. At this time, Di Zhang landed on the ground, looking like a dejected eggplant. "Idiot! Now's not the time to be jealous." Halfway to Jianbei Circuit, Lu Zhou and Ying Zhao were flying high in the sky. Ying Zhao's altitude was almost similar to a sky shuttle, and its speed was only slightly slower than Di Zhang. When Lu Zhou looked down, he saw flying beasts and fierce beasts stampeding their way toward Jianbei Circuit. What's going on? He was puzzled. Ying Zhao made a gurgling sound. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou could not understand it at all. Ying Zhao's intelligence was obviously much higher than Lu Zhou had imagined. As though it was trying to show Lu Zhou something, it flew in a curve and lowered its altitude. Following that, Lu Zhou saw an incomprehensible scene. The flying beasts that resembled scarlet pheasants, eagles, goshawks, and small wild birds were carrying human corpses in their mouths. Lu Zhou looked down. Similarly, the fierce beasts on land, beasts that resembled tigers, leopards, jackals, and other animals, were also carrying human corpses in their mouths. There were even a few huge birth chart beasts that were carrying human corpses on their bodies. All of them were rushing toward Jianbei Circuit in a frenzy. Ying Zhao let out another cry before it flew high up into the sky again. Its wings twinkled like stars before its speed suddenly exploded. "You know how to utilize primal chi?" Lu Zhou was inwardly shocked. Humans were intelligent, so they knew how to cultivate. Low-level fierce beasts that did not possess intelligence naturally did not know how to cultivate. They were only driven by their basic instinct to eat humans. The vitality, energy, and essences they obtained would then slowly form life hearts. Following that, a grim thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. If Ying Zhao knew how to utilize primal chi, then it was likely that fierce beasts with higher levels than Ying Zhao knew how to cultivate. After flying for a time, Lu Zhou saw a red flying carriage in the clouds ahead. "Go over." Ying Zhao shook its head. Lu Zhou said, "Don't worry. I know the owner of the red carriage." With these words, Ying Zhao finally flew toward the red carriage. A blue-clad female cultivator emerged from the red flying chariot at this time. When she saw Lu Zhou, she exclaimed in surprise. Pavilion Master Lu? Lu Zhou and Ing Zhao landed on the deck of the red flying chariot. The female attendants bowed before they retreated. Lan Shiha's voice that sounded as calm as a still lake rang from inside the flying chariot. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Zhou stood on the deck and asked, Are you going to Jianbei Circuit as well? Lan Shiha said, Yes. The movements are too abnormal. I want to have a look. What do you think? Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and looked down at the mountains. The fierce beasts didn't devour the humans. The beast emperor must have appeared. As for the uses of the corpses, I'm not sure either, Lan Shiha replied. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Since they want to die, I'll grant them their wish. Lan Shiha smiled and said, I admire Pavilion Master Lu's confidence the most. At this moment, Ing Zhao made a few gurgling noises again. Lu Zhou turned to look at Ing Zhao in confusion. Lan Shiha, who had heard Ing Zhao, said, I didn't expect Pavilion Master Lu to be able to tame this Ing Zhao. Lu Zhou said, I recalled you wanted Ing Zhao's life heart as well. I wanted to give it to the next Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Lan Shiha said. Ing Zhao made gurgling noises again. Lu Zhou naturally knew Ing Zhao was trying to tell him something important. He leaped onto Ing Zhao's back immediately. With that, Ing Zhao flew out of the red flying chariot without any hesitation. Lu Zhou said, Wait! Ing Zhao stopped. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Lan Shiha said, Pavilion Master, you should go. Ing Zhao is an intelligent beast, and it has a special sensing ability. It's enough for me to go to Jianbei Circuit. I alone can fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. All right. Ing Zhao dove before it suddenly changed directions. It spread its wing that gleamed with light before it shot toward Jianbei Circuit.